the key takeaways and delving deeper between the lines. We'll, of course, continue to track the issues in addition that are truly driving voters out this morning and further details with you. For now, we're stepping into a very quick break, but the latest updates are lined up for you in a moment. Do stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? Outlook.
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election watch.
The man
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest updates as far as poll-bound Kerala is concerned. Voting began at 7 a.m. this morning. We are told that the voter turnout so far this morning has been encouraging, to say the least. Well, as far as the 3 states that are polling are concerned, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry, we bring you the key developments beginning from God's own country. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking all the latest developments for us there. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has just cast his vote just a few moments ago. We are told many high-profile candidates have been casting their vote ever since 7 a.m. 140 constituencies go to polls with 833 candidates in the fray. 2.71 crore voters will decide their fate. And I must take you through the 3 big questions this morning that the people of Kerala will answer. The first being, can the LDF, led by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, score a historic hat-trick? Or will the UDF make a comeback after 10 years of the left in power? And the last question, everyone will have an eye on, can the BJP open its tally as far as Kerala is concerned? Well, the stage is set. From Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to LOP VD Satheesan to BJP heavyweights like Union Minister V. Muralidharan, they are all in the poll fray. Some of them have also cast their vote already, and India's top election team is live tracking all the finer developments for you. Let's go across to Radhika Ramaswamy, who's joining us at the moment. Right, I'm told any moment from now we'll be hearing from the Congress. So we've got our eyes on that. Mr. K.C. Venugopal is just about addressing the media. Let's listen in.
നല്ല പോളിംഗ് നിലവാരമാണ് കാണുന്നത്. എന്തായാലും ഈ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് ജനങ്ങൾ കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള തീരുമാനത്തോട് വോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഇലക്ഷനായിരിക്കും. അയ്യൻ്റെ സ്വർണം കട്ടവരെ ജനകീയ കോടതിയിൽ ശിക്ഷ വിധിക്കുന്ന ദിവസമാണിന്ന്. അവരെ നീതിന്യായ കോടതിയിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അന്വേഷണ പരിധിയിലും ഒക്കെ തന്നെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ ശ്രമം നടത്തി. പക്ഷെ ജനകീയ കോടതി അവരെ വെറുതെ വിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നമില്ല എന്ന് തെളിയിക്കുന്ന ദിവസമാണ് എന്ന് വ്യക്തമാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ദിവസമായി നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ് നമ്മുടെ ആലപ്പുഴ ജില്ലയിൽ തോട്ടപ്പള്ളി സ്പിൽവേ ആണ്. അത് അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായിട്ടുള്ളത് മഹാപ്രളയം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയതാണ് എന്നുള്ള വളരെ ഗുരുതരമായിട്ടുള്ള ആരോപണം ആരാ ഉന്നയിച്ചത്? ഭരണകക്ഷി MLA, അന്ന് ഇന്നത്തെ മന്ത്രി. ആ പ്രളയം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ഇന്നലെ ഞാനും ഇന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു മറുപടി പോലും അതിന് പറയുന്നില്ല. പ്രളയം വിഷയമല്ലേ? ഈ പ്രളയം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയതാണ് ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് കോടി രൂപയുടെ നഷ്ടമുണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഈ മഹാപ്രളയം, ദുരിതം തീർത്ത മഹാപ്രളയം അതിന് മറുപടി പറയണ്ടേ? ആരോപണമാണെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞു അത് വ്യാജ ഓഡിയോ ക്ലിപ്പിംഗാണ്, കേസ് കൊടുക്കാത്തത്. അങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ ആരെങ്കിലും വ്യാജ ഓഡിയോ ക്ലിപ്പിംഗ് അതിന് കേസ് കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ? നിങ്ങളാണല്ലോ ഭരണ സംവിധാനം. ഇപ്പോ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പോലീസ് കേസെടുത്ത് അയാളെ അറസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല? അങ്ങനെ വ്യാജമാണെങ്കിൽ വ്യക്തമാണ് വ്യാജമല്ല. അത് കൃത്യമായിട്ടും കൃഷ്ണൻകുട്ടിയുടെ ഓഡിയോ ആയിരുന്നു. ഒരു മന്ത്രി, തന്റെ മന്ത്രിസഭയിലെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി നടത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ ഗുരുതരമായിട്ടുള്ള നാട്ടിലെ ജനങ്ങളെ പ്രളയത്തിൽ മുക്കിക്കൊന്നത് നിങ്ങളാണെന്നുള്ള ആരോപണം. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ മറുപടി പറയുന്നില്ല? ആരോപണം ഇത് കേരള ജനങ്ങൾ വിധി എഴുതുമ്പോൾ ആലോചിക്കും വേണ്ട. മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത് കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ജനവിധിയായിരിക്കും കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാകാൻ വേണ്ടി പോകുന്നത്. ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രം, സ്വർണം കട്ടവനെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്ന പ്രളയം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുത്ത ജനങ്ങളെ ദുരിതത്തിലേക്ക് അഴിമതിയിൽ മുങ്ങിക്കൊള്ളിച്ച 10 കൊല്ലക്കാലമായി നാട് ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഈ പിണറായി വീണ്ടും 5 വർഷം കൂടി ഭരിക്കണമോ? ഞാനല്ലാതെ മറ്റാരുണ്ട് എന്ന ചോദ്യം കേരളത്തിൽ മുഴക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള 5 വർഷം കൂടി ഭരിക്കണമെന്ന തീരുമാനത്തിലാണ് കേരള ജനത ഇന്ന് മറുപടി പറയാൻ പോകുന്നത്. എനിക്ക് ഉറപ്പുണ്ട് കേരള ജനത ഒറ്റക്കെട്ടായി 100-ലധികം സീറ്റുകളുമായി ഐക്യജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണി അധികാരത്തിൽ വരും.
Well, you've heard what the Congress's KC Venugopal has to say. We have breaking news coming in this morning. Crucially, let's take you through all the details. Narendra Modi has extended wishes on Bihu, Vishu, Baisakhi, while also invoking Ambedkar Jayanti, which just days away. But here we have to look at the subtext closely, because the Prime Minister is framing the upcoming April 16th Parliament session as a historic opportunity to push forward the Women's Reservation Bill. Why is this so significant? Well, at a time when India is in the middle of key state elections, the push for greater representation of women is being positioned as a national priority. It's also being positioned as a democratic milestone. Aishwarya Jain tracking the latest developments for us. Let's decode the latest remarks with him currently. Aishwarya, on the Women's Reservation Bill, is there real legislative momentum for the April 16th, or can this be seen as signalling ahead of negotiations? And secondly, are opposition parties responding to this renewed push?
Well, just yesterday it was the cabinet which passed the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill 2026, and special session of Parliament has been called, an extended session of the budget session which has been called on 16th, 17th and 18th, which will pass the Women's reservation amendment bill, which will pave way to 33% of reservation to the women in legislative assemblies and also in the parliament from 2029 Lok Sabha polls. Prime Minister Narendra Modi here clearly stating that it is a festive greetings and also urges consensus amongst the political parties as far as the women reservation is concerned. Many of the political parties, including the Congress so far, has agreed to the push by the government. Certainly there is a credit war which is also being taking place as of now. The Congress party clearly stating that it was the Manmohan Singh government back then who had pushed for it and it is the credit that Prime Minister wants to take, a double credit that certainly the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to have. In fact, the Congress party went on to say that what would have happened if the session would have been delayed for 15 days. This is just because there are elections coming up in the state of West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and also in other parts of the country. So certainly it is to have an electoral push as well. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi over here clearly stating that the session would be historic opportunity to also pass the women's reservation bill, stressing that greater political representation of women is essential, and that is something that Prime Minister has always spoken for and had in the past has stated that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has given highest number of the candidates and also the representation as far as the parliament is concerned.
Time when India is in the middle of key state elections and the push for greater representation of women is being positioned as a national priority. This is, of course, political and we can't ignore that. Aishwarya, break down how the numbers stack up though. Does the government have the support required to push this through without any sort of disruption?
Well, certainly it needs a constitutional amendment and the government needs at least two-thirds of majority in the parliament, and therefore the reason perhaps the opposition parties are slamming the government, stating that when there are elections, the political leaders are busy campaigning in different parts of the country, how they demand to call. But certainly it is because as I mentioned, the credit war, every political party wanted to have their own bit of credit to give a push to women's reservation in the parliament and in the legislative assembly. Of course, the MPs will come back, but it is the Congress party who is stating that what would have happened if the session would have been delayed for 15 days, because it is for the 2029 Lok Sabha polls, and before that nothing can happen. There is an exercise which is going on. Ultimately, the Congress party also referring that women reservation is just an excuse, but delimitation is something that they have heard that that can also be passed in the upcoming special session, but nothing has been upfrontly stated by the government. But the numbers are intact with the government. Certainly it's an important historic occasion that we will witness on 16, 17 and 18 of the special session of the parliament, and Prime Minister clearly stating that everyone should stress upon this opportunity to give reservation for women in this country as far as parliament and legislative assemblies are concerned.
Aishwarya, as always, thank you so much for breaking down the key takeaways for us. The political messaging from the Prime Minister is just as significant as the greetings coming in. Mr. Modi has extended wishes on Bihu, Vishu, Baisakhi, while also invoking Ambedkar Jayanti, which is just days away. But the subtext is what we've got eyes on, because the Prime Minister is framing the upcoming April 16th Parliament session as a historic opportunity to push forward the Women's Reservation Bill. That is a clear political signal at a time when India is in the middle of key state elections and the push for greater representation of women is being positioned as a national priority. We continue to track all the latest developments for you in a moment after this very short break. Do stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu
Votes only the way Tamil Nadu
Does.
Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election was.
The man behind Roaring Lion,
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel, and I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
to understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard.
It's 9 a.m. and you are watching the Breakfast Bulletin on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. Voting is now underway across 3 politically critical regions. Kerala, Assam and Puducherry have all begun polling from 7 a.m. in a high-stakes electoral test that will shape crucial power equations that our in-house experts Vasudha Venugopal and Padmaja Joshi are tracking very keenly. Vasudha, to you first.
Well, it's going to be an existential battle, Parma and Padmaja. Padmaja is also in a poll-bound state of Bengal, probably the most interesting state this time. But let's talk about Kerala first. It is going to be a referendum on the left's governance for the last 10 years. Is the desire for change going to trump CPM? Remember that this also means the future of Kerala politics changes. And of course, Hemanta Biswa Sharma versus Gaurav Gogoi in Assam, and Puducherry might have just 30 seats seats, Parma, but extremely important for the Congress, for the BJP and for the TVK because this is Vijay's first election.
Indeed, and Padmaja will also be taking us through the details of this high-stakes electoral test that will shape not just regional but crucial power equations.
Both the states which are voting today, if we are talking about Assam and Kerala, have many things in common. We will talk about all of that in detail. But West Bengal, where I am right now, clearly the rain gods have been extremely kind to us. Since the time we've set foot here, it's been stormy, it's been extremely rainy. I think it is, in a way, a signal of what lies ahead. Just short of a fortnight left for the first phase of polling to take place in this state, which perhaps Parmeshwar is seeing the most high-pitched electoral battle this time around between the TMC, the ruling party, and the BJP. But of course, over the next 1 hour, we're going to keep our focus on not just the 3 assemblies voting today, but also what's happening in the other 2 states, which even Vasudha has toured extensively, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu.
We'll be tracking all the political nuances with Vasudha Venugopal and Padmaja Joshi on the ground. For now, let's take you through the top headlines you need to know at the moment. The Speaker of Iran's parliament asserts that parts of Iran's proposal were violated before the talks even begin. This as JD Vance says the US never promised Lebanon would be included in the ceasefire, while arguing ceasefires are always messy. Donald Trump has again attacked NATO for not supporting the US in this war. This as reports state that the White House is considering a plan to punish some members of the NATO alliance that Donald Trump thinks were unhelpful to the US and Israel during this war. In the span of 10 minutes, Israel targeted more than 100 sites across Lebanon on Wednesday. Iran's IRGC now claims shipping through the Strait of Hormuz stopped following what it said was an Israeli ceasefire violation in Lebanon. Polling begins in battleground states of Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. The LDF looks to retain Kerala for a historic third term, and it's the BJP versus the Congress in Assam. Well, a big focus at the moment, the ceasefire is now facing its first serious political test. And it's not coming from the battlefield alone. It's coming from the language as well that's being used on both sides as we speak. Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has called further talks with the United States unreasonable, alleging that key conditions were violated almost immediately. He's actually pointing to 3 issues. The first one being continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon, then a reported drone incursion into Iranian airspace after the truce, and Washington's refusal to accept any uranium enrichment. We also have to look at the response from the United States because Vice President JD Vance has dismissed Iran's position, calling it a misunderstanding and warning it would be dumb to derail this ceasefire over Lebanon. He's also openly mocked Tehran's insistence on enrichment rights, using a skydive analogy to argue that having a right doesn't mean it should be exercised under an agreement. So as you can tell, the war of words now threatening to derail fragile ceasefire diplomacy. Before we delve deeper, here are the reactions you need to listen to currently.
The third thing that he said was Lebanon, okay? And again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. Second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Well, at this point, you must understand both sides are using the same 2 weeks, but they are talking about two very different endgames. So on one side, you've got Donald Trump presenting this as a controlled pause, a window to lock in a broader deal. He's actually claiming military success time and again, as we have noticed, signaling that key objectives have been met and framing the ceasefire as conditional. And it's also a critical lever because the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz was a critical condition that Washington had categorically put forth. On the other side, Iran is not calling this peace because Tehran is calling it a pause under pressure. Basically, a tactical halt in defensive operations, not a commitment to end the war. It is asserting battlefield success, rejecting any suggestion of surrender, and crucially insisting that talks will proceed only on its own terms. We can't ignore the fault lines this morning. Washington says that they are actually actively working on an agreement, that they are hashing out the fine print with Iran. Tehran says principles are non-negotiable. The US wants Hormuz open without conditions. Iran is signaling controlled access under its own oversight. And with the violations that we have seen in Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz, as we speak, remains shut. And the core contradiction here, you see, for Washington, 2 weeks is a countdown to closure. For Tehran, 2 weeks is leverage in order to renegotiate the battlefield into diplomacy without actually conceding any sort of strategic ground. So while this ceasefire looks stable on paper, while many had celebrated it yesterday as well, the word that you need to remember is cautious optimism. Because it is fragile in reality, we can't ignore that. Both sides believe that they are negotiating from strength, and currently, neither is signaling retreat. Pradeep Datta has been tracking the latest for us in Tel Aviv at the moment. He joins us with the latest roundup of all the action. Pradeep, to begin with, as far as Lebanon is concerned, currently with all that's going on, does it have the potential to derail this entire deal and this 2 week ceasefire that's been called off in order to hash out the finer print of what Iran has demanded?
Yes, you're absolutely right. In fact, there are so many stumbling blocks that they need to clear before meeting each other on April 10th in Islamabad. And you rightly said they are just looking at the things from the position of strength. And that way they will not be able to reach anywhere, because when you are negotiating, you have to look into each other's point of view. And that's really very important. But here in this case, if you talk about one is the Lebanon. Lebanon is one issue that, in fact, Israel has already conveyed it, because so far as their security is concerned, they are not going to compromise on that. And already made it clear that ceasefire has nothing to do with Lebanon. Ceasefire can't be extended to Lebanon, while as Iran had been supporting Hezbollah for the last several decades. So they feel that if they will not extend ceasefire to that part, it will be betrayal on their part. So that's one of the reasons they are insisting that Lebanon should also be made a part of the ceasefire. American White House yesterday also had made it clear that Lebanon is not a part of the ceasefire. So now it should be seen that what will be the stance of Iran in this state. In this particular case, because already they've threatened that they will not be part of the negotiation if the ceasefire is not extended. So that is the main stumbling block. And the second is about the control over the Strait of Hormuz, because what actually the countries are insisting that, one, there should be safe passage, and second, there should be free passage. What Iran wants, that Iran wants their control over that region, and they also want to charge the toll tax. What actually the countries are not agreeing to. They say that what was the situation before war, the similar kind of a situation should be there, because they do not want to pay $2,000 billion to Iran while crossing from that side. Because already Iran has said that the area will be managed by their own army, their military will be managing that area. So nobody wants to concede their strategic position, and nobody wants to concede their strategic thing that they are having right now under their control. So that's one of the reasons. Now let's see what really will happen. But so far as the White House has made it clear, the 3-member team, which will be led by Vice President J.D. Vance, that will be leaving for Islamabad. And in Islamabad, for the first time, face-to-face, Iranians and the US people will be meeting each other. Because till date, we have seen it was through intermediaries that they had been talking. The exchange of message was going on. Like Pakistan was sending message to what actually the Iran had been saying to the United States of America, and finally they were taking the message from their side and conveying to Iran. But now for the first time, they will be sitting face to face, because that really makes a difference. Because once you're sitting face to face, that things will get a little bit easy. But they have to iron out their differences, and that's really very important. See, let's hope that, against the hope that things are better, but they understand one thing, that ceasefire is important, not for Iran, not for US, but also for the Gulf countries. So everybody will like that this should remain. Let's see hope, because it's a litmus test, that 14 days window.
Indeed, Pradeep, we'll continue to track all the finer developments with you. Well, that ceasefire headline is struggling to keep up with the reality on the ground as we speak. What we are seeing right now is not a clean pause in hostilities. It is a fragmented, contested truce with multiple theatres moving in different directions. Vishal Vivek is here to highlight the fractures as far as this temporary, fragile ceasefire is concerned. Let's go across to him with all the details in the newsroom.
Well, there are many ways we can say that this is a fragile ceasefire and it's on a shaky ground. We'll look at a list of items that prove that this is far from, at the end of war. The first one is that Israel-Lebanon front is still active. US and Israel have collectively said Lebanon is not part of the deal. But what is interesting here is that Iran clearly says Lebanon must be included, and also the fact that Pakistan had said in the beginning, when the fragile ceasefire was announced, that ceasefire covers Lebanon. So this is a crucial point. There seems to be a big debate on this. And this other one is that strategic tensions still continue. Iran has closed Hormuz after the attacks on Lebanon. So this is another contentious point. And US had clearly stated that Hormuz will reopen as soon as the ceasefire deal kicks in. That has not happened. And there are inconsistencies as far as uranium is concerned, because Trump had claimed that Iran won't be enriching uranium. That is not the case. Iran has clearly stated in the proposal that it seeks acceptance of uranium enrichment. That is one of the key proposals that Iran has given out. And there are also ongoing strikes going on. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they've all reported attacks in the wake of the announcement of ceasefire. So these are some of the biggest highlights that seem to indicate that it is far from, the peace and calm in the area, and we'll have to have some more, detailings and some more talks as far as the ceasefire is concerned. It will take some time before we see the end of the war. Back to you.
As always, Vishal, thanks so much for breaking down the details for us. But you must note, even after the 2-week ceasefire was agreed to between the US and Iran, strikes have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, including Beirut and the Bekaa Valley. Strikes continue in Lebanon. As per reports, Israeli forces have killed at least 254 people across Lebanon in the country's most devastating day of the war after the US and Iran agreed to this 2-week ceasefire. Reports are suggesting Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreed-upon ceasefire and unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks in Pakistan, which is going to take place over the weekend, if the Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end. You also must note that in his first address after the truce, the Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, he had said that the strikes on Lebanon and Hezbollah would not stop, as Lebanon was not part of the agreed-upon truce, even though Iran had categorically put forth that demand in their 10-point proposal. The White House press secretary, on the other hand, also said that all parties involved were aware that Lebanon was not part of the truce and that the next round of talks in Pakistan would be key. Here are the reactions that you need to listen to. All right, we'll just line up those reactions for you. Amid this US-Iran ceasefire, Israel continues its offensive in Lebanon with fresh strikes hitting Tyre. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Ground Zero, where at least 8 people have been killed in this latest attack. Here's a ground report he sent across. Take a look.
Massive explosions here in Nabatir amid raging war between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel wants to capture this land and turn it into a security buffer zone. But it clearly appears it's not only defeating Hezbollah or driving them out. They're destroying everything. Look at this marketplace. Here, a flower shop. Look what has happened to this flower shop. Still some flowers there. It is the recent bombing here which has destroyed everything here. And only thing you can see here is the debris, wreckage of multi-story buildings reduced to rubble. Look at this. reduced rubble, and from all sides, this whole marketplace, it's not just one shop. This marketplace has been completely ravaged, completely destroyed in bombing. Look at again this multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. And even these mannequins have not been spared. They are also damaged in this clothes shop. Look at this. It was a can completely. Now this is what has happened to a shop here. Same is the condition of everything here in this marketplace. Beautiful shops again. Look at this. Amazing shop, but completely destroyed. Nothing is left. Same is this. Look at everywhere you see is the rubble. So it is clearly not just to, dry out Hezbollah, defeat Hezbollah, but here it is destroying Hezbollah. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. They already make it clear that they are going to turn this area into security buffer zone. And here in Nabatir, I'm not able to see any single civilian here. Only Hezbollah fighters are strategy where they have divided their formation in different groups based on the geography. And also then let me again show this side, how these shops, this marketplace, entire marketplace is in ruins, completely destroyed. This is the situation here in Nabatir, one of the most affected and hit by Israeli bombings in last 1 month, and this area is the recent example of this ongoing war and destruction in Lebanon. Clearly, it's not the target is not only Hezbollah. Target appears to be Lebanon itself, and the people, all the people had to flee from their homes, become refugees in their own homeland. I'm at Tir in South Lebanon, and behind me the area which has been largely captured by Israel, almost 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. So this is where the biggest problem will start when it comes to ceasefire, even as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Lebanon doesn't include in the ceasefire agreement between Iran and the United States. For whole night, this area was being pounded. There was massive bombing. Earlier, we showed you 8 people were killed in Saidon, and these are the villages. They have been captured by Israel over the last 1 month, and Hezbollah is fighting back, slowing their advances. During the night, there was massive bombing there in this area, massive firefight also. And as you know, Israeli Defense Forces have released those visuals, pictures showing detonating houses, destroying villages. It is the same area, same village here. So from Nakura onwards, several villages have been, destroyed, and Israel has declared them as enemy locations and destroying them. And many are saying it is clearly a Gaza playbook which is being repeated here, which is being employed here in the South Lebanon also. Plan of Israel has been to isolate this area, so several bridges and roads have been destroyed, and they are trying now. When we see ceasefire has been announced, Israel clearly saying that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. So there have been massive bombing, and these areas continue to be under Israeli. Look again, big explosion here. behind me I could hear. And then it also means that Hezbollah has already made it very clear that they will not accept any ceasefire so long Israel is here in South Lebanon. Hezbollah has said that they are going to, this resistance will continue so long occupation continues. So it is this area where this bombing is taking place. Look at this bomb has hit this place. Bomb has hit this fresh bombing, it has hit here. It has hit here. So this is the situation here in Tir area. As we talk about this large area, we have seen it earlier in the visuals Israeli Defense Forces releasing, showing how they have destroyed villages after classifying them as enemy territories, so enemy locations. So very, very tense situation here. It continues, war continues here in Lebanon, despite a larger ceasefire announced by the United States and Iran, mediated by Pakistan. Iran has made it very clear, which also was mentioned in Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's statement, that it has to be a larger peace. And Iran's peace doesn't include just ceasefire in Iran. They say there has to be ceasefire with its allies or the proxies here with Hezbollah, Houthis and others. So there has to be a general peace. It cannot be peace or ceasefire in isolation. But right now, even after the ceasefire, bombings continue here in this part of Lebanon, South Lebanon. Entire South Lebanon, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
Well, Lebanon has declared a day of mourning following a wave of Israeli attacks that killed at least 254 people, injured more than 1,100 in a single day. As the Lebanese Prime Minister said, to be mobilizing all of Lebanon's political and diplomatic resources to stop the Israeli killing machine. There is action in Lebanon, the UAE and Kuwait. Let's begin with the fact that a ceasefire has been called, but the strikes are continuing. As far as Lebanon is concerned, Tyre, Beirut and Bekaa Valley, we have noticed action there. And the United Arab Emirates, currently we're told the UAE, the Abu Dhabi Zaid Airport, the Al Minad base, there has been some sort of action that has been observed there too. And the Kuwait International Airport and the Mina Al Adi refinery, that's as far as Kuwait is concerned. And in Bahrain, the Sitra Island. This, as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has categorically said that Lebanon was not included in the ceasefire between the United States and Iran. And as the US Vice President J.D. Vance has also said that they never made that promise. Let's also delve deeper into the US strategic presence at the moment. It is day 2 of this fragile ceasefire in West Asia, and all parties, including Iran and the US, continue to remain on the edge. Donald Trump, on one hand, promised to work closely with Iran. However, he remained adamant on his no uranium enrichment condition. As far as the matter of Strait of Hormuz is concerned, the US president said that the US will be hanging around Iran and assured that the US will help build traffic in Hormuz. Trump's Secretary of War, on the other hand, Pete Hegseth too, seemed confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of the ceasefire. But the Iranian response to the US has been equally strong. Mojtaba Khamenei's advisor claimed that the IRGC is at the highest levels of readiness to retaliate to any miscalculation by the United States, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Well, less than 24 hours after Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, tensions have surged again. Iran has reportedly closed the Strait of Hormuz as we speak, following fresh Israel strikes on Lebanon. Reports actually say Iran acted after Israel fired 100 missiles in just 10 minutes, continuing operations against Hezbollah. Over 254 people have been killed, over 1,100 are injured, as far as Lebanon is concerned. There's also outrage in Tehran. But for now, we have breaking news coming in at the moment. Let's just take you through the latest remarks coming in from the US president. Even as the ceasefire holds on paper, the messaging from Washington is anything but conciliatory. In a strongly worded post, Donald Trump has now made it clear that American military assets will remain deployed in and around Iran until what he calls a real agreement is fully enforced. This isn't the language of de-escalation, surely. This is spelled out in explicit terms as far as Donald Trump is concerned. The president is now drawing a red line, a hard red line, if I may say so. No nuclear weapons, guaranteed access through the Strait of Hormuz, and crucially also a warning that if compliance falters, military action will resume at a scale he claims would be far more intense. We also have a second signal that we can't ignore this morning because the US is not stepping back. The US is actually saying they are maintaining operational readiness and keeping pressure on Tehran even during these negotiations are on. All right, Vishal Vivek here with us to decode the latest details. Vishal, as we were discussing yesterday, this ceasefire, people were jubilant when we heard of it. But the key term here seems to be cautious optimism. The US now saying its forces will remain in place around Iran. What does that tell us? What does that look like operationally? How is Tehran likely to react considering negotiations are still underway over these next 13 days?
Well, Parmeshwar, the negotiations to speak of are really on shaky ground. We have already, talked about this, that already several ceasefire violations have taken place. Lebanon was attacked. It was the biggest day of attack for the Israeli side as far as Hezbollah is concerned, right after the ceasefire deal was announced. And there are several violations already reported. And this latest statement from Trump highlights how the ceasefire is quite, literally just on paper. On the ground, the rhetoric continues, the attacks continue. So we'll have to see whether the war is actually ending or not. It could be just a reprieve of a few days and it could, strike back up. So we'll have to see what Trump does now, because he's clearly mentioned US military is looking at its next conquest. That's what his statement ends with, and that's the highlight of the statement. He's already talked about Cuba, that could be in his radar, and he's already threatened the Cuban administration several times. So whether it's Cuba or some other country, that will have to be seen. But as far as Iran is concerned, they are saying clearly, US president is clearly stating that the troops will be in the region. They are not getting out. And mind you, this was one of the conditions of Iran, that they want US troops to get out of the region. So if US continues reinforcements and the troops are still there, what conditions are being met and how we can say that there is actually a ceasefire? So big questions over all the conditions, all the 10 conditions.
Absolutely. But as things stand at the moment, Vishal, reading from both sides, the narratives, the messaging that has emerged from both Washington and Iran, is it fair to say that the ceasefire is actually being negotiated under sustained coercive pressure rather than being negotiated in good faith?
Yes, there is, back channel talks going on, and it seems to be mostly pressure tactics. You have exactly pointed that out, that both the parties are seemingly pressuring Pakistan at the moment, because Pakistan was surprisingly playing the role of a mediator, and it has been harping on that tune for a while now, that Pakistan has managed to do this, has managed to do that. But both the sides, both Iran and US, they have been in the back channels trying to influence Pakistan to play the role of an actual mediator, because Iran had clearly criticized Pakistan as far as these negotiations are concerned, because they stated that even though on paper there's a deal, these talks need to be further, they need to be taken forward, which Pakistan is seemingly not doing. So this is the concern of Iran, and US also wants Pakistan to play the role of a mediator. So these questions are swirling over Pakistan as to what it is doing exactly now, because both the parties are far from being on the table.
Absolutely. Vishal, do continue to stay on with us as we decode the latest messaging emerging out of Washington. Aditya Raj Kaul also joins us this morning. Aditya, we know what's coming in from both sides. Currently, does this kind of language that's coming in from the US President Donald Trump, does it strengthen negotiating leverage, or does it put the ceasefire into more dangerous terms and terrain as we speak?
Well, Parmeshwar, this is certainly not looking good for United States or for the larger Middle East. US President Donald Trump coming up with a new warning against Iran, saying that the terms of the agreement that were reached before the ceasefire need to be agreed upon. And he says that if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open, then the shooting starts. This is clearly narrative setting and also warning coming against Iran, because yesterday you would remember that Iranian parliament speaker had put out a strong statement against the United States that what is the meaning of a ceasefire if Israel continues to pound missiles and airstrikes continue from Israel towards Lebanon, where Hezbollah is being targeted. Now, Iran's version of the ceasefire is very different from what is coming across from the United States. While Pakistan had also said that the operations will be stopped in Lebanon, Israel says that no, this was not part of the larger ceasefire agreement. So there's a huge difference of opinion that is shaping in this. We also had just a few hours ago, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of United States, who would be in fact traveling to Islamabad for the dialogue tomorrow, also come out and said that Iran has a wrong impression that the operation in Lebanon will be over. So certainly diplomatic efforts on to 24 to 30 hours of this entire ceasefire being announced, there is a complete change of thought, a change process that has emerged, and this is completely contradictory to what was told to the world by both Iran as well as United States. So currently we've seen yesterday missiles being fired by Iran towards UAE, Kuwait and Bahrain as well as Israel, and Israel also continuing one of the biggest operations that they have launched against Hezbollah in Lebanon, in which more than 100 people have been killed and many others injured as well. So clearly all is not well. What Trump and Vance have been telling the world about ceasefire and peace returning has not happened. The war perhaps continues as of now. We'll have to see what approach Iran takes, because Iran has again blocked the Strait of Hormuz, and the Strait of Hormuz is not open. The ceasefire is yet not implemented.
Many are questioning, when a ceasefire begins with this level of ambiguity, how often does it really hold? But Aditya, what should we be watching over for the next 24 hours? And just quickly, if you could cover, does the entire situation over Lebanon have the potential to derail this entire deal?
Well, Parmeshwar, one has to see what kind of a dialogue, a structured dialogue takes place in Islamabad, because Pakistan may be going across to the world trying to say that Pakistan is a peacemaker, but that is not something that the world has seen Pakistan do in the last 3 to 4 decades. Pakistan is known as a nation of sponsoring terrorism and only bloodshed and violence across the world, especially in India and Afghanistan. So will Pakistan be able to broker peace between these countries? Because one knows that Assam Munir or Shehbaz Sharif are only trying to further the script and agenda and narrative of the Trump administration and not Iran. So will that be acceptable to Iran? As of now, there have been a lot of praises for Pakistan, but J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff will be traveling to Pakistan, and we'll have to see if ceasefire really continues.
Absolutely. As always, Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with the details at the moment. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. On that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. The latest updates are lined up for you on the other side. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins you. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Well, the Prime Minister has urged national consensus on women's reservation bill just a day after the Cabinet cleared a draft amendment bill on women's reservation, with the government seeking to advance the implementation and execution of this bill that seeks to reserve 33% seats for women, also including in state assemblies. Prime Minister Modi has said that parliament session in April, starting on the 16th of April, is a historic opportunity for parties to present a national consensus on the same. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said.
मैं माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों से एक बात करना चाहता हूं। भारत ने तय किया है कि 2047 में जब हमारी आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब तक हमने विकसित भारत बना के रहना है। लेकिन मेरे 2-2.5 दशक के सरकार के मुखिया के रूप में जो मेरे अनुभव है, उस अनुभव के आधार से मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमें विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य हासिल करना है, तो हमें हमारी मातृशक्ति को, हमारी नारी शक्ति को, उनके पूर्ण सामर्थ्य का राष्ट्र के विकास में जोड़ना ही होगा। हमने कुछ वर्ष पहले नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित किया था और सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने सहमति से किया था, और सबकी इच्छा है कि 2029 में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होंगे, तब हमारे देश की नारी शक्ति को जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में लोकसभा में, विधानसभाओं में 33% स्थान मिलना ही चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं। ज्यादातर दलों ने समर्थन भी दिया है। एक बहुत ही सकारात्मक माहौल दिख रहा है। इन्हीं विषयों को लेकर के मैंने आज अखबारों में एक लेख लिखा है। मेरे अपने विचार मैंने साझा किए हैं, लेकिन मैं आज आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, आप इस लेख को जरूर पढ़ें, औरों को भी पढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करें, और हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों को प्रेरित करें, उनका उत्साहवर्धन करें कि वो उमंग के साथ 16, 17, 18 संसद में इस विशेष काम के लिए जब हम मिल रहे हैं, तो इसको पारित करें और सब मिल करके इसका जश्न मनाएं। चलिए, मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता हूं। लेख पढ़ने के बाद आपके कमेंट जरूर मुझे मिलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has put out a video seeking national consensus on advancing women's reservation at the Lok Sabha level and also in state assemblies. My colleague Akhilesh Sharma joins us with more details on this. Akhilesh, this is going to be revolutionary in Indian politics. From 543 seats, we'll go to 816. Of this, 273 seats will be reserved specifically for women. Political parties are saying that they're going to support this, but clearly the Prime Minister wants complete consensus on this. Tell me, how exactly is the BJP planning its strategy for the special session of the Parliament?
And to publicize the historical move by the Modi government to implement 33% women reservation from 2029 onwards. And for that purpose, a meeting was held by the BJP President Naveen with the BJP Chief Ministers. And apart from that, the Union Cabinet last night cleared the amendment bills to implement the 33% women reservation. And on 13th of April, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be talking to the women across the country. And apart from that, on 16th onwards, also the BJP has also checked out an elaborate plan for the publicity and also for this historical move. Basudha.
Okay, thank you, Akhilesh, for joining us with those details. We'll be keenly covering and watching that special session of the Parliament starting on the 16th of April. Moving on to other big news today. It's a blockbuster day for democracy. Well, three crucial battlegrounds, one single-phase voting and stakes that go well beyond state borders, from Kerala's backwaters in Alappuzha to the Brahmaputra Valley in Assam to Puducherry's unpredictable alliances. We are tracking turnout, flashpoints and the mood on ground throughout the day. Our reporters are out there and they're covering all the poll-bound states and union territory of Puducherry and from key swing constituencies to urban hotspots. We have my colleagues Vijay joining us from Puducherry. This is the place where TVK will have its first election. It's a triangular contest. We also have our other reporters, including Ritu, who's joining us, and Ratnadeep, who joins from Assam. Assam also an important poll-bound state, extremely crucial for Himanta Biswa Sharma's model of governance and of course Gaurav Gogoi's leadership. Stay with us for every twist in this decisive showdown, starting with all the states. It's polling day in God's own country. Kerala, 140 seats at stake. They go to polls today. In fact, voting is already underway. 833 candidates in the fray. 2.71 crore voters will decide their fate. The three big questions the people of Kerala will answer today. Can the LDF led by CM Pinarayi Vijayan score a historic hat-trick in the state of Kerala, or will the Congress-led UDF make a comeback after 10 years of being out of power? And then the big question everybody has an eye on, can the BJP finally open its tally in the state of Kerala? Remember, many constituencies are expected to be triangular contests this time, but can BJP actually convert vote share into the number of seats? The stage is all set. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has already voted. So has K.C. Venugopal, General Secretary of the Congress Party. Leader of Opposition V.D. Satishan and Rajiv Chandrasekhar have also voted. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting from Nemam this time. He's the BJP state president. V. Muralidharan, former minister, is also contesting. He's a BJP leader. He's contesting from Kayakutam. Let's first listen into what Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the most popular face of the BJP in Kerala, said today before voting.
Bharatiya Janata Party State President for Kerala and Nemam constituency candidate as well, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. Prime Minister just urged to come out in large numbers, in record-breaking numbers. Why are you calling these elections a decisive election?
Because for the last 70 years, it has been, the state's politics has been controlled by, and people's fate has been decided by the CPM and the Congress Jugalbandi. And today we have a situation where the highest unemployment in the country is in Kerala, highest inflation is in Kerala, lowest investment is in Kerala. The healthcare and the education sector are broken, children are migrating, doubling every year in terms of migration. So therefore, a lot about Kerala's politics is broken, and it is broken because of the lazy politics of the Congress and the CPM. And therefore, people want change. People are saying enough. People are saying we want our children to have a good future. And they have seen what Narendra Modi ji has done in India for the last 12 years. They have seen other states, how they are progressing. They are seeing how children are getting more opportunities in other states. So they want the same here. And it is a legitimate ask from the people of Kerala. And unfortunately for them, they were stuck with only CPM and Congress as options. And now for the first time, they see the NDA, the BJP as a real alternative for them, an alternative that is presented a Vikasita Kerala vision, a comprehensive roadmap for the growth and development of our state, which will create opportunities of jobs, it will create infrastructure investments, it will create reforms in education and healthcare. And so people are saying, look, enough is enough, we want to give BJP NDA a chance.
Will the change come in these elections, or this is preparations for the next upcoming?
The change has already started because people have taken ownership of the need of change. It's not a political slogan. People are saying enough. People are saying we want change. People are saying we want development.
In fact, joining NDTV. So 3 months, 4 times you have circled Kerala. And it's an interesting election day also.
Yes.
How do you see your possibility here?
We hope that we will come back with 100+ seats, as I said, at the beginning of the election itself. Now we have been maintaining that trend. Everywhere there is a trend in favor of UDF. Across the state. Somebody told me that the first stage it was only in the northern districts. Now it is in the middle Kerala and south Kerala. There is a large level trend.
Okay. What is the kind of numbers that you're looking at?
We hope that we will come back with 100+ seats. 100+.
Your throat has become weak. Has the campaigning ever become weak at some point of time?
No, this time
multiple times we have seen your throat getting...
no, this time my throat is okay.
It's okay.
On the local body election, I had some problems with my vocal cord. Now it is okay. Now it is okay. Everything is all right. But I reduced my weight 4 to 5 kilo.
And what is the final outcome that you see in terms of what you want to tell the people who are going to be casting
They have to participate in this democratic process.
Okay.
They will go for voting to the polling booths.
Okay. Okay.
Well, let's first tell you how important these elections are. 126 at stake in the state of Assam. Assam is specifically important because it also means referendum for Himanta Biswa Sharma's model of governance. This is BJP seeking a third term. Remember, the BJP came to power in Assam in 2016, but it was Sarbanand Sonowal who became the chief minister. Of course, the power then went on to Himanta Biswa Sharma, who was formerly with the Congress. He joined the BJP. He became the chief minister. This is Himanta Biswa Sharma seeking his second term on the basis of his narrative, his campaign that's driven not just by identity politics, but also on the larger narrative campaign around delimitation, infiltration, and also inclusive politics. Now, we'll have to wait and see how his fight with Gaurav Gogoi actually stands. Remember that Assam is extremely crucial for not just the BJP, but also for the Congress party. But the BJP on its own has never been able to hit the majority mark of 64. This time, this is the first assembly election happening after, of course, the delimitation exercise. So all eyes on what the results are. Let me also take you through what Kerala is all about. Kerala, 140 seats at stake here. And if you look at what happened last time, the LDF won 93 seats. This was LDF coming back to power and breaking that historical tradition of Kerala alternating between LDF and UDF. This was the COVID year. LDF, led by Pinarayi Vijayan, won 93 seats. UDF was reduced to 40 seats. So this has been 10 years of LDF, Pinarayi Vijayan in power. The swing seats are, of course, CPM has about 4, Congress has about 3, and ML, which is the Muslim League, which actually has a lot of influence around the Malabar region, especially around in and around Kasaragod and Malappuram, has about 1 seat. The regions are specifically important here because central Kerala is where the Christian communities have a large role to play, and this is where the LDF won about 26 seats, and this is where the UDF hopes to get its maximum gains from this time, and also in North Kerala, because remember there are districts like Kozhikode which the Congress party has not won since the last 20 years. The South Kerala part, which is seen as the Travancore region, is specifically important because this is where the BJP hopes to make a lot of mark with specific seats like Nemam, Katakuyam, Vattivurkavu. The BJP is hoping to at least make some mark here, not just in terms of vote share alone, but also in terms of actual votes. The voter turnout till 9 a.m. is around 16.2%. Assam voter turnout is around 18.9%. Puducherry, which is also voting, 30 seats at stake here, has recorded a voter turnout of 17.4%. Let me go across to my colleague Ritu now, who joins us from Kerala. Ritu, this is a crucial battle for Pinarayi Vijayan. How is his legacy going to be written? But more importantly, also for the people of Kerala, because when I was in Kerala, I could see that people want change, but that the CPM's voter base is also not very, enthusiastic about voting for another party like the UDF. So clearly, while the UDF has its chances, the LDF is also fighting back. What is the mood on ground there?
Well, you have rightly pointed out, you see, that's what very similar sense that we are really getting over here as well at this point in time on the ground where we are right now in Kochi. Therein, and you see how that the voters are in fact turning up in a huge numbers as well. As you also, mentioned this a while back, that how that the turnout of the voters this time remains to be very better than what it was in 2021, almost around 16% of that of a voting percentage. Back then it was around 13% at exact this time around, you see. But however, you see, there are various local matters which are on the minds of the voters as well. Somewhere, you see, we did try and speak about this to the LDF leaders as well as the UDF as well on the day of the voting, because this really matters a lot, because an end moment of their thought is also very crucial for us to understand as well. But of course, the LDF remains to be very confident, saying that in the Kerala once again that they will go on to secure the third consecutive victory. In fact, but all that on the day of result, it would become more clear that what that the voters really had to speak out as well. But on the other side, there's a huge anti-incumbency that the LDF is also facing, which has really given that sort of a confidence to the UDF as well, or for that matter the NDA as well, that they will be really able to make their way out this time as well. But again, you see, it's all that the fate of these parties would be decided on the day of results of what exactly that the Kerala voters had really spoken as well. But here we are right now waiting for a popular actor, Mammootty, to really come here to cast his vote, because this is his booth where he would be coming in a short while now, is what we are given to understand. But more importantly, as you pointed out, you see, the fate of these leaders would really be decided of result of what that the voters are really going to cast as in the form
right.
Of
it's an interesting battle out there in Kerala. Let me go across to my colleague Ratnadeep, who joins us. Ratnadeep, what is the mood on ground in Assam today?
That's right. In fact, right from the morning, we did see people queuing up in this way in large number, despite the weather being inclement. In fact, there have been a heavy shower of rain just a while back. Already till 9 a.m., voting percentage has been more than 18%. In fact, we are coming to you from Jalukbari, from Garal area, where a short while from now, the Chief Minister would come to cast his vote. And we have a mother and a daughter. They have come out after casting their vote. Remember, in Assam this time, out of 2.5 crore voters, 50% of them have been women, and women have been seen at the forefront of campaigning as well. आपसे बात करते हैं, इस बार हमने देखा कैंपेन के टाइम महिलाओं ने बढ़ के पार्टिसिपेट किया. इस बार ये एक मॉडल पोलिंग बूथ है. कैसा लग रहा है माहौल?
अच्छा लग रहा है बहुत. और क्या बोले, वोट देने के लिए बहुत एक्साइट था यहाँ पे. पहले हम मालीगांव था, यहाँ पे ट्रांसफर करके लेके आए. और हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा यहाँ पे है, इसलिए हम लोग यहाँ पे ट्रांसफर करके लेके आए.
So there you are, some people actually transferring their votes because the Chief Minister's constituency this time after delimitation had included this area. Very interesting. What's your name and where do you study?
My name is Rijushmita De and I studied at Dream Zone, Dispur. Yeah, and currently I'm doing graphic designing animation.
So this time in the campaign, we saw both the Congress and the BJP really putting a lot of emphasis on youngsters. And how did you perceive the campaign and the government that will come? What would be the expectation of youngsters like you?
अच्छा ही होगा जो होगा, only I can say that.
So there you are, youngsters feel that it is going to be for their good.
Youngsters seem to be driving the mood there. We also have Mahua Chatterjee, senior journalist, joining us in the studio here. Mahua, you've covered the BJP and political parties for a long time. Explain to us the importance of this election, not just for the left, but also for the Congress party.
Well, if you're talking Kerala, then I'll say that, like you mentioned a little while ago, how the typical swing that Kerala takes, which is one tenure after the other, it's UDF, LDF. So last time that pattern had been broken and left did a 2 consecutive term. So, but I am told this Kerala election is supposed to go down to the wire because the left is fighting hard to go in for a third term, which would be a historic episode. And the Congress is also putting in its best to make sure that even if it's after the second term, at least there will be change and they will get their turn.
And in Assam, Mahua, do you think that it's a done deal? What is it going to be?
In Assam, yeah, it looks more or less like that. I was reading in today's papers that last night one of their, tribal candidates has, I mean, he can't officially quit because of the technicalities, but then he's refused to be in the race. Yeah. I mean, these kind of things, I don't know, they could be. Sometimes there are aberrations, but these definitely sound sound bad for the party which is trying to recover some ground.
So many lessons for the Congress party there, because like Mahua is also pointing out, defections have been a crucial point in the narrative that the BJP has built, because several leaders of the Congress party also quit to join the BJP. Vijay joins us from Puducherry. The same thing seemed to be happening even when it came to the sitting legislators joining TVK in Puducherry. Vijay, that's been one phenomenon we did not see in Tamil Nadu, which is why Vijay seems to be far more confident about Puducherry. This is also the first election that he's fighting. What does the scene look like?
That's right, Vasudha. TVK Chief Vijay's party, Tamaraga Vetrikalagam, going to play a very crucial role in Puducherry Union Territory election, because this is the first time after long time Puducherry is witnessing three-cornered contest between NR Congress, Congress DMK Alliance and Tamaraga Vetrikalagam. And also, remember many confusions happened just before the election in terms of forming alliance in both the sides. And Tamaraga Vetrikalagam have attracting youth, though youth voters. So what would be the crucial role played by the Tamaraga Vetrikalagam? We have to wait and see. As we speak, just now Puducherry CM Rangasamy casted his vote, and he is also coming out of his residence also. Let's try to speak with him. Sir, he's boarding his car, and let's try to speak with him. Rangasamy just casted his vote, and as we speak, this is clearly witnessing a three-cornered fight, and Vijay is going to play a very crucial role, Vasudha.
Rangasamy, who heads the All India NR Congress backed by the NDA, Kishle Bhattacharya joins us as a senior journalist. Kishle Bhattacharya, thank you so much for being part of this broadcast. What do you think is at stake here, sir? Which party has more to lose? Because clearly, while we talk about the legacy of Pinarayi Vijayan, the Congress also has much to prove, both in Assam and in Kerala.
Well, I think, it is going to be very interesting electorally to see whether the LDF can do this hat trick, because that would really change a lot of electoral math. For the BJP, of course, they would be happy to even, get some foothold out there. Congress survival, I think, depends. I mean, for Congress, it's a really important election in all the states of how much ground they can recover. We are still in the realm of speculation till today. I mean, so we can speculate. I think elections are a day when we should be able to at least register that sense of, celebration, as they say. And I would like to, point out that in Assam, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, it was unimaginable for people to actually come out and vote without fear. Now, that is an era that people have forgotten. However, we should have moved to a more peaceful era in Assam. Instead of that, I think the demagoguery has been so lowbrow, particularly with Himanta Biswa Sarma and the BJP, who seems to be on a good seat, on a good batting wicket, and yet the entire election has been so polarized. Absolutely. Using language which is absolutely unacceptable. There's a lot of impunity that was at play on the ruling party out here. And that,
on just a striking, contesting note, at least in Kerala, all the parties came together on the last day of the polling campaign in part of this ritual called Kalashikutam, where all parties waved their flags. So that was something that was interesting to see. Probably that's also a sign of, states which invest a lot in educating people. But yes, thank you so much. I get your point. Thank you, Mahua, and thank you, Kishle, for joining us. It's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We're going to get you details of what the US president has said in regard to fresh threats to Iran as the Strait of Hormuz is shut again. Do remember, Iran has said that the strait is open and that it will be reopened, and that was the point on which they'd agreed to that ceasefire for the next 2 weeks. What's happening? It seems to be all on shaky grounds. We're going to get you details. First, the headlines. US President issues a fresh threat to Iran as the Strait of Hormuz is shut again, says the US military will stay around Iran till the ceasefire deal is implemented in full measure. That is what is being said, and adding that shooting will get, this is bigger and better if Iran does not comply with the deal. And that is what is being said in this regard. Iran speaker alleges ceasefire violation, points to strikes in Lebanon and raids on uranium enrichment being ignored. US Vice President says ceasefires are always messy, and that is what he said. JD Vance there speaking on the matter. And Donald Trump hits out at NATO allies, saying NATO wasn't there when needed. Reports suggesting that Trump is considering withdrawing troops from few of the NATO nations. And Iran media says that the Strait of Hormuz is shut again due to continuing strikes in Lebanon. Iran blocks tankers once again at the choke point of the Strait of Hormuz. And polling begins in battleground states of Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. LDF looking to retain Kerala for a historic third term. It's BJP versus the Congress that's been pitched in a battle in Assam. Let's get you breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Trump's post on the war with Iran. Do remember there's a ceasefire in place, saying that there's no nuclear weapons that was agreed upon. It was agreed that the strait will be open. The strait that has now been shut. Our military is resting, is what Donald Trump has said on the position that the United States is taking. If the strait doesn't open, shooting will start, is what Donald Trump is saying. So the US to keep the military assets around Iran, and that is the breaking news coming in. The army to stay till the rest of the deal is worked upon. If Hormuz doesn't open, then shooting will start, is what the US president is saying. So the United States to keep military assets around Iran, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement is reached in full and final compliance. If not for any reason, then it is highly unlikely that the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed a long time ago, and despite all of the fake rhetorics to the contrary, no nuclear weapons at the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. In the meantime, our great military is loading up and resting, looking forward actually to its next conquest. America is back, is what Donald Trump has gone ahead and said. We have our colleagues. Let's go across. We have Nazir joining us from Lebanon. We also have Pradeep Datta joining us from Tel Aviv. Pradeep, over to you first. Let's talk about the situation on the ground, because, you know, Lebanon is the point of contention because there have been strikes that Israel has continued to carry out on Lebanon, which is why now the strait has been closed again, because this is a point that Iran has not agreed upon, even though the United States is saying that this was not part of the deal. Lebanon was exempted from the deal. Pradeep, take us through the details.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Right now, all I can say is that uncertainty looms large over this fragile truce that these countries have agreed upon. Within 24 hours, I can see that there are not many differences, especially over Lebanon, because Iran is insisting that the ceasefire need to be extended to Lebanon, while as White House as well as Benjamin Netanyahu, they have made it clear that Lebanon was never a part of the ceasefire. So now the United States of America has come up with a very strong statement. You have seen that what Donald Trump has written on the social media platform. He has clearly indicated he has taken a tough stand. He's using the stick and carrot policy, because initially he said that they are going to wipe out civilization. Then he's promised of having a golden era in West Asia. And now when the Strait of Hormuz is closed, because Iran said that they are violating ceasefire by targeting Lebanon, because yesterday we saw that at 100 places the bombardment took place, because of which 254 people lost their lives. It's because of that reason they had closed the Strait of Hormuz. So now Trump has shot back. He said that without any conditions, Strait of Hormuz is to be opened if they will not comply with the things, because already we have got ammunition, aircraft, military there on spot. So they are ready for any kind of a lethal destruction and prosecution of substantially degraded enemy. This is the kind of a language that Donald Trump is using. That means Donald Trump says that without any condition, they will have to comply with the opening of this economic corridor, the waterway corridor. That's really very important. Because then the second thing is that because they are totally against imposing any toll tax, many of the countries feel that it should not only be safe passage, but it should also be free passage. And Benjamin Netanyahu has also made it clear, keeping in view their security concern. They are saying that they will not allow Hezbollah to raise their heads. So this can't be a part of the ceasefire deal. Ceasefire is all about Iran. Ceasefire is all about other Gulf countries, but has nothing to do with Hezbollah, because they will continue bombarding that area. They will not allow them to raise their ugly head, because if they will allow them and give them a space, they'll once again assemble. They will once again start targeting Israel. Then it will be very difficult. So right now, all I can say that there are several roadblocks and several differences that need to be ironed out. Only then this deal can succeed, because Araqchi has said it is up to United States of America whether they want to continue with truce or they want to continue with war via Israel.
Right, Pradeep, let's go across to our colleague Aditya Rajkol as well. Aditya, you've been tracking, the conflict since the start of it from Tel Aviv. You're back home here in India now, but take us through, the dotted line before that's even signed, because 24 hours to go before in-person talks take place in Pakistan, in Islamabad. But it is JD Vance who said, that ceasefires are messy, and that is what we are seeing at the moment. But, shutting down the strait is going to have repercussions. Are those talks even going to take place, considering the fact that Iran is not going to reopen the strait if the strikes on Lebanon do not stop? And that is something that Israel hasn't stopped. In fact, there have been 100 missiles that have been used in this 24-hour period.
Well, that's right, Divya. All is not well when it comes to the ceasefire that's been announced both by US and Iran. Within 24 hours of the ceasefire, we're seeing missiles still being fired. Israel still, conducting operation in Lebanon. In fact, one of the most deadliest of ones, in which hundreds of people have been killed or injured in Lebanon. At the same time, we've also seen threats coming in from Iran as well as United States. The latest statement from Donald Trump indicating that if Iran does not open Strait of Hormuz or give commitment on no nuclear weapons, then the ceasefire will not hold. There will be a bigger attack and shooting will begin. Tomorrow is the day when J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner visit Islamabad for the dialogue process to begin on a larger agreement on peace and ceasefire. But will it hold? Doesn't seem like that any party is interested in a larger ceasefire or peace, because nobody is willing to compromise on their aspects that they want in this entire war, including Strait of Hormuz, including security guarantees. So clearly the war continues as of now, and missiles are still being pounded against each other.
Right, let's get in our colleague Nazir joining us from Lebanon. Shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before, is what Donald Trump is warning of, Nazir. Both sides not backing down now, and of course this is getting murkier as we come closer to that in-person conversation that's going to be taking place in Islamabad in Pakistan in 24 hours time from now.
That could be the positioning of different sides, but the fact is it is really mayhem and devastation here in Lebanon. It has seen the highest number of strikes. Imagine 100 bombings within 10 minutes. And it caused mayhem, it caused destruction. Initial reports, 250 people are killed. Many are trapped under debris. 1,100 injured have reached hospital. As we speak, drones are the fighter jets of Israel are hovering over the Beirut skies. So it is, no one knows what would happen next moment, where Israel is going to bomb. And that's why this place, Lebanon, is now holding the whole ceasefire hostage. And it is clearly that Netanyahu has made it very clear that Lebanon is not included in ceasefire. Pakistan, the mediator, its prime minister saying it is included, and he has asked all the parties to exercise restraint. United States again saying no, it is not, there's some misunderstanding. Iran has sent message, not directly, but through media, that if you don't, include Lebanon in ceasefire, then we may close the Strait of Hormuz. So then the United States president's threat, and we all see it's only now hanging over this Lebanon thread. We have to see what
separate skirmish is what Donald Trump describes it as, and says, of course, as part of the deal, which basically means that strikes will continue as far as Hezbollah and Lebanon is concerned. Nazir reporting from Lebanon. Well, we will keep coming back to Nazir, Aditya and Pradeep. Let's talk about the situation on the ground as we talk about, that ceasefire that has started as of yesterday for the period of 2 weeks' time. But it looks very shaky. A freshwater burst that is threatening that fragile ceasefire, with the US President Donald Trump there warning American forces will stay deployed around Iran until a real agreement is fully honored. Trump says Any violation, which basically means this is closing off that strait, could trigger overwhelming military action. Military that is standing by, that is resting at the moment, is what Donald Trump has said, insisting on no nuclear weapons and a fully open Strait of Hormuz. Those are the two conditions that, the United States has agreed upon as far as that 2-week truce deal is concerned. The shooting starts if these terms are broken, is what Donald Trump has said. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker has cast a doubt when it comes to those talks, calling the truce talks unreasonable, accusing Washington of breaching 3 key conditions, including continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon. He has also claimed that the United States breached 3 elements of Iran's framework, citing continued Israeli strikes, whether it's in Lebanon, a reported drone incursion into Iranian airspace after the truce deal was reached upon, and the US is, refusing to accept any uranium enrichment. Do remember, Vice President J.D. Vance of the United States has pushed back, calling it a misunderstanding and saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. Like Donald Trump said, a separate skirmish, not part of the deal. In fact, it was made very, very clear. Vance there also taking an aim at Iran's uranium stance and saying that having a right doesn't mean it should be exercised under a deal. A sharp escalation in rhetoric. How threatening is this? Now threatening to derail the already fragile diplomacy. In fact, he gave, an example of, comparing this deal, having a right and not being able to exercise it, is something that he compared with his wife wanting to jump out of a plane and wanting to go skydiving. Listen in.
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon, okay? And again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really, fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. The second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Right, Aditya Rajkal and Nazir back with us. Aditya, over to you in regard to the agreement that's reached upon. And of course, the people who will be involved in the agreement that's going to be taking place, hopefully, in Islamabad, in Pakistan, that's going to be taking place tomorrow. We do know J.D. Vance is going to be fronting it along with the son-in-law of Trump and Steve Witkoff, who all are going to be there from the Iranian side.
Well, certainly it's not going to be an easy road for the ceasefire and the larger debate around how the deal would be reached in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But clearly there's a 2-week ceasefire that was announced just about 24 to 30 hours ago, but that isn't standing. I mean, there's a huge difference of opinion that continues between Iran and US and Israel on the operation majorly in Lebanon that's underway right now. Israel says that's not part of the deal. US says that's not part of the deal. But Iran says that is basic commitment that the war in Iran is over, but also on other fronts that includes the proxies of Iran as well, particularly Hezbollah, that's been acting from Lebanon for a very, very long time. We've seen over the last 2 to 3 years, continuously Israel, IDF engaging with the Hezbollah, trying to eliminate their top leadership. But now, in the last few weeks, there's been a rise in the operation. Now, tomorrow is the day in Islamabad. There will be the beginning of the dialogue process between Iran and US that will be mediated by Pakistan. We'll have Jared Kushner and, of course, Steve Witkoff, led by J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, visiting Pakistan. They would be landing in Islamabad shortly. And from the Iranian side, we will, of course, have the Iranian speaker of the parliament who's leading the negotiation and a few other leaders from the Iranian government. But clearly, when such difference of opinion exists and the war continues, several countries in the region also talking about how missiles and drones are still landing from the Iranian side to UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, and other places. And of course, Iran says that drone had come to their territory as well. Does this really mean that this is a ceasefire? Because the war only continues. There is no consensus that has been developed, and Trump really threatening that the consequences would be much more worse for Iran if they do not give the commitment. So as of now, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, remains blockaded completely. There is no consensus on that. And the road ahead, as I said, would be very, very difficult to really hold.
Right, Aditya, thank you so much for getting us those details. Let's just go across to Pradeep Datta joining us from Tel Aviv. Pradeep, that plan, the 10-point plan that Iran came up with was thrown out of the window, and then they came up with a more reasonable plan. They are the ones who agreed to opening the strait. And now, with the US there saying that Lebanon was never part of the deal, or it was made very clear that the bombardments would continue in Lebanon. That's a separate skirmish, like the President of the United States has been terming it. And yet we are seeing that Iran there has now closed the strait because they're the ones who opened it. They're the ones who came up with a reasonable plan. And not to forget, Netanyahu saying that they still have their finger on the trigger. And that is something that they're waiting for. They're saying that, Iran is weaker than ever before. So Israel, they're only towing the line because of the United States. And they're saying that we are continuing with our attacks on Lebanon because that was never part of the deal.
See, Divya, what's still important for the success of ceasefire is the one, that is commitment, and second is the consensus. But all these countries have failed to reach a kind of a consensus so far as the Lebanon is concerned. Because as you rightly said, that both White House as well as Israel is maintaining that Lebanon is not a part of the deal. And that's one of the reasons that right now the ceasefire seems only on paper, because both the sides keep on exchanging missiles on each other. We have seen that Operation Israel is continuing in Lebanon area, and the same way that many of the Gulf countries are being targeted by Iran, there are reports that drone attacks are continuing. So in such a situation, there is tomorrow's, in fact, the meeting has to iron out so many different differences that exist between these countries. So there's a very big task for J.D. Vance and his team, Witkoff and Kushner, who will be going to Islamabad for the first time, that they will be meeting face to face. Because till date, what we had seen, that intermediary had been passing on messages to either side, and now it will be for the time first face to face that the Iranian delegates as well as the Americans will be meeting, and they will be trying to iron out difference. They will try to look into things. But look at the kind of a language that, in fact, that Donald Trump is using. It's a kind of a stick and carrot policy. Because why is this stick and carrot policy? Because sometimes he's very harsh towards them and trying to exert pressure on them. And then next moment, he is again putting out a message where he's trying to be very sweet. He said that we are going to wipe out civilization. Then he's promised a kind of a golden era there in Middle East. And now again, he's saying that we are there to prosecute and target substantially degraded enemy. So this is the language they are using. In such a situation, a little bit it will get difficult whether they have to reach any kind of a consensus. Let's see, hoping against the hope, because at the end of the day, it's going to be better for the world. Because already India has said that the only way forward is de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy. Otherwise, it will lead to destruction and devastation.
Right. Thank you so much, Pradeep, for getting us all the very latest on the situation that continues to unfold before talks that are to take place on the 10th. That's tomorrow in Pakistan. Now, let's, talk about the deal that has been worked upon. It was Donald Trump who said we have agreed to suspend the bombings for 2 weeks' time, and that was the announcement that was made on his social media platform, the Truth Social. Now, Iran on its side said the attacks have stopped and we will halt defensive operations. Do remember, the United States stopped, and therefore Iran said we are also going to be stopping our operations. Trump, they're saying this will be a double-sided ceasefire that's in effect for 2 weeks' time. This is a truce deal that was reached upon. Iran said this does not mean it's the end of the war. Now, Trump, they're saying that they have been met with, and they have exceeded all military objectives, and that is what is the claim that was being made by the United States side, that they have met with their objectives as far as their military objectives are concerned. In fact, they've exceeded those objectives as well. Iran saying our forces have achieved a historic victory, and that is the stand that Iran is taking. Trump saying almost all points of contentions have been agreed upon, but at first, there was a 10-point peace plan that was, brought up by Iran, and that was thrown out. But they came back with another plan, which was more reasonable, which was agreed upon, in which they agreed to open the strait. So all these points were worked upon before, and of course, Pakistan was a mediator, taking those messages back and forth. Now, Iran there says talks are only going to take place on the basis of Iran's principles, and that is the key point here. Trump there saying that the 2 weeks pause is basically to finalize a peace deal. That is the stand that Donald Trump has taken. Now, the 2 weeks are to negotiate. The war can continue, is what Iran is saying on their part. Now, Trump there saying you have to open the strait. Do remember yesterday the strait was open, and there was also a possibility of charging toll when it comes to the vessels that would be crossing Oman, and Iran, in coordination would be charging a toll is what was being worked upon. And then this ceasefire holds only if the strait is opened. Now today, the strait has been shut by Iran because firing has continued. In fact, there are 100 missiles that were fired in Lebanon in a matter of 10 minutes. So now Iran there, that's saying that Strait of Hormuz access is under Iran's coordination alone. Trump there agreeing to suspend the bombing for 2 weeks, and the attacks that have, both sides have held off those attacks. But now, of course, is the point of contention, and this makes it very, very shaky. The ceasefire that's on shaky grounds, in fact. My colleague Vishal decodes it for us as to what can really transpire if those conditions aren't met.
Well, there are many ways we can say that this is a fragile ceasefire and it's on a shaky ground. We'll look at a list of items that prove that this is far from, at the end of war. The first one is that Israel-Lebanon front is still active. US and Israel have collectively said Lebanon is not part of the deal. But what is interesting here is that Iran clearly says Lebanon must be included, and also the fact that Pakistan had said in the beginning when the fragile ceasefire was announced that ceasefire covers Lebanon. So this is a crucial point. There seems to be a big debate on this. And this other one is that strategic tensions still continue. Iran has closed Hormuz after the attacks on Lebanon. So this is another contentious point. And US had clearly stated that Hormuz will reopen as soon as the ceasefire deal kicks in. That has not happened. And there are inconsistencies as far as uranium is concerned, because Trump had claimed that Iran won't be enriching uranium. That is not the case. Iran has clearly stated in the proposal that it seeks acceptance of uranium enrichment. That is one of the key proposals that Iran has given out. And there are also ongoing strikes going on. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they've all reported attacks in the wake of the announcement of ceasefire. So these are some of the biggest highlights that seem to indicate that it is far from, the peace and calm in the area, and we'll have to have some more, detailings and some more talks as far as the ceasefire is concerned. It will take some time before we see the end of the war.
Big news coming in, and this is Hezbollah there reacting to the strikes that have taken place in Lebanon. In fact, Hezbollah there on their part saying it's been made very, very clear that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire, and the ceasefire must apply to Lebanon. And that is a position that was declared, and there's no ambiguity there. Iran there entering into a ceasefire on one front with others without ensuring that all other fronts objected to this aggression imposed by the US and Israel are included. In fact, Iran will not accept entering into that ceasefire unless or until Lebanon was part of the deal, is what Hezbollah is saying. In fact, the president of Lebanon was in fact contacted by Iran, and he confirmed that no agreement will be reached upon unless or until it included Lebanon. This was a position that was declared. There is no interpretation, there's no speculation here, and that is what is being said by Hezbollah. Let's listen in to what has been said.
يحترم الإسرائيلي هذا الأمر أم لا يحترمه هذا شيء آخر، ولكن بالوثائق اللي تم التوصل إلى بالإعلان اللي حكي رئيس الوزراء الباكستاني، لبنان هو جزء من هذا الاتفاق، وبالتالي وقف إطلاق النار يجب أن يسري على لبنان كما يسري في أي مكان آخر. هذا كلام لا لبس فيه أبدا. وأضيف إلى هذا الكلام أن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عرقشي عندما اتصل بالرئيس بري هو أكد له أنه نحن أي اتفاق سيكون يعني هذا موقف معلن ليس فيه اجتهاد ولا تأويل ولا أي شيء، أنه إيران لن تقبل بأن تذهب إلى وقف إطلاق نار على الجبهة مع الآخرين دون أن تكون مشمولة كل الجبهات الأخرى اللي عم تتعرض لهذا العدوان المفروض من أمريكا وإسرائيل.
نعم. Israelis honor this or not, whether they respect this matter or not, is another issue. But from the documents and from the announcement made by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Lebanon was part of the agreement, and therefore the ceasefire must apply to Lebanon. And that is something that has just been said by Hezbollah, the Hezbollah officer there, talking on the matter, making it very, very clear that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire deal, and which is how this deal was reached upon. And it is impossible for Iran to have agreed to come into a ceasefire deal which did not include Lebanon, and that is something that the Hezbollah officer was just heard saying. So this official of Hezbollah there making it very clear as far as the stand, saying there is no ambiguity, there is no speculation in the matter. This is the position that is going to be made very, very clear as far as the Israeli side is concerned. Let's get in my colleague Vishal. Vishal, this is very contradictory to what the US president has said, what JD Vance has said. They have said that Lebanon was not part of the deal. That's a separate skirmish. But here we have the Hezbollah official there making it very clear that it was, Iran, as Foreign Minister Rakshi made it very, very clear to the leader of Lebanon that Lebanon is part of the deal and that there would be no strikes on Lebanon.
Yes, Iran has made it quite clear that Lebanon needs to be part of the whole ceasefire deal, but that's not the case clearly, because even though Pakistan in the beginning also said Pakistan has, portrayed itself as one of the mediators, one of the key mediators, even Pakistan stated that Lebanon is part of a wider ceasefire deal, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The biggest attack that was mounted on Lebanese soil in the last 5 weeks of the war was yesterday, in the wake of the ceasefire deal's announcement. So it's on shaky ground, of course, and Hezbollah, right after the deal was announced, had indicated that even it was willing to lay their arms down and it was willing to work with authorities. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem to be happening because Israel wants to finish off whatever remains of Hezbollah's operations. Many splinter groups are still operational, and many reports indicate that Israel wants to use this opportunity to finish off whatever remains of Hezbollah. Hezbollah still has in its arsenal hundreds of thousands of rockets that it's still firing. So it will have to be seen how far Israel takes this forward, because many reports also indicate that Israel was not on board with the talks, with the ceasefire talks till the last moment. So Netanyahu was surprised when the deal was announced.
Right, Vishal, Hezbollah making it very clear and reiterating what Iran has been saying, and therefore Iran has in fact taken action. They have shut down the strait because attacks have continued. We're talking about 100 missiles that have been fired in Lebanon in a matter of 10 minutes. There have been many casualties. Many people have been injured as well. Now let's talk about this 2-week ceasefire that was agreed upon between the two sides, US and Iran, that the strikes have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, including Beirut, Tyre, and also other parts, and the strikes have continued particularly in the southern part of Lebanon. And Israeli forces there, they have killed at least 254 people across Lebanon in the country's most devastating day of conflict after the US and Iran agreed to that truce, that temporary truce of 2 weeks. Now, reports are suggesting Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreed upon ceasefire and unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks, which were to take place tomorrow in Pakistan, if Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end. In this first address after the truce, it's Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who said that the strikes on Lebanon and Hezbollah would not stop, as Lebanon was not part of what was agreed upon in that truce. Now, White House press secretary has also said that that all parties involved were aware that Lebanon was not part of the truce and that the next round of talks in Pakistan would be key. Will those talks even be taking place? Is that something that we need to consider at this point in time as far as the conflict is concerned? That ceasefire that's in place, but Iran there shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is something which is going to be the violation of what was really agreed upon here in the first place. So amid the US-Iran ceasefire, Israel that continues its offensive in Lebanon with fresh strikes hitting different parts of Lebanon. It is Nazir Masoodi, my colleague, reporting from Ground Zero, from the front lines, where at least 8 people have been killed in the latest attack. We're talking about more than 250 people who have been attacked in the last 24 hours alone.
Minutes after US President Donald Trump's ceasefire announcement, Israel carried out a major attack here in Lebanon. This place is called Saidun in south of Lebanon, and several people have been killed here. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. And Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. So clearly Israel saying this ceasefire would not include Lebanon, so Israel will continue targeting Lebanon. For the last 1 month, there have been more than 1,500 people have been killed, 100 of them, children. They are medical workers, doctor, and they have been killed. Journalists, even the UN peacekeeping force personnel. So this is the latest attack here in Lebanon, South Lebanon, when everybody was hoping that now the ceasefire has been announced and now the people's lives will be saved. But look at this, what has happened. It was a busy marketplace here in Saidun, but this is what is here. So always Israel talks about they are targeting Hamas, Hezbollah here in Lebanon. But clearly it would not be Hezbollah in every cafe and in this busy marketplace. And they would be killing and then claiming everybody is Hezbollah. So this is actually happening here again and again, and busy, congested places are being also targeted, marketplaces in the name of fighting Hezbollah. Most of the time we see innocent people are being killed. Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. They are also hitting the civilian areas. But here, as I can tell you, here in this area, busy marketplace, a coffee shop that has been targeted, in which there have been several people have been killed. Initial reports say 8. There are reports of more casualties. Several injured have been shifted to hospital. So when it comes to ceasefire, it's clearly not a good news for the Lebanon so far, as Israel has said that the ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon, and the attacks on Lebanon and civilian facilities here continue even after the ceasefire announcement.
Right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us that report from the front lines in Lebanon. Do stay safe. And now it's day 2 of that fragile ceasefire in West Asia. All parties, including Iran and the United States, continue to remain on the edge. And as President of the United States, Donald Trump, on one hand, he has promised to work closely with Iran. However, has remained adamant on his no uranium enrichment condition. On the Strait of Hormuz, Trump has said that the United States will be hanging around Iran and assured that the U.S. will help build up traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, too, seemed confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of the ceasefire. The Iranian response to the United States' bravado has been equally strong. Mujtaba Khamenei's advisor claimed that the IRGC is at the highest levels of readiness to retaliate to any miscalculation by the United States, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole. Listen in to the reactions coming in.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Now, it's been 24 hours since the announcement that was made by Donald Trump. Tensions have surged again. Iran has reportedly closed the Strait of Hormuz following fresh Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Reports said that Iran acted after Israel fired 100 missiles in a matter of 10 minutes, continuing operations against Hezbollah. Over 250 people have been killed, hundreds have been injured, triggering an outrage in Tehran. Meanwhile, in a new twist, Iran may impose a $1 per barrel toll on oil passing through the Strait of Hormuz, possibly even demanding payments in cryptocurrency. There are also reports suggesting a potential US-Iran toll arrangement that could be reached upon, an unlikely partnership after weeks of conflict, 40 days of conflict. And here we have perhaps a deal which includes, charging that fee from the vessels crossing the strait. Here's the impact. Each tanker could pay between $300,000 to $3 million, with nearly 20 million barrels passing daily. Iran could generate around 250 million every single day. We're talking about $20 million every single day that Iran could earn just by the vessels crossing that strait. Let's listen into what the White House and what J.D. Vance had to say.
Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Speaking on the matter, and now we have breaking news coming in, and this is Israel there that was not informed of the US-Iran deal. That is what is being said. And that is, let's just get you the latest as far as the Wall Street Journal article there reporting on Israel being upset over their exclusion. Israel officials are unhappy with the deal, and which is why perhaps they are continuing with their attacks when it comes to Lebanon. Vishal, perhaps Israel, they're not reading the deal, as far as Lebanon is concerned, because Iran on their side has made it very, very clear that Lebanon has been part of this deal. While the United States now is refuting that claim, but here we have a Wall Street Journal post saying that Israel was completely kept out of that deal, and which is what has made Israel very upset over the exclusion.
Yes, and Israel had made its intention very clear when the war started that there won't be any relenting as far as Hezbollah's attacks are concerned, because this is an opportunity for Netanyahu to finish off the operation that began in November 2024 when the big war with Lebanon with Hezbollah was happening. Even though ceasefire was struck between both the parties, but there have been on and off attacks, and Netanyahu had seized this opportunity to mount many more attacks and huge attacks. Yesterday saw the biggest attack in the last 5 weeks of the war, and suddenly he got to know that there will be a ceasefire, and it was only after a phone call by the US president that he got to know that there will be a ceasefire, and that is what sort of rattled him, that he was not included in the talks. And that's what is seemingly, that the contentious point is. And the report clearly mentions that Israeli officials were unhappy with the terms of the agreement, and Israeli officials were displeased with their exclusion from the decision making. So it's clearly mentioned. These are, of course, unofficial reports. These are US media reports that we've picked up that seem to indicate that Israel was not even informed of these talks, and the nature of the talks were only conveyed to the Israeli side when Trump called Netanyahu personally, and that is what Israel is miffed about. Israel doesn't want this war to stop because, as I mentioned, it's an opportunity. It's a lifetime opportunity for Israel to finish off Hezbollah, which is already on its knees.
Right, Vishal, you've been talking about the talks that took place in order to reach that ceasefire agreement, which is in place only for a matter of 2 weeks. And before all of this comes to an end, there are going to be talks that are going to be taking place in person. And that is what the White House has confirmed, that critical US and Iran talks are taking place in Islamabad tomorrow, the 10th of April. White House press secretary went ahead and made that announcement saying that President Trump is sending his team to negotiate with the Iranian side. And that team will include J.D. Vance as well as Steve Witkoff and also the son-in-law, that is Mr. Kushner, of Donald Trump. The Iranian side will reportedly be presented by the parliament speaker, but there is a catch. Iran has put Lebanon ceasefire as a condition for talks. Reports are saying that Iran has threatened basically to walk out and not go ahead with the talks if Israeli attacks on Lebanon continue. Meanwhile, both US and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have maintained that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire deal. That was never part of the negotiations that took place in order to reach that temporary truce. Let's get you more breaking news coming in at the moment. So we have breaking news coming in of Australian Prime Minister there is reacting, in fact, as far as the ceasefire deal is concerned. Anthony Albanese there speaking on the matter, saying it's a very fragile situation as far as the ceasefire is concerned, and that must apply to Lebanon as well. That is what the Australian Prime Minister has said when it comes to a ceasefire. It's an important step and that it's a fragile situation, and therefore this must include Lebanon as well. So there we have, foreign reaction coming about of a world leader, the Australian Prime Minister. They're speaking on the matter. Let's listen in to Mr. Albanese.
Australian government also firmly believes that this has to apply to Lebanon as well. We want to see peace in this region.
Well, Anthony Albanese there saying that Lebanon should be included and be part of that deal, of that ceasefire, which is in place for 2 weeks' time, but on shaky ground at the moment. We're going to get you all the details on the other side. Do stay with us, slipping into a very short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive uniquely in the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra.
Well, let's get you the latest as far as the poll-bound state of Kerala is concerned. And this is a blockbuster day of democracy. 3 crucial battlegrounds in one single phase of voting and stakes that go well beyond state borders. From Kerala's razor-edge contest to Assam's incumbency test. And then we have Puducherry's unpredictable alliance We will be tracking the turnout, the flashpoints, and the mood on the ground throughout the day. Our reporters are fanned out across all three regions, from key swing constituencies to urban hotspots, bringing you real-time updates, voter voices, and trends that could decide who holds the power when the votes are counted. Stay with us for every twist as far as this electoral showdown is concerned. Let's begin with Assam. The high-stakes poll contest in Assam kicks off today as sitting Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma aims to make it a hat-trick for the BJP in the state. While Gaurav Gogoi-led Congress team is looking to return to power, we have visuals surfacing this morning of the Chief Minister offering prayers, eyeing a third term in office. Now, Assam's votes today in a very high-stake battle with all 126 constituencies going to polls and over 2.5 crore voters deciding the state's future. This is the first state election after 2023's delimitation with 722 candidates in the fray, including 52 women. It's a direct contest between the Congress-led, alliance that is led by three Gogois: Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress, Akhil Gogoi, and then we also have Lurinjot Gogoi of Assam. Now, let's also talk about the NDA combined with the BJP, the Assam Gana Parishad, and also the People's Front, as far as there are few other regional forces at play as well. Let's get you some of the political reactions coming in at this point in time.
था कि कांग्रेस में भी ये लोग अंडरग्राउंड से ये सब डार्टी ट्रिक्स जो डिपार्टमेंट लोग चला रहे हैं। पवन खरा जी ने जो काम किया ये बहुत ही अच्छा काम नहीं, मगर अच्छा काम तो नहीं है, वो जो भी किया ढंग से नहीं किया, क्योंकि ये जो हुआ है उनका ऊपर ही बूमेरैंग हुआ है। तो वो अच्छा से जो काम करना चाहिए था वो भी नहीं कर पाया।
आज चुनाव है, चुनाव का दिन माँ कामाख्या का दर्शन करने का सौभाग्य हुआ। असम का मंगल हो, असम का जनता आगे बढ़े, यही माँ का समक्ष प्रार्थना रखा।
Right, this is, of course, a very high-stake battle that is taking place in Assam. Of course, the BJP wanting a third term with the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma there, eyeing that third term of the BJP. But Gaurav Gogoi there hoping to make a comeback in Assam. So we are talking about this is the first state election after the 2023 delimitation with 722 candidates in the fray, including 52 women. It's a direct contest between the Congress-led, this is the alliance between the three Gogois. And then also we have, of course, the NDA combined of the BJP and the Assam Gana Parishad. Also, in talks with regional forces that are also in the fray. Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, joining us in order to get us the latest. Saurabh, what is the voters' mood like this morning? What are they basing their votes on? What are the key issues that they are going to be considering before casting their vote?
Well, lots of issues. The poll campaign has been an intensely heated one with lots of allegations from both sides. But I am in the Binakandi Assembly seat, which is where there's a different kind of battle, because here, of course, the primary player, the main political force, happens to be the UDF, which is, of course, Badruddin Ajmal's party. And that's why this particular seat, Binakandi, becomes more interesting given that he himself is the candidate. But the weather today has been somewhat of, contrasts, from a heavy shower in the morning to bright and sunny now. And nothing, whether it's the hot sun or the rain, has been able to keep voters away. There are lines even now, and that's been consistent since the morning, which is always a good sign on voting day that voters are coming in to vote. आपने वोट डाल दिया?
हाँ, डाल दिया।
माहौल कैसे है, सुविधा कैसे है, सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है?
माहौल बहुत अच्छा है, इत्मीनान से सुकून से दिया है, और हमारा जो गांव से माँ बहन आ रहे, आप लोगों जो लोग में
सब सुविधा है,
सब सुविधा है। आप लोग भी जो भी इस्टेमिश किया और जो काम किया, बहुत अच्छे से शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद जना रहा हूँ। शुक्रिया
that of course is the general mood because we've seen a lot of people come in throughout the day. There are still lines here. I can ask my camera person to show you. The rain hasn't been a dampener. The sun hasn't kept voters away. People are coming in to vote, and that's the most important thing. There's a lot of security. And this is interesting. I found this here. I've covered so many elections, but just a little away, as soon as you reach that important distance, there are a lot of food stalls. So it's become a sort of a picnic for people who are coming in to vote and then, just getting some food and then going home. And a lot of people are coming with their children and all as well. So interesting day. People are coming out to vote. People are enjoying their time. And Badruddin Ajmal is also expected at some point to come in and cast his vote here. But it's a very, very intensely heated political campaign that has come to an end with voting day. Voters today are making up their minds, and we'll know which way they've decided when the results are counted.
Yeah, Saurabh, thank you so much for getting us details of the issues that are plaguing the voters this morning. And also, my colleague Janinder spoke with Gaurav Gogoi. Let's listen in to the Congress leader.
बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आपके कंधों पर है गौरव। नतीजे तो 4 मई को आएंगे, लेकिन अपनी तैयारी से, अपने होमवर्क से आप कितने संतुष्ट हैं?
देखिए, काफ़ी हद तक हमने मेहनत की है और लोगों ने जिस प्रकार से हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके प्रति हम असम के लोगों के प्रति कृतज्ञ हैं। और आज मतदान का दिन है। मैं चाहता हूं कि सभी असम के लोग आएं और एक नई असम की सपने को साकार करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण वोट आगे बढ़ाएं।
कितना भरोसा है, कितनी सीटों की जीत का भरोसा है? हमने बड़े बड़े दावे चुनाव में देखे, बीजेपी की तरफ से 90 पार, नतीजों से ठीक पहले, वोटिंग से ठीक पहले आपके कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने 72-73।
Well, switching tracks from the poll-bound state of Assam to the poll-bound state of Kerala, that is also casting its vote today. Well, this is, of course, a high-stake battle that is taking place in the state of Kerala as well. So let's get you the very latest from the poll-bound state and get you, where, as far as the polling day is concerned, in God's own country, 140 constituencies going to polls with 833 candidates in the fray. 2.71 crore voters deciding their fate, and the 3 big questions that the people of Kerala will answer today. Can the LDF led by the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan score a historic hat-trick in Kerala, or will the UDF make a comeback after 10 years of the left in power? And the last question everyone will have an eye on, can the BJP open its tally in the state of Kerala? The stage is set from the Chief Minister to the LOP, the leader of opposition. Well, we have my colleagues, we have Radhika Ramaswamy and Ritu joining us as well. Ritu, over to you first in regard to the issues that are plaguing the voters this morning. What would they be basing their votes on?
Well, you see all that an important day for the Kerala. You have the voters turning out in a huge number. You see it's almost around 11 o'clock, and it's usually, you see, the Kochi is not a place that it's cool that way, but of course the sun is all out. It's quite a heat and the humidity as well, and it's been a good number so far, all that the voters who have really turned up in a huge number, almost around 16% so far. So that has been a very good start here in the Kerala. But apparently, you see, what's really quite a different over here is also that we are seeing a lot of youngsters basically turning out here to vote as well, and they remain to have their own thoughts as well about the kind of issues that they really have to speak on as well. But apparently, you see, all that needs to be seen whether the LDF will be able to retain the power, or there is a change that's coming in, because there's been a huge anti-incumbency is what has been said as well. So whether the UDF will be able to make a way as well. I'll also have some young voters here that I can see. Are you voting for the first time here? This is the third time voting for you. What's on your mind when you're voting as well? Because you're a youngster, you're all, again, a woman voter as well therein. So what's on your mind when you're voting? What are the matters that really concerns you? So what your vote depends on what today? Anything that, whether it's about the job opportunities that you're really looking forward, or an infrastructure for that matter as well?
I really care about the person who provides so many things to the society, wellness for
All right. So for you, basically, a candidate matters more than a party as such. So that's what your vote basically depends on. Ma'am, you're here in the queue as well to vote therein. What really matters to you when you're voting today?
This is my first experience.
You're a first-time voter?
Yeah.
Must be excited as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
All right, therein we have a less time. But of course, you see a lot of first-time voters as well are all here in the queue. Of course, a job opportunity in the Kerala this time matters a lot as a matter as well. This is because from Kerala, you have a lot of youngsters who are traveling overseas seeking for the job opportunities. Now, because of the war situation, you have a lot of them who are making their way back into Kerala. So that, of course, is on the minds of the young voters. Back to you.
Right, Ritu, we also have Radhika with us. Radhika, of course, the big question being, will Pinarayi Vijayan score a hat-trick, that historic hat-trick in Kerala being the big question?
Absolutely, left government has high hopes. We heard Pinarayi Vijayan talk some time back saying that there is no anti-incumbency factor, and as far as the sentiments of people are concerned, they are towards the left government once again. He spoke about welfare measures, he spoke about what he's done to the people of Kerala over the last 10 years and how apparently they are satisfied and convinced with the present government, and there will be continuity is something that he's confident about. So will LDF score a hat-trick? Will UDF come back to power? Will BJP be able to make some sort of inroads in terms of double-digit numbers, which they want at this point? They don't have a single assembly seat now, but double digits is something they're hoping for. We'll have to see how that pans out. Now, we have a few voters here, but apparently I have to hand back. So, yes, we'll see how things pan out in the next few days, or rather by end of today, but it will be a tightly contested contest.
Absolutely. Voting that started at 7 o'clock in the morning will go on till 5 o'clock this evening. And of course, counting that's going to be declared only on the 4th of May. We will keep tracking what's happening in Kerala as well as Assam and Puducherry. For now, sitting into a short break. Thank you so much.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
US President Donald Trump there is issuing a fresh threat to Iran as the Strait of Hormuz is shut again. Says the US military will stay around Iran till the ceasefire deal is implemented in full measure, adding that shooting will get bigger and better if Iran does not comply with the deal. Iran speaker alleges ceasefire violations, points to strikes in Lebanon and riots on uranium enrichment being ignored. That is JD Vance, the US Vice President, saying ceasefires are always messy. Iran media says the Strait of Hormuz is shut again due to continuing strikes in Lebanon and Iran blocking tankers once again at the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump hits out at NATO allies, says NATO wasn't there when we needed. Reports suggesting that Trump is considering withdrawing troops from few of the NATO nations as well. And then we have elections underway in 2 states and 1 union territory. Kerala, Puducherry and Assam going to polls today since 7 o'clock this morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. BJP eyeing a hat-trick in Assam, a 3-way contest in Kerala. A fresh war wars has threatened the fragile ceasefire. This is the US President Donald Trump warning American forces will stay deployed around this is Iran until a real agreement is fully honored. Trump says any violation could trigger overwhelming military action, insisting on no nuclear weapons and a full open as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, warning, and I quote, the shooting starts if terms are broken. Meanwhile, Iran's parliamentary speaker has also cast a doubt on talks, calling Truce talks unreasonable and accusing Washington of breaching 3 key conditions, including continued strikes. These are Israeli strikes in Lebanon. He also claimed that the U.S. breached the 3 elements of Iran's framework, citing continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon, a reported drone incursion into the Iranian airspace after the truce talks took place, and also the U.S. refusal to accept any uranium enrichment. JD Vance, the US Vice President, has pushed back, calling it a misunderstanding, saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. Vance also took aim at Iran's uranium stand, saying having a right doesn't mean it should be exercised under a deal. A sharp escalation in rhetoric, now threatening to derail the already fragile diplomacy. He gave an example of his wife wanting to jump out of a plane, wanting to go skydiving, and that is something that is her right, but not something she exercises. Listen in to JD Vance.
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon, okay? And again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. The second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Well, to know more on this, Aditya Rajkal, my colleague, joining us. Aditya, of course, there is a claim that is being refuted. Iran, they're saying that Lebanon was part of the deal, but of course the White House and JD Vance, they're saying that this was never part of that truce agreement that was reached upon.
This is only 24 hours after the ceasefire, and that's why there's a huge contradiction from what we are hearing from Tehran and from the DC. Well, there was a huge sigh of relief, Divya, when we heard that finally there's a ceasefire, finally there will not be missiles flying all across the Middle East, and those countries in the Middle East who chose, in fact, not to enter the war, still bearing the brunt of the same. And even more than 24 hours after the ceasefire was officially announced by both US President Donald Trump and the Iranian Foreign Minister Argachi, we do not have a consensus developing on what the terms of the initial ceasefire would be. So what we are seeing right now is that Israel continues to pound its biggest attack ever against Hezbollah in Lebanon, in which more than 250 people have been killed, many others injured. At the same time, Iran continues to fire missiles on US allies in the region, including UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, and others. Apart from that, while tonight we will see Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, Steve Witkoff, the chief negotiator, and of course J.D. Vance, the US vice president, landing in Islamabad. And tomorrow is the day when they will be meeting the Iranian delegation led by Ghalibaf, who is of course the Iranian parliament speaker, and there would be others in his team. The bigger question would be, is a consensus on a larger long-term ceasefire really possible when there is no agreement on Strait of Hormuz, there is no agreement at the same time on Lebanon? You know, there was consensus that we were told has been developed on Strait of Hormuz, where Iran and, of course, Oman will jointly, take some kind of a surcharge, some kind of a tax or toll from the ships passing by, and they will be having dominance there. But now Iran has shut off and closed completely the Strait of Hormuz. Israel, on the other side, and US as well, are saying that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire deal. So these are two major bone of contention that remains as of now. So there's no larger consensus that has been developed. 40 days of relentless war only continues. It might have reduced a little, but missiles are still flying, drones are still flying, and there's no answer that the Trump administration or the Iranian government is giving the people that when the ceasefire will be fully adopted. So all eyes will be on Islamabad, whether Pakistan will be able to broker that peace.
Right,
Highly unlikely.
Right, if Lebanon is not part of the deal, then nor is the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, absolutely. That is the entire bargaining chip that both sides really have. But it's very unlikely that Israel will stop its operation in Lebanon, because if you see the larger scheme of things that has developed ever since the 7th October terror attacks in 2023, what Israel's game plan or security strategy has been that they are creating a buffer zone in Gaza when they acted against Hamas. They are adopting a similar strategic approach when it comes to operations in Lebanon. They are creating a buffer zone in the Lebanese territory, and they do not want Hezbollah to rearm, regroup against Israel yet again. So they will try to annihilate and completely wipe out Hezbollah and create that kind of a buffer zone so that more attacks do not happen. So Israel is unlikely to agree. US perhaps is supporting Israel in this endeavor. And at the same time, on the Strait of Hormuz, there is a continuous, discussion and debate and angry remarks continuing. Trump, in its latest warning, has said that if the Strait of Hormuz does not open, the shooting will begin again. Is this just dramatic theatrics, or will we see the reignition of the war taking place in the next few hours? Perhaps the answer lies in the meeting that happens tomorrow.
Muscle flexing before talks that are going to be taking place in Pakistan. A big if these conditions are not met and if the strait does not open, Aditya. And let's talk about that shaky ground on which the ceasefire has been agreed upon. My colleague Vishal gets us all the details.
Well, there are many ways we can say that this is a fragile ceasefire and it's on a shaky ground. We'll look at a list of items that prove that this is far from, at the end of war. The first one is that Israel-Lebanon front is still active. US and Israel have collectively said Lebanon is not part of the deal. But what is interesting here is that Iran clearly says Lebanon must be included, and also the fact that Pakistan had said in the beginning when the fragile ceasefire was announced that ceasefire covers Lebanon. So this is a crucial point. There seems to be a big debate on this. And this other one is that strategic tensions still continue. Iran has closed Hormuz after the attacks on Lebanon. So this is another contentious point, and US had clearly stated that Hormuz will reopen as soon as the ceasefire deal kicks in. That has not happened, and there are inconsistencies as far as uranium is concerned, because Trump had claimed that Iran won't be enriching uranium. That is not the case. Iran has clearly stated in the proposal that it seeks acceptance of uranium enrichment. That is one of the key proposals that Iran has given out. And there are also ongoing strikes going on. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they've all reported attacks in the wake of the announcement of ceasefire. So these are some of the biggest highlights that seem to indicate that it is far from, the peace and calm in the area, and we'll have to have some more, detailings and some more talks as far as the ceasefire is concerned. It will take some time before we see the end of the war.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for breaking it down for us. Vishal, they're talking about the 2-week ceasefire that has been agreed upon between both sides, the United States and Iran, and strikes that have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, particularly the southern part of Lebanon, including Beirut and Tyre and other areas that are coming under attack. As per reports, Israeli forces have killed at least 254 people across Lebanon in the country's most devastating day of conflict after the US and Iran managed to agree on that 2-week truce deal. Now, reports are suggesting Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreement, and that is what they agreed upon as far as the ceasefire is concerned, and unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks that are to take place in Pakistan tomorrow, the 10th of April. If the Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end, then the deal is off, is what Iran is saying. In the first address after the truce, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that the strikes on Lebanon and Hezbollah will not stop, and that was not part of the agreement. The White House also said the same, and all parties involved were aware that Lebanon was not part of the truce. That is what, in fact, Donald Trump has also said. That was another skirmish. That's a separate skirmish, not part of the deal, and that the next round of talks would take place in Pakistan, and that is really going to be key. But Hezbollah maintains that Lebanon was part of the agreement. In fact, they say that that is what Iran had categorically said and warned that any ceasefire must apply across all fronts.
يحترم الإسرائيلي هذا الأمر أم لا يحترمه هذا شيء آخر، ولكن بالوثائق اللي تم التوصل إلى بالإعلان اللي حكيه رئيس الوزراء الباكستاني، لبنان هو جزء من هذا الاتفاق، وبالتالي وقف إطلاق النار يجب أن يسري على لبنان كما يسري في أي مكان آخر. هذا كلام لا لبس فيه أبدا. وأضيف إلى هذا الكلام أن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عرقشي عندما اتصل بالرئيس بيري هو أكد له أنه نحن أي اتفاق سيكون، يعني هذا موقف معلن ليس فيه اجتهاد ولا تأويل ولا أي شيء، أنه إيران لن تقبل بأن تذهب إلى وقف إطلاق نار على الجبهة مع الآخرين دون أن تكون مشمولة كل الجبهات الأخرى اللي عم تتعرض لهذا العدوان المفروض من أمريكا وإسرائيل.
The President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
Meanwhile, a 13-year-old girl captured the moment Israel began its assault on Beirut, running with her father to escape on the first day of the ceasefire between US and Iran. Israel has said that it struck over 100 sites, and all this happened in less than 10 minutes' time. That is the strikes that are continuing in Lebanon. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Now, as the offensives are continuing, and that's what we just saw, that 13-year-old who managed to capture what's going on in Lebanon, fresh strikes that are taking place. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is also reporting from Ground Zero. He's at the front line, where he is also getting us details as to what is unfolding, even though that ceasefire has been agreed upon. Something that Iran and Hezbollah both saying that Lebanon was part of the deal, while the US and the White House there denying that it was part of that deal. Take a look at this report.
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. It is sound of massive explosions here in Nabatir amid raging war between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel wants to capture this land and turn it into a security buffer zone. But it clearly appears it's not only defeating Hezbollah or driving them out. They're destroying everything. Look at this marketplace, a flower shop. Look what has happened to this flower shop. Still some flowers there. It is the recent bombing here which has destroyed everything here. And only thing you can see here is the debris, wreckage of multi-story buildings reduced to rubble. Look at again this multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. And even these mannequins have not been spared. They are also damaged in this clothes shop. Look at this. Everywhere you see is the rubble. So it is clearly not just to, dry out Hezbollah, defeat Hezbollah, but here it is destroying Hezbollah. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. I'm at Tyre in South Lebanon, and behind me the area which has been largely captured by Israel, almost 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. This area where this bombing is taking place, look at this bomb has hit this place. Bomb has hit this fresh bombing, it has hit here. It has hit here. So this is the situation here in Tyre area. As we talk about this large area, we have seen it earlier in the visuals Israeli Defense Forces releasing, showing how they have destroyed villages after classifying them as enemy territories, so enemy locations. So very, very tense situation here. It continues, war continues here in Lebanon, despite a larger ceasefire announced by the United States and Iran. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. It was a busy marketplace here in Saidun, but this is what is here. So always Israel talks about they are targeting Hamas, Hezbollah here in Lebanon. But clearly it would not be Hezbollah in every cafe and in this busy marketplace. And they would be killing and then claiming everybody is Hezbollah. So this is actually happening here again and again, and busy, congested places are being also targeted, marketplaces, in the name of fighting Hezbollah.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us those details. Now, let's also talk about US President Donald Trump announcing that ceasefire, and it's been 24 hours. This is day 2, yet strikes and attacks are continuing in Lebanon. Over 100 strikes were carried out by Israel in a single day, including Tyre, Beirut, and other areas. Even in the UAE, missile and drone attacks have been reported in Abu Dhabi's Zayed port, and Al Minhad, the base in Kuwait, as well, has reported a strike. While the Kuwait International Airport has also come under attack, and the Al Ahmadi refinery in Bahrain and the Sitra Island has also been attacked. So these are the attacks that have taken place from the Kuwait International Airport, like we mentioned, to Mina Al Ahmadi refinery, and that is the Bahrain Sitra Island has also come under attack along with Manama. So that is what we have at the moment, those strikes that are continuing despite that truce deal, that temporary truce deal that's in effect. And now we have breaking news of the White House there that has confirmed that critical US and Iran talks will take place in Islamabad. White House press secretary has in fact said that the President of the United States is sending his team to negotiate with the Iranian side. The US team will include J.D. Vance as well as Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law. The son-in-law of Trump, that is Mr. Kushner, will be there as well. And the Iranian side will reportedly presented by the parliament speaker, but there is a catch. And the catch is Iranian ambassador there says talks will be based on our 10 demands. Do remember there was a 10-point plan that was produced by Iran, which was in fact thrown out. They came back with a reasonable plan, and that was agreed upon. And that, of course, is a plan that included opening of the strait. The strait that is now closed. Talks will be based on our demands, and that is what Iran's ambassador has said. That the Iran delegation that will be meeting, there is, despite this, there is a lot of skepticism in regard to the talks that will be taking place. And this is, do remember that they had walked out of those talks if those demands weren't met, and out of the 10 demands, they came back with a more reasonable plan, which was agreed upon. Vishal, my colleague, joining us. Vishal, there are 10 demands that Iran is again now talking of. Do remember initially that plan that they came up with, the 10-point plan, was thrown out. They then had to come back with a more reasonable plan, which was agreed upon as far as the ceasefire agreement is concerned. But this is all happening before the talks that are to take place in Islamabad, something that is being confirmed, and that they will go ahead with the talks, even though we are seeing attacks continuing, whether it's in the Gulf countries, whether it's in Iran, or particularly in Lebanon.
Yes, and this is the first time Iran has clearly mentioned that they will have some kind of representation as far as the talks are concerned in Islamabad. US had already spoken that JD Vance will be present there in company of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the three representatives of the US side. Iran had not made it clear who will be there. Many reports had indicated that Ghalibaf could be representing Iran, but Ghalibaf himself has rebuffed the talks around most of these points. But this latest indicates that there will be some kind of talks. There is skepticism, of course, but there will be some diplomatic initiative taken by the Israeli side, is what the envoy has said. And the delegation will arrive tonight in Islamabad. The talks are scheduled to happen on Saturday. So they will have about 24 hours to prepare for the talks. And they are based on the 10 points proposed by Iran. So confusion, whether the confusion still prevails or not, that is the biggest question, because the whole confusion started by the fact that Iran had presented a 10-point proposal in English and in Farsi, and the Farsi one had a slightly different tone. Farsi one had the indication that Iran is not willing to let go of the uranium enrichment program. It's actually wanting to scale up the program. So that's where most of the confusion lies at the moment. So we'll have to see whether or not the authorities on both the sides have reached some kind of agreement on that particular contentious point.
Right, of course, this is, confirming that the Iranian delegation will be reaching Islamabad tonight, and that is before the talks that will be taking place tomorrow, the 10th of April, with the US side. And we do know it is JD Vance that's going to be fronting those talks along with Steve Witkoff and also the son-in-law of Donald Trump, Mr. Kushner, there as well. But take us through, the Strait of Hormuz is the sore point here, is the point of contention, the flashpoint. And if the strait remains closed, will the talks even be taking place, is the big question.
Of course, after Lebanon, which seemingly is the biggest contentious point right now, Strait of Hormuz is the second one because, most of the talks around the war in the 5 weeks of duration have revolved around Strait of Hormuz, and there was a brief period of time after the ceasefire deal was announced when there was traffic flowing in and across Strait of Hormuz. But that stopped after the Israeli side executed those biggest attacks on the Lebanese soil ever since the war started. That was yesterday, and that was in the wake of the ceasefire announcement. In response to that, Iran has closed off Strait of Hormuz again. So that puts the whole question to both the sides again as to what kind of agreement is there actually, because the three four biggest points that are still there, they are still swirling over the parties. There's still no answer to these questions. Both the parties are saying different things. So if both the parties actually go on to speak in Islamabad, we'll have to see how that unfolds. There will be big contentions.
Right, so that is Iranian's ambassador to Pakistan confirming that the Iranian delegation is going to be on its way, reaching Islamabad tonight. And then we also have the White House there confirming that the critical talks between the US and Iran will take place in Pakistan, and that's going to be taking place this week. And that's what the White House press secretary had to say, and that President Trump is sending his team to negotiate with the Iranian side, including the Vice President JD Vance, who will be fronting this. The Iranian side is reportedly also being presented by the parliament speaker there, but there's a catch. Iran has put Lebanon ceasefire as a condition for talks, and reports say that Iran has threatened to walk out if talks do not take place on the Israeli attacks as far as Lebanon is concerned, and if that continues. Meanwhile, both US and Israel Prime Minister, that's Benjamin Netanyahu, have maintained that Lebanon was never part of the deal. It was a separate skirmish, like the President of the United States had to say. Let's also talk about, so those are the people that will be fronting those talks that are going to be taking place. Both sides have confirmed that talks will continue despite the violation that we are seeing of the ceasefire, particularly by Israel when it comes to Lebanon. That is something that Iran has, categorically said. Hezbollah has also said that was part of the deal. Now, it's day 2 of the fragile ceasefire in West Asia war, and all parties, including Iran and US, continue to remain on the edge. The latest being the US president there issuing that stark warning, saying that if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, then the military buildup would remain and around Iran till an agreement is reached upon. Warning Iran that Trump has gone ahead and said that the US military was prepping for a bigger and better attack for the next conquest. Trump's Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, seemed confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of the ceasefire. The Iranian response to the US bravado has been equally strong. Mustafa Khamenei's advisor have claimed that the IRGC is at the highest level of readiness to retaliate to any miscalculation, if at all, by the US, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole. Listen in.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Breaking news coming in of another tanker. This is the Green Asha carrying 15,000 ton of LPG that has reached the Indian coastline. So Asha there, Green Asha reaching the Indian coastline via the Strait of Hormuz. So this is the Indian tanker that has reached Mumbai. The tanker is carrying 15,000 tons of LPG, and this is a huge respite that India has, another vessel that has crossed that Strait of Hormuz. Do remember the Strait of Hormuz that was opened yesterday has again been shut, and now this is marking the 9th such vessel that has come out of the Strait of Hormuz and reached India. Well, my colleague Himanshu joining us. Himanshu, take us through the numbers now. This is marking the 9th vessel that's reached India. How many more to go?
Well, definitely there are nine tankers have reached India, but importantly there are still 16 Indian flagged cargo vessels which are still stranded on the western side of Strait of Hormuz. And importantly, of these 16 Indian flagged vessels which are now stranded in Strait of Hormuz, 5 are crude oil tankers, and there is one big tanker on which LPG stock is loaded. And we have been told by sources that the effort has now intensified to ensure that these Indian cargo ships are allowed to pass and sail through Strait of Hormuz to actually meet the energy requirements that India desperately needs now. And so in that context, I think Green Asha reaching India, of course, is a news of relief for both the common people and also for the government, which has tried very hard in the last 40 days to ensure that the Indian cargo vessels and tankers which are stranded in Strait of Hormuz are given the safe passage. And I think sources also say that India is confident that with this thaw in this war in the Middle East, a safe passage will very soon be given to other 5 crude oil tankers and 1 big LPG tanker remains stranded now in Strait of Hormuz.
Well, thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us the details of the 9th tanker that has reached Mumbai. This is carrying 15,000 tons of LPG, a huge relief for India, but 16 more tankers that continue to be stuck as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. Now, how much money would Iran make if it starts to charge a tax, a toll for the shipping vessels that would be crossing that strait? Even if it is $1 per barrel to let vessels pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, tankers' capacity is depending on the size. It could be 3 lakhs to 3 million barrels. And the toll per tanker, which would range between $3 lakh to $3 million. We're talking about $300,000 to $3 million, and the average daily transit via that strait is of 20 million barrels, which basically means that Iran's daily earnings could be $20 million. Will the US be part of this deal while charging that toll tax, or is Oman going to be part of this deal? Because we're hearing that it could be Oman and Iran there charging that toll. On the other side, that the US would be in on this with Iran to charge that tax. Now, despite a ceasefire being a broker, tensions have surged again, and as per reports, Iran has closed the strait following fresh strikes that have taken place from Israeli side on Lebanon. In the latest, the US President Donald Trump has spoken on the strait, saying that the agreement called for the strait to be open and safe despite all fake rhetoric. The US President Donald Trump further went on to say and went on to warn that the US military was prepping bigger and better for the next conquest, and reports are suggesting that Iran has closed this after there were 100 missiles that were fired in a matter of 10 minutes. We're talking about 250 people who've been killed in the last 24 hours. And right, so this is while the conflict is going on, there are also arguments doing the rounds in regard to the possible payment per barrel toll if charged on oil passing through Hormuz, possibly even demanding payments in cryptocurrency. And there are also reports suggesting a potential US-Iran toll agreement and an arrangement that can take place. This is unlikely a partnership after what we've seen is 40 days of conflict.
Back to the first reporting out of Iranian state media. The president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's been very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the Straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Big news coming in of Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri to visit Qatar today. He will be visiting Qatar today and tomorrow. He is the first Indian minister to be visiting Qatar amid the war. My colleague Himanshu Shekhar joining us in order to get us the latest on this. Himanshu, Hardeep Singh Puri, the Petroleum Minister, on his way to Qatar. He's going to be there. It's going to be a two-day visit between today and tomorrow. Take us through the agenda of this visit, considering that there has been a shortage as far as fuel is concerned. India has managed to, curb all its expenses, managed to not let the issue play out to the Indian consumer, the Indian national here in India. Take us through what all is on the agenda when it comes to this visit.
Well, this is a very, very important diplomatic visit in the midst of the conflict in the Middle East. And remember, it is important to understand that Qatar is strategically one of the most important countries in the Middle East region. India imports around 40% of its total LNG stock from Qatar. This is important because we are very highly dependent on the import of the LNG. And economists say that India imports around 50% of its total needs from different parts of the world, of which 40% comes from Qatar. So I think from the point of view of restoration of the supply chain of LNG, which has now broken because of the war, we do know that Iran had attacked several installations in Qatar, told that the biggest LNG export factory was also attacked by Iran. And that led to the closure of that factory, which has disrupted supply of LNG from Qatar to India. So this is part of that larger exercise to repair ties, to repair these global supply chains. And this is a part of that strategy that the Petroleum Minister has now decided to leave for Qatar today. And I think we'll have to wait and see about the outcome. But clearly, it's an assertion of the fact that Qatar remains a very important country for India as far as the LNG imports are concerned. And the Petroleum Minister is expected to meet top leadership of Qatar and reiterate support for Qatar in this hour of crisis, and also hold talks on restarting the supply of LNG, which India desperately needs for domestic needs.
Right, the domestic needs. Well, thank you so much, Himanshu. A very crucial visit coming about amid the war with the petroleum minister visiting Qatar between today and tomorrow. Now, the big question on everyone's mind is what will happen to Iran's contentious nuclear program after it reaches an agreement with the Trump administration. Will Tehran surrender its enriched uranium or keep maintaining strategic leverage and risk its future confrontation? Let's take a look at this report.
As the Iran-US ceasefire gets underway after a 40-day devastating war, the big question is what happens to Iran's nuclear program? A big point of contention between the two sides. US President in a post on Wednesday claimed that there will be no enrichment of uranium and the United States will work with Iran to dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Trump was apparently referring to the aftermath of US strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities last year.
They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it.
While Iran has always maintained that its nuclear program is not for building weapons, it is well known that the country has stock of over 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hidden in an underground facility in Isfahan. When the US struck Iran nuclear sites in June last year, Tehran is believed to have moved its uranium stockpile to Isfahan. This 60% uranium can be quickly upgraded to 90% weapons grade level if Iran wishes so. What happens to uranium stockpile as Iran-US negotiate a long-term agreement? And this war has convinced Iran more than ever that nuclear weapons are now a question of survival for the country, as no talks or negotiations stopped US from attacking it. In 1 year, Iran has been bombed twice during negotiations, June of 2025 and Feb of 2026. Plus, Trump also junked the Obama-era Iran deal of 2018, further convincing Tehran that pacts have no sanctity for this American regime, and any new administration can tear apart old agreements. Will Iran give up its nuclear ambition and surrender uranium to buy peace, or will it push ahead to gain leverage after a strategic break?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
Talk about anxiety.
औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices to make India big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came.
Let's get you the voter turnout in the polling that's underway in 2 states and 1 union territory. Till about 11 o'clock this morning, the voter turnout in Kerala is at 33% till about 11 o'clock this morning. In Assam, the voter turnout has been 40% to be precise. And then we have a 37% voter turnout in Puducherry from 7 o'clock this morning till 11 o'clock in the morning. So that is the voter turnout that we are seeing early this morning on Thursday. It's a blockbuster day of democracy. 3 crucial battlegrounds in one single phase going to polls, and the stakes that go well beyond the state borders. From Kerala's this is the razor edge contest to Assam's incumbency. This is the test, and also Puducherry's unpredictable alliances. We'll be tracking the turnouts, the flashpoints, the mood on the ground through the day, and our reporters are in fact getting us all the very latest from all the 3 regions, from key swing constituencies to urban hotspots, bringing you real-time updates, voter choices and trends that could decide who holds power when the votes are counted. Now, when we talk about the twist as far as the electoral showdown is concerned, the high-stakes poll assembly, this is, of course, the contest in Assam kicks off with the Chief Minister, Hemanta Biswa Sarma, there aiming to make a hat-trick for the BJP in the state. We also have, let's get you the latest as far as Kerala is concerned. And in regard to the Chief Minister, these are live shots coming in from Kerala. There we can see Shashi Tharoor there out to cast his vote on polling day in God's own country. There we have Kerala's 140 constituencies going to polls with 833 candidates in the fray. Ashwin, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Ashwin, we see, Shashi Tharoor has cast his vote there, showing his mark on his finger, showing that he has cast his vote. Take us through the turnout. What kind of turnout we are seeing since early this morning? And in regard to the voting that started at 7 o'clock, we still have 6 hours, less than 6 hours to go till 5 o'clock this evening.
Absolutely. In fact, the turnout is extremely good. From what we are getting so far, by 11 o'clock, the turnout has reached 33.28%, which is quite high. And we are expecting now the sun is right above. So there is as you can see, the number of people are reduced. But importantly, what has happened this time, in the last election, there were totally 25,000 polling booths. But now that has increased to almost 30,000. So essentially in every district, there are more than 100 booths. And certainly, therefore, the total, it will not be heavy. There's no heavy rush or anything of that sort. And that is the reason why people are able to vote. In fact, I vote from this constituency itself. So I also voted. I just had to walk in. There only one person in front of me. And it has made things very, very easier. So certainly, what you see right now, 33.28% vote is quite a number that has come in by 11 o'clock. Now the polling is going to go on. And all the top political leaders as well as celebrities have already casted their vote, be it Mohanlal, be it Prithviraj, be it Mammootty. All of them have voted, and they've also given a very strong message asking people to go out and vote no matter what. So certainly the number increasing, if it increases even by 2%, it can change the entire dynamics of the entire voting pattern, or all the predictions can go completely different. Even if election booths in the
സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥി വേണ്ടി വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാനാണ് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. പറയാൻ പാടുമെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല, നമ്മുടെ ഇലക്ഷൻ ബൂത്തിന് വെളിയിലാണല്ലോ. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ പറയട്ടെ, എന്തായാലും ഈ തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രത്തിലൊരു സുപ്രധാനമായ ഒരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് തന്നെയാണ്. ഈ 10 വർഷക്കാലത്ത് ദുർഭരണം മാറ്റി ഒരു പുതിയൊരു ഭരണം കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഒരു സമയമായി. അതാണ് ജനങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത്. അവരതിനു വേണ്ടി, ഒരു മാറ്റത്തിന് വേണ്ടി വോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് എൻ്റെ പൂർണ്ണ വിശ്വാസം. എല്ലാവരുടെയും വോട്ട് ടേൺ ഔട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം ജനങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലായി ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രാധാന്യം. അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി. അവർ വന്ന് വോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ചിലവർ ഈ കാർഡേഴ്സൊക്കെ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട് ഇലക്ഷൻ മറ്റേവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി മാറ്റാൻ സാധിക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ട് സാധാരണ ജനങ്ങൾ വന്ന് വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ലോണം ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. No, we are expecting the turnout to be high. It is already high by this morning's time. That is, I came here at 11:30. It was already quite high in many districts. And I would say that if you're going to look at the turnout on the whole by the end of the day, it may even surpass previous levels ever established, record levels. And that's because the people of Kerala want to vote for a change. They don't want to leave it to the normal political workers and activists to determine their future. Ordinary people are coming out to vote. That's why the turnout is high. Of course. Not at all. NDA is a zero-seat party. How many seats can they expect to have that will make any difference in the government? This is a LDF versus UDF election. LDF is going to finally meet its comeuppance in the course of this voting today. ഈ ആരോപണമൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. നേമത്തിൽ പല ബൂത്തിലും മദ്യം പിടിച്ചുവെന്നും പാലക്കാടിൽ കാശ് കൊടുക്കണതിൻ്റെ തെളിവുണ്ടെന്നൊക്കെ പോലീസുകാരെ അറിയിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവർക്കൊരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമുണ്ടല്ലോ അന്വേഷണം നടത്താൻ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇലക്ഷൻ കമ്മീഷനും ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമുണ്ട്. അവർക്കും
the authorities must investigate this matter.
എല്ലാവരും അവർ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യട്ടെ. ജനങ്ങൾ എന്തായാലും പത്രം വായിച്ചിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, മാധ്യമം കണ്ടിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കി.
Let the people who are concerned inquire about it. People, however, have understood what is going on, so they will decide accordingly. I have no expectation or any kind of expectation that NDA will open its account here. I don't want to give an exact prediction, but once all the people have voted, once the number comes, I will let you know. It is our demand, it is our request that we get a comfortable majority this time for the UDF. I have travelled across the length and breadth of Kerala. At least 54 constituencies I have travelled and campaigned. And what I felt was that there was a big positive mood for the Congress-led UDF. There may be small indifferences, small problems, but nobody has taken it overboard or has complained about the party selection process or anything. Even those aspirants, candidates who were disappointed, have also come together and worked for the party. This is something that is there, or you can see on the ground. And on the other side, if you look, just see 5 LDF candidates are already fighting for the Congress party. What does it mean? What does it mean that unity only exists within the Congress-led UDF? And that is because everybody believes that we have to come back to power.
Congress party
Right, Shashi Tharoor there casting his vote, and also the concerns that are being raised in regard to the non-resident Keralite who might not be able to make it in time for the elections in the state on account of the Gulf War. Kerala there going to polls today since 7 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. We also have Assam there, voters coming out in large number. The high stakes poll contest in Assam that has the sitting Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma aiming for that hat trick for the BJP in the state. While on the other side we have Gaurav Gogoi rhetoric there, led Congress party also looking to return to power, and visuals surfaced this morning of the Chief Minister offering prayers at the Kamakhya temple, eyeing a third term in office. The Assam, voters coming out in large numbers. It's a high-stakes battle with all 126 constituencies going to polls and over 2.5 crore voters deciding the future of the state. This is the first state elections after 2023 delimitation with 722 candidates in the fray. Ratnadeep joining us to get us the latest. Ratnadeep, take us through the issues that the voters will be basing their vote on this time around. Are they happy with the government and the sitting Chief Minister? Will he make it to that hat trick is the big question. Will he be coming around for the third time?
That's right. That is the big question, whether BJP will be able to get that hat trick, whether Himanta Biswa Sharma comes back as the Chief Minister. These voters are going to decide. We are coming to you from Jalukbari, which is the constituency of the Chief Minister. Remember, in Jalukbari, Himanta Biswa Sharma has not lost an election in the last 25 years. And what we can show you here is the huge turnout here. Right from morning across Assam, there have been a good turnout, and women have come out in large number. Remember, out of the 2.5 crore voters, half of them are women, and women have actively taken part in campaigning as well. And now you can see them in this queue. Excuse me, ma'am, आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे. आप first time voter हैं? You're a first time voter. So, what is your feeling like? You are casting your vote for the first time. Is bar there have been a lot of focus on women, on youth during the campaign by both Congress and the BJP.
BJP.
You like the BJP campaign, and there, today it was raining. Still, people have come out in large number. बहुत उत्साह है. The people are very happy with the arrangements.
हाँ, happy है.
So here you can see the first time voter. Obviously, she feels enthused by the arrangement here. This is a model polling station, but we'd like to also talk to some youths here. Sir, आपसे बात करते हैं. क्या आप first time voter हैं?
नहीं, मैं मेरा हो गया 3-4 बार.
3-4 बार आप वोट दे चुके हैं. तो असम की बात करें तो हमने देखा था मतलब 3 साल का 3 टर्म का कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट, 2 टर्म का बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट. अभी असम के यूथ के लिए इस बार आप जैसे यूथ जो वोट कर रहे हैं, आप जब वोट देने जा रहे हैं, आप लोगों के लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं जिसके ऊपर आप लोग वोट दे रहे हैं?
बेसिकली हमारा मुद्दा एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट है. वो सब जो गवर्नमेंट करेगी उसको हम वोट देंगे, ऐसा हमने बोला है.
So there you are, this youth clearly flagging that employment and development is a key agenda. Remember, the BJP has campaigned hard on these 2 agendas, and the Congress, on the other hand, has also made several promises to the youths. If I can ask my camera person to further show this long queue of women voters. This is perhaps the story of the Assam polls, Assam elections this time. The participation of women, not only that they are 50% of the total electorate of the state, but perhaps how the voters, the women voters would vote, would really decide whether the BJP retains the power for the 3rd state term, or Gaurav Gogoi's Gaurav Gogoi-led alliance.
Absolutely. We will keep coming back to you, Ratnadeep, for more on that. Thank you so much for getting us all the very latest. Voters casting their vote as
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Warning to Iran, and this is on day 2 of the ceasefire that has been reached upon by Iran and the US, saying that if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, and they are ready for shooting that could get bigger and better if Iran does not comply. Iran speaker alleges ceasefire violations, pointing to the strikes in Lebanon and the rise on uranium enrichment being ignored. It's J.D. Vance, the U.S. president. This is the U.S. vice president. They're saying that ceasefires are always messy. Iran media says the Strait of Hormuz has been shut again due to continuing strikes. These are Israeli strikes in Lebanon and Iran. They're blocking tankers once again at the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump hits out at NATO allies, says that NATO wasn't there when we needed. Reports are suggesting Trump is considering withdrawing troops from a few NATO nations.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी औकात की बात। युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices,
To make India
big ideas,
भारत एक युवा देश है
a generation debating its future.
small things in life.
Some bold takes,
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा।
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं।
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election
পাল্টানো দরকার পাল্টানো দরকার পাল্টানো দরকার পাল্টানো দরকার साथियों बंगाल का ये चुनाव सामान्य चुनाव नहीं है ये बंगाल के वैभव को फिर से स्थापित करने का चुनाव है ये विकसित बंगाल की नींव मजबूत करने का चुनाव है और इसका पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम होगा निर्मम सरकार की विदाई निर्मम सरकार की विदाई करोगे ना पूरी ताकत से बोलो करोगे ना पक्का करोगे साथियों ये विकसित बंगाल बनाने के लिए निर्मम सरकार का जाना बहुत जरूरी है मैं ये क्यों कह रहा हूं आप जरा गौर से सुनिएगा साथियों भारत आज तेज गति से प्रगति कर रहा है दुनिया में सबसे तेज ग्रोथ भारत की है इसका मतलब है कि देश के अनेक राज्य आज प्रगति की राह पर चल पड़े हैं कुछ न कुछ अच्छा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं लेकिन टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार देश तो आगे जा रहा है निर्मम सरकार बंगाल को नीचे धकेल रही है नीचे जो बंगाल कभी भारत की प्रगति का आधार था जो बंगाल कभी भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग
और व्यापार को मजबूती देता था, उसी बंगाल को टीएमसी विकास के सभी पैरामीटर्स में इतना नीचे लाई है, इतना नीचे लाई है। साथियों, इस स्थिति को मेदिनीपुर, तामलुक, हल्दिया से बेहतर और कौन जानता है। सदियों पहले भी ऐतिहासिक ताम्रलिप्त एक फलती फूलती पोर्ट सिटी थी। दुनिया भर के साथ यहां से व्यापार कारोबार होता था। हल्दिया आधुनिक भारत के बड़े औद्योगिक केंद्रों में से एक था, लेकिन बीते दशकों में हल्दिया की फैक्ट्रियों में सिर्फ ताले ही लटक रहे हैं, ताले। कभी देश भर से लोग हल्दिया काम के लिए आते थे, आज यहां से नौजवान अंडमान जा रहे हैं, उड़ीसा जा रहे हैं, काम की तलाश में दूसरे राज्यों की तरफ पलायन कर रहे हैं। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार में सिर्फ और सिर्फ घुसपैठियों की फैक्ट्री फली फूली है, दंगाइयों और अपराधियों की दुकानें फली फूली है। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना और पशुओं की तस्करी, यही इंडस्ट्री डेवलप की है। साथियों, ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि टीएमसी की राजनीति भय पर आधारित है। उनकी राजनीति का एक ही केंद्र बिंदु है, भय। डर दिखाओ, भय पैदा करो। फैक्ट्रियां, कारखाने, निवेश, ये सब भय से नहीं, भरोसे से चलते हैं, भरोसे से। टीएमसी ने सिंडिकेट का गुंडा राज चलाया है, जहां कटमनी और कमीशन के बिना कुछ नहीं चलता। फैक्ट्रियां भी सिंडिकेट के गुंडा राज से नहीं, सिंडिकेट के भय से नहीं, अगर चलेगी तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भरोसे से चल सकती है। और ये भरोसा कौन दे सकता है? ये भरोसा सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी ही दे सकती है। जिन जिन राज्यों में बीजेपी की सरकार है, वहां का विकास इस बात का भरोसा पैदा करता है कि बंगाल में भी हम ऐसा ही विकास करके दिखाएंगे, भरोसे के आधार पर करके दिखाएंगे, भय को विदाई देके रहेंगे। साथियों, तृणमूल की सरकार ने बंगाल के युवाओं के साथ जो किया, इसका पाप वो अगले 100 साल में भी नहीं धो पाएगी। टीएमसी ने बंगाल के युवाओं को डबल धोखा दिया है। यहां प्राइवेट सेक्टर का नामो निशान मिटा दिया। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नौकरियां नहीं है और थोड़ी बहुत है तो घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दी। और सरकारी भर्तियों को टीएमसी के मंत्री लूट रहे हैं। टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचारियों ने हजारों युवाओं के, उनके परिवारों के सपनों को कुचल दिया है, कुचल दिया है। इससे भी ज्यादा इसने उन लाखों नौजवानों के मन में शक पैदा कर दिया है जो अभी परीक्षा दे रहे हैं या परीक्षा की तैयारियां कर रहे हैं। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार बंगाल के युवाओं को एक और धोखा दे रही है। टीएमसी अपने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण देने में जुटी है। कोर्ट बार बार इस साजिश को खारिज करता है, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण की बीमारी ऐसी है कि ये कोर्ट तक को नहीं मानते, संविधान को नहीं मानते। ये कब से टीएमसी सरकार से एक मांग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टीएमसी को माहिष्य समाज की डिमांड को पूरा करने के बजाय बहाने बताती रहती है, क्योंकि माहिष्य समाज टीएमसी का वोट बैंक नहीं है। साथियों, मैं आज आपको भरोसा देता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार संविधान के अनुसार काम करेगी। जिसका जो हक है वो हक उसे दिलाया जाएगा, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। टीएमसी की चीट और चीटिंग वाली दुर्नीति, ये सब बीजेपी बंद करके ही रहने वाली है। सरकारी भर्तियां टाइम से हो, उनका एक कैलेंडर हो और हर भर्ती ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कट कमीशन नहीं, कोई मेरा पराया नहीं, सब कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंट, ये पक्का किया जाएगा। साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए की जहां भी सरकारें हैं, वहां रोजगार मेले आयोजित होते हैं। यहां आप लोग जब बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, तो मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार बनने के बाद यहां भी रोजगार मेले शुरू कर दिए जाएंगे, ताकि नौजवानों को रोजगार मिले, ताकि हजारों की संख्या में जो सरकारी वैकेंसीज हैं उनको टाइम बाउंड तरीके से भरा जा सके। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल में एक और बड़ी संभावना मछली पालन में है, फिशरीज में है, सी फूड में है। मेदिनीपुर की तो ये बहुत बड़ी ताकत रही है, लेकिन स्थिति क्या है ये जानकर आपको बहुत हैरानी होगी। यहां बंगाल में मछली की इतनी डिमांड है लेकिन बंगाल मछली पालन में अब तक आत्मनिर्भर नहीं है। आज भी बंगाल अपनी जरूरत के लिए मछली दूसरे राज्यों से मंगानी पड़ती है। अपने 15 साल के शासन में भी टीएमसी आपको मछली तक नहीं दे पाई है, वो भी बाहर से लानी पड़ रही है। और ये टीएमसी की दुर्नीति का उदाहरण है। साथियों, पिछले 11 वर्ष में ये याद रखिए आप लोग और लोगों को बताइए, पिछले 11 वर्ष में भारत का मछली उत्पादन डबल हुआ है। भारत का सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट डबल हुआ है। लेकिन बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार की वजह से जो देश में हुआ, सफलतापूर्वक हुआ, बंगाल में नहीं हुआ। टीएमसी के पापों के कारण नहीं हुआ। जबकि यहां बीजेपी या एनडीए सरकार जहां जहां है, वहां मछली उत्पादन तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। आपके पड़ोस में बिहार भी कभी दूसरे राज्यों से मछली मंगाता था, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार की नीतियों का नतीजा है कि बिहार में मछली उत्पादन करीब करीब 2 गुना हो गया। आज बिहार बाहर से मछली नहीं मंगवाता, बिहार की मछली बाहर भेजने के लिए वो ताकतवर बन गया है। आज बिहार दूसरे राज्यों को मछली भेजने लगा है। 10 साल पहले असम भी दूसरे राज्यों से फिश इंपोर्ट करता था, मछली मंगवाता था। बीते दशक में वहां भी फिश प्रोडक्शन डबल हुआ, 2 गुना हुआ। आज असम भी अपनी फिश की रिक्वायरमेंट तो पूरी करता है, दूसरे राज्यों को भी फिश एक्सपोर्ट करता है। साथियों, देश में फिश प्रोडक्शन, श्रिम्प प्रोडक्शन इतना बढ़ा, तो इसमें बड़ी भूमिका पीएम मत्स्य संपदा स्कीम की है। इस स्कीम में क्योंकि पीएम शब्द आता है, ये अहंकारी टीएमसी को पसंद नहीं है। ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान कर रही है। इसलिए मछुआरों के फायदे की योजना को ठीक से लागू नहीं किया जा रहा है। इनको पीएम शब्द से इतनी नफरत है कि पीएम नाम से जुड़ी हर स्कीम का या तो नाम बदल देते हैं या लागू ही नहीं करते हैं। जैसे गरीबों के घर की योजना है पीएम आवास, इसका नाम बदल दिया और उसमें से असली गरीबों, असली हकदारों के नाम ही काट दिए। ऐसे ही आयुष्मान भारत, पीएम जन आरोग्य योजना है, इससे हर गरीब परिवार को, 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के हर बुजुर्ग को मुफ्त इलाज मिलता है। क्योंकि इसमें पीएम लिखा हुआ है, तो ये योजना भी टीएमसी वाले बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने देते। मैं मानता हूं कि टीएमसी के बड़े नेताओं को मुझसे नफरत है, लेकिन इस नफरत में इन्होंने पीएम शब्द को भी नहीं छोड़ा, ये तो संविधान का दिया हुआ शब्द है, देश की जनता ने दिया हुआ शब्द है। ये जन्म से मैं लेकर के नहीं आया हूं। इस वजह से नुकसान बंगाल के गरीब का, बुजुर्ग मां बाप का हो रहा है, आप सभी का हो रहा है। साथियों, बंगाल का फायदा पीएम से नफरत में नहीं है, पीएम और सीएम दोनों मिलकर काम करें, इसमें लोगों का लाभ है। इसलिए बंगाल में बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। डबल इंजन सरकार बंगाल को फिशरीज में, सी फूड में आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। साथियों, मछुआरों को जो पहले कभी नहीं मिलता था, वो बीजेपी सरकार ने दिलाया है। फिर फिशरीज का अलग मंत्रालय बीजेपी ने बनाया। आजादी के इतने दशकों के बाद फिशरमैन परिवार, ब्लू इकोनॉमी, इन सब के लिए दशकों बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने फिशरीज मंत्रालय अलग बनाया, मिनिस्ट्री बनाई। इतना ही नहीं, अलग बजट, रिकॉर्ड बजट दिया है बीजेपी ने। मछुआरों के लिए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड, केसीसी बीजेपी ने दिया। मछुआरों के लिए 5 लाख रुपए तक का बीमा बीजेपी ने दिया। लाखों मछुआरे साथी इसका फायदा उठा चुके हैं। साथियों, बीजेपी की सरकार बनने से केंद्र की हर स्कीम यहां तेजी से लागू होगी। इससे धान किसानों को, आलू किसानों को, पान किसानों को, सब किसानों को फायदा ही फायदा होगा। साथियों, बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार हल्दिया को पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट का, ब्लू इकोनॉमी का भी बड़ा केंद्र बनाएगी। अभी यहां हल्दिया पोर्ट पर, हल्दिया से बनारस तक, गंगा जी पर बन रहे वाटरवे पर केंद्र सरकार बहुत बड़ा निवेश कर रही है। डबल इंजन सरकार बनने से ये सारे काम और तेजी से पूरे होंगे। साथियों, ये मातंगिनी हाजरा जी की धरती है। उन्होंने वंदे मातरम का नारा बुलंद करते हुए देश के लिए अपना जीवन दे दिया था। लेकिन टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का जीवन संकट में डाल रखा है। टीएमसी के 15 वर्षों में पश्चिम बंगाल में महिलाओं के खिलाफ क्राइम का ग्राफ ऊपर ही जा रहा है और जो दोषी हैं उनको सजा दिलाने में टीएमसी सरकार का रिकॉर्ड निचले स्तर पर है। टीएमसी के राज में बेटियां सड़क पर सुरक्षित नहीं, स्कूल में रैप होते हैं, डॉक्टर बने तो बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है, बेटी वकील बनने जाए तो उसके साथ अत्याचार होते हैं। ऐसा इसलिए है क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार गुंडों और अपराधियों को संरक्षण देती है, क्योंकि वही लोग टीएमसी को वोट दिलवाते हैं, वो वोट के ठेकेदार हैं। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की हर माता, बहन, बेटी से एक ही विनती करना चाहता हूं, जान और मान सम्मान से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, और ये गारंटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी दे सकती है। बीजेपी वेलफेयर भी देती है, लखपति दीदी भी बनाती है, लेकिन बीजेपी जहां भी है, बहनों बेटियों को सुरक्षा और सम्मान का जीवन देती है। आपका प्यार मेरे सरोखों पर, वो माताजी इस आयु में भी मुझे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इतनी मेहनत कर रही है। माताजी, आप कहीं चोट न लग जाए आपको। मुझे आपका आशीर्वाद मिल गया है माताजी, कहीं आपको चोट न लग जाए, आप गिर न जाए। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं, आप इतनी बारिश में भी यहां और इतना ऊंचा खड़े होकर के मुझे आशीर्वाद दे रही है। मैं ये बंगाल का प्यार भूल नहीं सकता हूं, ये प्यार मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता हूं। साथियों, हम हर मां बहन बेटी को सम्मान देना चाहते हैं, यही हम बंगाल में करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए हर बहन बेटी का मैं आज आशीर्वाद मांगने आया हूं। मैं आज आपके पास कुछ मांगने आया हूं, मुझे आशीर्वाद दीजिए, मेरे इन साथियों को आशीर्वाद दीजिए। साथियों, गुलामी के कालखंड में सतीश चंद्र सामंता जी ने, ताम्रलिप्त जातीय सरकार ने अंग्रेजों की सत्ता हिला दी थी। आज इसी धरती से मैं पश्चिम बंगाल को 6 गारंटियां देता हूं। मोदी की पहली गारंटी, टीएमसी ने भय फैलाया, सरकार और सरकारी सिस्टम को भय का माध्यम बनाया। आज बात बात पर लोगों को कोर्ट से न्याय मांगना पड़ता है। बीजेपी सरकार भय की जगह भरोसा कायम करेगी, कानून पर भरोसा लौटाएगी। मोदी की दूसरी गारंटी, बीजेपी सरकार में सरकारी सिस्टम जनता की सेवा के लिए जवाबदेह होगा, अकाउंटेबल होगा। मोदी की तीसरी गारंटी, हर घोटाले, हर करप्शन और बेटियों के साथ हुए हर अन्याय, हर रेप केस की फाइलें खुलेगी। मोदी की चौथी गारंटी, टीएमसी के राज में जिसने भी करप्शन किया है उसकी जगह जेल में होगी। मंत्री हो या संतरी, कानून सबका हिसाब करेगा। टीएमसी का कोई गुंडा अब कानून से बचने वाला नहीं है। मोदी टीएमसी को जनता जनार्दन का पैसा नहीं खाने देगा, पैसा नहीं खाने देगा। मोदी की पांचवी गारंटी, जो शरणार्थी हैं उन्हें संविधान के तहत हर हक मिलेगा, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको खदेड़ा जाएगा, उनको भारत में नहीं रहने दिया जाएगा। साथियों, मोदी की छठी गारंटी बंगाल के सभी सरकारी कर्मचारियों, सभी शिक्षकों और अन्य सेवाओं में जुटे साथियों के लिए आपको इतने वर्षों तक ये निर्मम सरकार ने भयभीत करके रखा है। मोदी आपके साथ खड़ा है, बीजेपी आपके साथ खड़ी है। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए, बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही 7th पे कमीशन लागू करवाएंगे। ये हमारी गारंटी है। साथियों, इन्हीं गारंटियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए 23 अप्रैल को भारी मतदान करना है। हर बूथ पर बीजेपी के इन सभी साथियों को विजयी बनाना है। और साथियों, जहां तक बंगाल की धरती है, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा सिद्धांत है, हमारा मंत्र है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। हम इसके प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है। लेकिन बंगाल में मैं एक और वादा करता हूं, सबका साथ सबका विकास। और जिन्होंने बंगाल को लूटा है, सबका हिसाब होगा, सबका हिसाब होगा। और इसलिए सबका साथ सबका विकास और बंगाल में लुटेरों का सबका हिसाब होगा। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So Narendra Modi speaking in Haldia, taking on Mamata Banerjee, her governance and the Trinamool Congress party. Prime Minister Modi says it's time to bid farewell to a government he calls ruthless. He says Mamata Banerjee's government is dragging down the state of West Bengal. Modi also goes on to say that youth have been migrating from the state because of the unemployment and because of the state of the economy there. This is Prime Minister Modi's second visit to the state since the announcement of the poll schedule. He also promised many guarantees, which he called Modi's guarantees. Let me take you through some of them. He says, we'll replace fear with trust and trust on the law. The second guarantee, according to the Prime Minister, is that the bureaucratic system will be held accountable in the state of West Bengal if the BJP comes to power. The third is every corruption and exploitation against women will be wiped out, and those who've exploited women will be held accountable. Also, those who thrived under Trinamool Congress's corruption will be sent to jail. Those seeking refuge will be given shelter if deemed legal, and illegal immigrants will be sent back. Also, Prime Minister Modi is there saying that the 7th Pay Commission will be implemented in Bengal if BJP comes to power after this election. He promises Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and has promised to hold the corrupt accountable. So that's Prime Minister Modi in Haldia. He has 2 more rallies scheduled in Bengal today, sharpening the BJP's campaign ahead of the state elections in West Bengal. Sipping to a short break, we'll be back with our West Asia ceasefire coverage in moments from now. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
After 39 days of war, Donald Trump announced a ceasefire. This came just hours before his deadline was about to end.
Bomb the hell out of him, we can knock him out for a loop.
Even as war rhetoric peaked, diplomacy was quietly accelerating. US forces were preparing for strikes while Iran weighed a final call. For the first time since the war began, Mujtaba Khamenei signaled openness to a deal. As the world watched Trump's next move, Iran shared a 10-point proposal with the US. Sources say US envoy Steve Witkoff rejected it, calling it a catastrophe. But negotiations continued, with mediators shuttling revised drafts between Washington and Tehran. After hours of back and forth, a 2-week ceasefire proposal secured US approval. But the final clearance rested with Mujtaba Khamenei, who gave the green light. Amid suspense over his well-being, Khamenei communicated through handwritten notes. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi played a key role, pushing both negotiators and military leadership towards a deal. By Tuesday morning, progress was visible, but rhetoric intensified. Trump issued a stark warning, saying whole civilization will die tonight, leaving world anticipating about his next move. While Vice President J.D. Vance worked the phones from Hungary, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stayed in constant touch with Washington. By midday, both sides were converging on ceasefire terms. Pakistan then publicly pushed the 2-week ceasefire proposal forward. Trump faced pressure from hawkish allies to reject the deal, and uncertainty lingered even among his closest aides. Then came the decisive moment. Trump first secured Netanyahu's commitment to comply. He then spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Assam to finalize the agreement. Trump accepted the ceasefire, ending hours of uncertainty. Within minutes, US forces were ordered to stand down. Soon after, Iran confirmed compliance and signaled reopening of the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Now all eyes are on the next 14 days to see how things will take shape. NDTV Bureau Report.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices to make India big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
The crisis around the Strait of Hormuz may be entering a decisive phase. But beneath the optimism, a complex power play is unfolding. After weeks of military escalation, diplomacy is now driving the narrative. Donald Trump claims Iran is ready to de-escalate and rebuild after sustained pressure. He says the US will help clear Hormuz traffic, but insists on a complete and safe reopening. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says safe passage is possible, but only for 2 weeks. The offer signals caution, with Tehran testing the waters rather than committing fully. Reports suggest Iran, possibly with Oman, may introduce transit fee in Hormuz. If implemented, this could transform a global oil lifeline into a controlled economic corridor. Meanwhile, Keir Starmer is set to visit West Asia to push for stability. The UK aims to secure a long-term solution amid fears of global energy disruption. A short-term opening looks likely, but uncertainty remains high. The next move will decide whether Hormuz stabilizes or slips back into crisis. NDTV Bureau Report.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
We have some breaking news that we're starting our rolling coverage on the West Asia ceasefire with. French Foreign Minister has said that the ceasefire should apply to Lebanon. This is what the Foreign Minister of France is saying. Is the latest European official now to call for the USA-Iran ceasefire to include Lebanon, where Israel has continued to pound Lebanon with deadly attacks. In comments cited by Reuters, the top French diplomat said France condemns Israel's latest massive strikes on Lebanon, which must be covered in the US-Iran ceasefire agreement. Now I have Aditya Rajkol joining me on this developing story. Aditya, France explicitly challenging this narrow, fragile issue of ceasefire at this point between Israel, in fact, between US and Iran. They're questioning it and they want Lebanon to be a part of it.
Well, that's right, Vedika. What we are learning right now is that the French foreign minister has issued a statement clearly indicating that there should be a ceasefire that should include Lebanon. He has said that Israel should cease all hostilities and, the kind of attacks and operations that are underway in Lebanon by Israel and the IDF need to be stopped immediately. He has condemned the Israeli strikes on Lebanon that happened yesterday, in which more than 250 people have been killed. And France is now pushing for a ceasefire in Lebanon. If you remember, Vedika, just a few days ago, the French President Macron had also indicated that he's ready to mediate between Israel and Lebanon, which did not receive any kind of a positive response. So as of now, it's amply clear that Israel is not going to change its strategy, although there is global pressure on Israel to stop the war in Lebanon. But as of now, it does seem like that the war continues, and the US is now also supporting Israel in a
All right, there seems to be a problem with the signal with Aditya there, but that's the latest that we have for you. France also joining in to say that a ceasefire cannot hold if Lebanon is not part of that ceasefire. France coming out and obviously challenging the narrow scope of the US-Iran ceasefire, arguing that peace cannot hold if Lebanon continues to burn. Aditya, back with us. Aditya, but logical given that yesterday we had the big news of a ceasefire being called, the announcement being made by Donald Trump, as well as Iran agreeing conditionally to it, stating if aggression stops, we will talk across the table. But Lebanon, of course, now being the weakest link when it comes to the ceasefire.
I would presume that both Lebanon and Strait of Hormuz are the weakest link. Right. Both are both of contention for US, for Iran, and for Israel. Israel is not going to change its stance when it Lebanon. It's amply made sure to the US by Netanyahu and his cabinet that they are going missiles at Hezbollah. They are going to wipe out Hezbollah completely, just like they did with Hamas in Gaza, and a buffer zone will be created. But will Iran change its stance when it comes to ceasefire? We heard statement from the Iranian parliament speaker, who will be the lead negotiator in Islamabad as well, that this is not acceptable, and they are saying that Lebanon will be part of the ceasefire and any kind of hostility needs to be ended immediately. So it does seem like it's not only this being a fragile ceasefire or fragile peace, but no parties are agreeing to the basic terms of the entire ceasefire that was suggested apparently by Pakistan. So will Pakistan be able to bring in a consensus? Well, it's anybody's guess. It would be very, very difficult and a Herculean challenge before that. So all eyes are on that meeting that takes place tomorrow. France has suggested that they are ready to give some kind of mediation, but that clearly is not acceptable to Israel. And they are continuing with their military operation and offensive.
Call. Thanks for joining me live there. That is the latest that we have for you in terms of world leaders reacting to this very fragile ceasefire. More breaking news coming in. Lebanon has declared National Mourning Day. This after there have been unprecedented strikes that pounded Lebanon, an unprecedented wave of attacks across Lebanon carried out by Israel. And that will be the 9th of April as National Mourning Day, which is today. More than 250 civilians have been killed in those strikes. Over 100 people have been injured. Nasir now joins me live from the ground. Nasir, just take us through what you've been seeing around you. This is unprecedented in terms of the strikes by Israel. 100 strikes in 10 minutes. They've been brutal, they've been intense.
Well, those 100 strikes and then strikes going on. It's not just. This is the aftermath of those strikes. Just see the full frame and see the what is behind it. And this is here at one of the sites which was devastated by the bombing. And it is still smoke is coming out. Let's show the full frame of this bombing, what is happening here. This is it. Here in the central Beirut, complete devastation from all sides. And it is still smoke coming. And in the, look at this. And here the rescuers trying to salvage in the basement of this building, a multi-story building reduced to complete rubble. Now this is the basement. They are trying to say their chances of survival is very, very grim. These are buildings, look at this, what has happened to them. And not one side, but here all the sides. So it is a devastated site by the bombing here, and Lebanon has today declared as National Mourning Day. All offices, everything is closed here. So it is a complete devastation from all the sides. You see the bombing which killed more than 250 people, injured 1,100. Hospitals were overwhelmed by the injured, and they have not been able to deal with the situation. So it is a devastating thing here in Lebanon. We have seen since yesterday, Beirut was completely shattered by massive strikes. When we talk about the world response, French president immediately called the president of Lebanon and strongly condemned it, and he would want the inclusion of this Lebanon in the ceasefire. They say it would remain a ceasefire. Look what this French President Mr. Macron is saying. I express France's full solidarity in face of the indiscriminate strikes carried out by Israel in Lebanon today, which resulted in very high number of civilian casualties. We condemn these strikes in the strongest possible terms. So it's not only France's foreign minister, but France's president has also strongly condemned it and demanded that these strikes pose a direct threat to the sustainability of the ceasefire that has just been reached. Lebanon must be fully covered by it. So France clearly saying Lebanon should be part of the ceasefire, these strikes should stop. And also Belgium foreign minister and deputy chief prime minister is also here. He was at his embassy, and when he said that the bombs fell just few hundred meters from the place where he was. Belgium foreign minister also saying. So it is a very, very volatile place. No place here appears to be safe. Bombs can fall anywhere. And this is the magnitude of the destruction here in this place. This is the most devastating. Nobody had thought it was going to happen. People were actually preparing to go back when they heard about going back to their homes, when they heard about the ceasefire. But then what they received, the massive bombing and destruction and death. Unprecedented bombing here, which has been going on since yesterday. And yesterday, Israel itself said that they carried out 100+ strikes within a period of just 10 minutes. And imagine then hospitals receiving 1,100, more than 1,100 injured immediately. And at the same time, how can they deal with this type of, number of casualties? So it is death and destruction from every side, and there's no end in sight, because Israel is clearly saying they have launched a full-scale war. And here people were already fearing that once Israel is done with Iran, they're going to intensify the attacks. And many also believe these attacks are clearly aimed at to derail this ceasefire. So that's what. Now we see America also saying, US also saying Lebanon was not part of the deal, ceasefire deal. But Pakistan, the mediator, has clearly said, Pakistan Prime Minister, yes, it is part of included, and asked all the parties to exercise restraint. But here on the ground, it is mayhem. Children, women, men getting killed here. And this is the site, one of the worst, devastated sites here, which has borne the brunt of this. And I spoke to some of the people. They say they had no warning. They had no idea what was happening. Vehicles are moving here. People were here when bombs hit them suddenly and destroyed their multi-story buildings. Residential apartments have been reduced to ground. You can still see it is still apartments burning, smoke coming out from here. So horrible scene is here from all the sides, which is death and destruction here in Lebanon and here in Beirut. So we have to see whether there would be some sort of resolution way forward, or the Lebanon situation in Lebanon is going to threaten the larger peace process, as US Vice President J.D. Vance and the team delegation is preparing to visit Islamabad tomorrow for talks with Iran. Iran has clearly sent a message to media and others that if it continues like this here, then Hormuz may not open and ceasefire may not continue. So they are clearly sending a message. They are not having this ceasefire from the position of any weakness. They want a holistic ceasefire, and Lebanon has to be part of it. But Israel clearly has different.
From what you're saying, it's not only the speed of these attacks, it's not only the scale of these unprecedented attacks, it's also the biggest takeaway from what you're saying is all these residents of the area being caught unaware at that point, since a ceasefire had already been announced.
Exactly. They thought it is part of the ceasefire. Then there was massive strike. Nothing was left. For example, in Baalbek, there was a funeral going on. There were people attending that funeral. They were bombed. Several people were killed in that. Many were injured. And there was a coffee shop I visited yesterday, and that was bombed. 8 people were killed as per initial reports, and 22 were injured. It's not just. Who would tell him, they are Israel fighting Hezbollah? Okay, Hezbollah is fighting them back, and Hezbollah is also targeting innocents in North Lebanon when they fire these rockets there. But here, Israel is massive bombardment in congested neighborhoods, and doing it in the name of fighting Hezbollah. No one here is, except perhaps Israel itself, no one here is accepting that it is fight against Hezbollah. It is actually killing people. It is destroying homes. It is destroying bridges and roads and civil infrastructure. And whether it is, this United Nations and all rights groups have strongly condemned it. Doctors Without Borders have recently said how it is horribly destroying, killing innocent people here. And it is putting huge pressure on the hospitals and the health workers. But unfortunately, in this place, health workers are not safe. They have been facing the brunt, and more than 50 health workers, including doctors, have been killed. Journalists, for example, one journalist in Gaza, he was killed in Gaza, and 2 have been killed in Lebanon. And several journalists have been killed so far. So it is a most horrible thing. You can't actually believe it unless you see it. How can innocent people, how will it achieve anything for any country? Even if you are in war with some militant force or on some militia, Hezbollah, what will it happen unless there's something different in mind? So it is all that destruction from all sides here in this part of Beirut. Beirut, all these things. You can see this. So let me show you this side also. Again, yeah. It's here.
Scenes, viewer, that you're seeing behind Nazir at this moment. These are buildings, not one or two, but dozens of them that have been gutted after the unprecedented strikes that took place after the ceasefire was announced. Of course, you have the US saying that Lebanon's not a part of the ceasefire talks or deal, and Israel also stating the same. But what you're seeing behind Nazir at this point are apocalyptic. And there's no other word to describe those scenes behind Nazir. Nazir, this has become now the most fragile flashpoint, Lebanon, and the strikes in Lebanon when it comes to the larger picture of a ceasefire between US and Iran.
Yeah, it is, but I think that is the larger picture. Iran is a powerful country. It forced US and the Israel to hold a ceasefire. But look at the people who can't defend themselves. We say it through, yes, there's a larger picture. We can't ignore that. But there's a real picture of people, how they are being killed, how their houses are being destroyed, because Lebanon cannot defend itself, and it is in a very peculiar situation. You have a government here and its army. They're not part of the war. And it is Hezbollah which is fighting Israel, and they started on 2nd of March after killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And since then, Israel is launching relentless attacks on this place. Knowing that his Lebanon government doesn't have the power and it doesn't want to fight this war. And second thing, they don't have any means also to disarm Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is saying so long occupation continues, resistance will continue. And here you see, in these congested neighborhoods, marketplaces, hostels, ambulance, everything, it is all the red line appears to have been crossed. And what you see in different places, it is worse than Gaza. Gaza in several places of Lebanon, where the place have been, this place have been, flattened. Israel is making it point that they are fighting, Hezbollah, and nobody is actually challenging them. But when innocent people get killed and congested neighborhoods are destroyed, then the serious questions are raised about the intent of this war.
I think, Nazir, there's no place more difficult really than where you are at the moment reporting as a journalist. Of course, emotions run high as well, because what you're seeing behind you, like I said, is extremely apocalyptic. This was something that the residents were not prepared for. Like you said, they were going back to their homes as well after the ceasefire was announced. We need you to stay safe. We'll come back to you in a while from now, but thank you for your reportage, for reporting from the ground there. These are scenes that one should not be witnessing, especially when there has been a call for ceasefire. But like I said, you have the US saying that Lebanon is not part of that deal when it comes to talks, when it comes to the ceasefire. Wrapping up this show, we'll be back in moments from now with Breaking Ground at 1 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. It is sound of massive explosions here in Nabatir amid raging war between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel wants to capture this land and turn it into a security buffer zone. But it clearly appears it's not only defeating Hezbollah or driving them out. They're destroying everything. Look at this marketplace, a flower shop, look what has happened to this flower shop. Still some flowers there. It is the recent bombing here which has destroyed everything here. And only thing you can see here is the debris, wreckage of multi-story buildings reduced to rubble. Look at again this multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. And even these mannequins have not been spared. They are also damaged in this clothes shop. Look at this. Everywhere you see is the rubble. So it is clearly not just to, dry out Hezbollah, defeat Hezbollah, but here it is destroying Hezbollah. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. I'm at Tyr in South Lebanon, and behind me the area which has been largely captured by Israel, almost 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. This area where this bombing is taking place, look at this bomb has hit this place. Bomb has hit this fresh bombing, it has hit here. It has hit here. So this is the situation here in Tyr area. As we talk about this large area, we have seen it earlier in the visuals Israeli Defense Forces releasing, showing how they have destroyed villages after classifying them as enemy territories, so enemy locations. So very, very tense situation here. It continues, war continues here in Lebanon, despite a larger ceasefire announced by the United States and Iran. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. It was a busy marketplace here in Sidon, but this is what is here. So always Israel talks about they are targeting Hamas, Hezbollah here in Lebanon. But clearly it would.
Day 41, a fragile truce holds, but just barely. After 40 days of relentless fire, missiles, drones, devastation, Washington and Tehran say there is a deal. But this is a deal without peace, because even as the guns fall silent between the US and Iran, what you're seeing on your screen there is Lebanon burning. 100 strikes in just 10 minutes, a new flashpoint threatening to rip apart an already shaky ceasefire. You have aggressive statements coming in yet again from the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. You have Iran saying that they will not open the Strait of Hormuz after what they've seen happen in Lebanon. What's clear is that this is a fragile truce. And the big question this afternoon is this ceasefire holding, or is it hanging by a thread? And is Lebanon the weak link that could drag the region back into war? Stay with us. This is Breaking Ground. We'll take you to the headlines, and then with our rolling coverage here on Breaking Ground on the West Asia fragile ceasefire. US President Donald Trump threatens Iran as Hormuz shuts, vows military presence until ceasefire, warns of intensified strikes. Iran media says Hormuz Strait shut again due to continuing strikes in Lebanon. Iran blocks tankers once again at Hormuz Strait. Iran speaker alleges ceasefire violations, points to strikes in Lebanon and rights on uranium enrichment being ignored. US Vice President says ceasefires always get messy. Over 100 strikes in 10 minutes in Lebanon, over 200 people killed World leaders push for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire deal. Israel insists Lebanon was never meant to be a part of ceasefire. Donald Trump blasts NATO ally, says alliance failed America, mulls true pullout from member nations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi promises multiple guarantees in Bengal during his rally, promises that he will rid Bengal of fear and that infiltrators will be kicked out, criminals will face the law, and also promises safety for the daughters of Bengal. Elections underway in 2 states and a union territory in the country, Kerala, Puducherry and Assam. BJP eyes Assam hat-trick, 3-way contest in Kerala. Just coming in, the Iranian ambassador has deleted a post that has led to high speculation. The Iranian envoy appears to delete a social media post on delegation's Pakistan visit. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan, Reza Amiri Moghadam, appears to have taken down an earlier social media post announcing an upcoming visit by an Iranian delegation to Pakistan for ceasefire talks with American negotiators. That post, published earlier this morning on Moghadam's X account, is no longer visible on the platform. There was no immediate explanation for the deleted post, which has said Iran's delegation would arrive in Islamabad tonight. Pradeep Datta joining me live on the story. He joins me live from Israel. Pradeep, there is speculation over why that post has been deleted, given the talks are to start tomorrow.
See, what's more important for success of the ceasefire is that one, that there has to be consensus. Second, there has to be commitment. But here in this case, we have seen that neither of the side is having a consensus, and they're not ready for any kind of a commitment too. And that's one of the reasons that uncertainty is looming large over the ceasefire, because we have seen that Iran has already made it clear that if there is no ceasefire with Lebanon, that means any attack on Lebanon will be attack on Iran. So they will not be part of negotiation, and they will not be they will not be taking part in the dialogue process. But so far as the United States of America is concerned, already you've seen that there has been a clear-cut warning from Donald Trump's side. He has threatened that if you will not comply with the ceasefire deal, then they are ready for the attack. He has in fact used a very harsh language. He has said that they are going to prosecute and also launch an attack on this country. So that's what actually has mentioned about. But so far as Israel is concerned, so Israel has avoided security concern. From day one, they have maintained that Lebanon can't be part of the deal, because the reason they are saying is that Lebanon has got Hezbollah's hands soaked in blood, and they are responsible for targeting them for the last several decades. So they can't give them validity by just not targeting them and making them a part of the deal.
All right, hold that thought, Pradeep, because I have Vishal joining me from the newsroom as well. Vishal, you have Iran's ambassador to Pakistan, Reza Amiri Moghadam, deleting the post that he had put on X a couple of hours back. Now, the big question and, of course, speculation over the deletion of this post would be Lebanon at this point.
Yes, and of course, there was some, confusion over the whatever Iran will be willing to send to Islamabad, but that confusion is still prevailing. But because a few moments ago, when the envoy had posted on X, it seemed that Iran was now ready to send someone. But that's seemingly not the case, because Iran is clearly, trying to hold back that information till the last moment. We had seen something similar from the Iranian side when they were not ready to, give out to the public that Mojtaba will be the new supreme leader. Similar ploy could be at work here, that they want it to be a last-minute secret that they will divulge. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense as to why they would, delete the post, because both the sides sides are already at odds on many points. Almost all the points that we've been talking about, they are at odds. To add another point where they are not willing to compromise, it will only add to the confusion, and the talks that they're willing to talk about on Saturday, it doesn't seem to bring any peace to any region. So we'll have to see how that unfolds.
All right, Vishal, thanks for joining me live. Pradeep Datta, we're going to come back to you in a couple of moments from now, but that's the latest that we have for you. Iran's envoy to Pakistan has deleted a post that he had put on X some hours ago. Now, the big story, a fresh war of words threatens the fragile ceasefire. US President Donald Trump warns American forces will stay deployed around Iran until a real agreement is fully honored. Trump says any violation could trigger overwhelming military action, insisting on no nuclear weapons and a fully open Strait of Hormuz, warning, and he quotes, and I'm going to quote him here, he says, the shooting starts if terms are broken. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker Ghalibaf has cast doubt on talks, calling Truce talks unreasonable and accusing Washington of breaching 3 key conditions, including continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Ghalibaf claims US breached 3 elements of Iran's framework, citing continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon, a reported drone incursion into Iranian airspace after the truce, and the US refusal to accept any uranium enrichment. US Vice President J.D. Vance has pushed back, calling it a misunderstanding and saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. Vance also took aim at Iran's uranium stance, saying having a right doesn't mean it should be exercised under a deal. A sharp escalation in rhetoric now threatening to derail already fragile diplomacy.
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon. Okay, and again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. The second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
We're about to show you now is the post that came in this morning India time from the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. It's an aggressive post. And I'm going to quote from that post where Donald Trump says, all US ships, aircraft and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place and around Iran until such time as a real agreement reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed a long time ago, and despite all of the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons and the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. In the meantime, our great military, he says, is loading up and resting, looking forward actually to its next conquest. America is back, what that post says. I'm now going to decode for you, the viewer, what this post could actually mean. For now, the ceasefire may be holding, but if you listen closely and read closely to all the rhetoric, all the narrative coming in from Washington, D.C., from the White House, and what Donald Trump has written this morning, and what it actually is saying, the message is far more hardline than it appears. In a sharply worded post, Trump makes it clear this is not a de-escalation, it is a pause under pressure. US military assets, he says, will remain locked and loaded in and around Iran until what he calls a real agreement is fully honored. That's a clear signal. Washington does not yet trust Tehran to comply. And then comes the warning. If the deal fails, Trump says the response will be bigger, stronger, and unlike anything seen before. In other words, the option of overwhelming force is very much on the table. He also draws two firm red lines. Iran must not pursue nuclear weapons, and the Strait of Hormuz must remain open and secure a direct node to global energy security. But perhaps the most telling line is this: the US military is quote-unquote loading up and resting, ready for its next move. That is not the language of peace. It is the language of deterrence and preparation. So while the ceasefire may be in place on paper, the reality is far more fragile and far more dangerous. Pradeep Datta back with us live. He's live with us from Israel. Pradeep, this is, in the best way possible, if you need to describe it, a very fragile truce. And with what has happened in Lebanon, one cannot tell if the talks will even take place tomorrow.
Yes, you're absolutely right. In fact, in such a situation, the talks really seem uncertain. Because the reason is that if you listen to what actually the Donald Trump has said, this language is more than conciliatory, it is confrontational. So very sharp-worded language from his side where he's trying to threaten Iran that if they will not comply with the deal. And the two main points are that they want that Strait of Hormuz to be open and no nuclear weapon enrichment. That's what actually uranium enrichment will not be allowed at any cost. That's what he has made clear. Because there are many countries in the Gulf, they are against that charging of the to Iran. They say that it should not only be safe passage, but it should also be a free passage, some condition that used to be earlier. And so far as Lebanon is concerned, because already Israel has made its intention clear that they will not allow Hezbollah to raise its ugly head, because if they will allow them, that means it will give them a chance to assemble and once again target Israel. So that is not the interest of Israel. They will not allow that thing to happen. So there is a lot of confusion. It will be a real tough time for JD Vance, because tomorrow he, along with two more people, will be traveling to Islamabad, where for the first time Iranian delegates and US people will be meeting face to face, because till date it was only intermediary who was exchanging messages either with Iran or with the United States of America. But this will be a face-to-face meeting, so it's going to be very important. They will have to iron out differences. They will have to end confusion, and because otherwise, if the confusion continues, definitely the chaos is going to remain, and there's going to be more confrontation, because then one can't see the ceasefire going ahead.
All right, Pradeep Datta, thanks for joining me live there. It's day 2 of that fragile ceasefire in the West Asia war, and all parties, including Iran and the United States of America, continue to remain on the edge. In the latest, the US president has issued a stark warning to Iran, saying that military buildup would remain in and around Iran till an agreement is reached. Warning Iran, Trump said the US military was prepping bigger and better for the next conquest. Trump's Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, seemed confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of that ceasefire. The Iranian response to the US bravado has been equally strong. Mojtaba Khamenei's advisor claimed that the IRGC is at the highest levels of readiness to retaliate to any miscalculation by the United States of America, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Now their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has said from the beginning there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Washington is now looking to collect what's being described as nuke dust, contaminated debris left behind after strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. US officials believe that dust and rubble from targeted sites in Natanz as well as Isfahan could hold crucial evidence of Iran's uranium stockpiles and enrichment activity. The concern is that bombing damage may have buried, not destroyed, telltale traces of nuclear material. By collecting and analyzing this debris, the US aims to independently verify Iran's nuclear capabilities. Officials say the move is meant to ensure Tehran cannot recover or reconstitute its nuclear program by secretly accessing material left behind. In short, collecting nuke dust is being seen as a critical step to assess real damage on the ground and to prevent Iran from rebuilding its nuclear capacity under the rubble. Now, the United States wants to keep a close watch on Iran, even after tensions ease, and there are clear strategic reasons why Washington wants to hang around. At the top of the list is compliance monitoring. The US is focused on verifying that Iran sticks to its commitment of no uranium enrichment, carries out nuclear cleanup and dust removal, and fully abides by missile restrictions, ensuring no new weapon systems are developed. Another key reason is traffic coordination. With the Strait of Hormuz acting as one of the world's most critical oil choke points, Washington wants to prevent any disruption to global energy supplies by maintaining maritime oversight in the region. Reconstruction support is also on the agenda. The USA's continued engagement will help ensure agreements are implemented smoothly, prevent violations, and eventually pave the way for sanctions relief, provided Iran meets all conditions. In short, America's presence is about enforcement, stability, and leverage, and a quick exit. The big question in everyone's mind is what will happen to Iran's contentious nuclear program after it reaches an agreement with the Trump administration, if it does. Will Tehran surrender its enriched uranium or keep maintaining strategic leverage and risk future confrontation? This report tells you more.
As the Iran-US ceasefire gets underway after a 40-day devastating war, the big question is what happens to Iran's nuclear program? A big point of contention between the two sides. US President in a post on Wednesday claimed that there will be no enrichment of uranium and the United States will work with Iran to dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Trump was apparently referring to the aftermath of US strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities last year.
They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it.
While Iran has always maintained that its nuclear program is not for building weapons, it is well known that the country has stock of over 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hidden in an underground facility in Isfahan. When the US struck Iran nuclear sites in June last year, Tehran is believed to have moved its uranium stockpile to Isfahan. This 60% uranium can be quickly upgraded to 90% weapons grade level if Iran wishes so. What happens to uranium stockpile as Iran-US negotiate a long-term agreement? And this war has convinced Iran more than ever that nuclear weapons are now a question of survival for the country, as no talks or negotiations stopped US from attacking it. In 1 year, Iran has been bombed twice during negotiations, June of 2025 and Feb of 2026. Plus, Trump also junked the Obama-era Iran deal of 2018, further convincing Tehran that pacts have no sanctity for this American regime, and any new administration can tear apart old agreements. Will Iran give up its nuclear ambition and surrender uranium to buy peace, or will it push ahead to gain leverage after a strategic break?
Despite a ceasefire being brokered, tensions have surged again. As per reports, Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz following fresh Israeli strikes on Lebanon. In the latest, the US President Donald Trump has spoken on the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the agreement called for the strait to be open and safe despite all fake rhetoric. The US President further went on to warn that the US military was prepping bigger and better for the next conquest. Reports suggest that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz after Israel fired 100 missiles in just 10 minutes, continuing operations against the Hezbollah. Meanwhile, in a new twist, Iran may impose a $1 per barrel toll on oil passing through the strait, possibly even demanding payments in cryptocurrency. There are also reports suggesting a potential US-Iran toll arrangement, an unlikely partnership after weeks of conflict.
Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's been very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the Straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
A proposed $1 per barrel toll through the Strait of Hormuz could translate into a massive payday for Iran with global implications. Depending on vessel size, oil tankers carry anywhere between 3 lakh and 3 million barrels of crude. That means a single transit could attract a toll ranging from $3 lakh to as much as $3 million per tanker. Around 20 million barrels of oil move through the Strait of Hormuz every day. At a flat $1 per barrel charge, that adds up to roughly $20 million in daily earnings for Iran without producing a single extra barrel of oil. As flagged by the Financial Times, such a toll would effectively turn geography into revenue, raising costs for global energy markets and putting pressure on shipping routes that the world depends on. Bottom line, a $1 levy may sound small, but at Hormuz scale, it's big money and big leverage. We have some breaking news coming in. Israel has claimed it has killed the Hezbollah chief named Qasem. Israel says it has killed named Qasem, the leader of the Lebanese group Hezbollah, in an overnight strike on Beirut. This is being reported by the Reuters news agency. If this is true, this is going to be hailed as a big victory for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and for his country. The killing has not been confirmed by the Hezbollah yet. In 2024, Israel killed Qasem's predecessor, veteran leader Hassan Nasrallah, in an airstrike on Beirut suburb. Hezbollah named Qasem, who has been a senior figure in the group for more than 30 years, as its new chief a month after Nasrallah's killing. So that's the latest that we have for you, and this is big news coming in, but of course with the caveat that the Hezbollah has not confirmed the death of its chief named Qasem yet, but Israel claims to have killed him in overnight strikes on Beirut. We've been talking about relentless strikes that took place, about 100 of them in 10 minutes in Lebanon, because of which you had several people being killed, almost 200 of them, and several injured. But the latest is that you have Israel now coming out and claiming that Naim Qasem has been killed. He is the chief of the Lebanese group Hezbollah, and this is in an overnight strike, according to the Reuters news agency. He had replaced his predecessor, Hassan Nasrallah in 2024, who had also been killed in an airstrike on a Beirut suburb. Well, that's an image there of the Hezbollah chief, and that is the claim being made by Israel, that it has killed the Hezbollah chief. This comes at a time when Israel had been pounding Lebanon overnight in unprecedented strikes, perhaps the target being the man on your screens, while they pounded Lebanon through several strikes in just 10 minutes. We're being told at least 100 strikes. There has been massive devastation, almost apocalyptic in terms of the debris that we're seeing, the damage that we've seen in and around Beirut at this point. We've had Naseem, also our correspondent on the ground, take us through the damage on the ground. But if this is true, it is going to be seen, like I said, as a big victory for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. Vishal now joining me from the newsroom at this point. This is a claim, Vishal, that Israel is making. Hezbollah has not confirmed it, but just take us through how significant this can be, if true, for Israel, that has not backed down when it comes to Lebanon in the last 41 days.
This will be the second biggest scalp for Israel in the war so far, in the 5 weeks of the war so far. The first one, of course, excuse me, is of course Ayatollah Khamenei. The second one would be Naim Qassem. He was the de facto chief. He was the chief of Hezbollah for a long time, ever since the former chief was killed. The former chief Hassan Nasrallah was the most powerful man. He was killed in the last strikes that happened about a year and a half ago. And Naim Qassem had been in the shadow of Hassan Nasrallah for a long time, for decades. He had been the right-hand man of Hassan Nasrallah. So ever since Hassan Nasrallah was killed, Naim Qassem was the one leading the operations of Hezbollah for the last year and a half or so. And he had been in the hiding ever since this current war started about 5 weeks ago. So the fact that Israel was able to assassinate him, locate him within the space of 24 hours ever since the ceasefire was called, goes to show the level of depth that Israel and Mossad have in that area. So it will have to be confirmed by the Hezbollah side, of course, but that will take some time. Hezbollah takes its sweet time to confirm these things, but this will be the biggest scalp of the Israeli side ever since the ceasefire has begun, and probably the second biggest person to have been assassinated by the US and Israeli forces ever since the war began.
Do stay with me, Vishal. I also have Nazir joining us live from Lebanon at this point. Nazir, this is news coming in. We're citing reports by Reuters that claim that the Hezbollah chief was killed in overnight strikes by Israel. It's a statement that Israel has come out with, according to Reuters. But of course, any news coming in from Lebanon at this point on the Hezbollah chief being killed?
Well, this is a claim made by the IDF and clearly it's not the first time when any top operative of Hezbollah has been killed, or it would not be the last time as well. Hezbollah has been, even in its chief Hassan Nasrallah was killed. It didn't actually weaken the Hezbollah. There has been the larger issue of what has weakened Hezbollah, which is also the fall of Assad regime in Syria. So that was the biggest setback for them, and also when they lost their supplies from there. But when it comes to the main power, they have actually the lot of people who have been working for Hezbollah. It has a huge base here in Lebanon, and this has been fighting. Clearly, it would be a tactical victory for this Israel by killing the top leader of Hezbollah, a military leader of Hezbollah. But when it comes to the real, whether they can achieve it is the strategic objective, that doesn't appear to be happening, given the fact that this bombing and the massive war is actually consolidating the Hezbollah's own base. And also they see resurgent, Iran in this sense, they have been able to achieve a ceasefire on their own terms and conditions, when America has said they accept and that their 10-point demand is workable and that can be negotiated with. So we have to see, but on the ground, militarily, it is seen as a victory when they kill a top commander of Hezbollah. That is clearly a victory for the armed forces, but not necessarily a political victory when it comes to the larger.
Perhaps, Nasir, this could be one of the reasons, and of course no one is justifying it here, for the unprecedented strikes that took place overnight. Because you've had the Israel Prime Minister come out over and over again and talk about how the Hezbollah will be on target.
Well, they have been their target, but the fact is, all that is fine. Nobody can question, because this is war between two militaries that is going on for a long time. But the questions remain when the place like this are hit and when the innocent people get killed, and you can't, as they say, 100 criminal, 100 criminal pleas, but it should not harm one civilian. But it is clearly different way. We are different, deals here, how things are working here on the ground, where everything is, as they say, here in love and war, and everything appears to be here. For Israel, they are targeting everything and been able to get away with it. But that can't take away their successes, military success against Hezbollah. They have been making advance in the south of Lebanon, almost 7 to 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. They have occupied that. Yes, Hezbollah has slowed their advances and they are fighting back, hitting back. But Israel is now claiming to have killed the top operative or the leader of Hezbollah. Is clearly a tactical success for Israel when they are facing a huge criticism for this massive bombing across Lebanon, which has killed so many people, more than 250 people since Lebanon.
From what you're hearing from your sources, from the people you've spoken to, how badly rather has the Hezbollah been hit by these relentless strikes over the last 40 days, Nasir?
Well, Hezbollah has been hit very badly, but the fact is that Hezbollah's manpower doesn't recruit, because they get the fact, these recruits, and they have that kind of, their ideological base. Not just in Lebanon, but outside Lebanon also. Their ideological base translates boundaries here also. As I said earlier, that the fall of Assad regime in Syria was the biggest, setback for Hezbollah, which happened last year, and now we have a regime in Syria which is anti-Hezbollah or anti-Iran. So there has been setbacks for them, larger setbacks, but clearly killing of somebody is not necessarily that setback. It may be a tactical victory, but not a political victory, because what is Hezbollah? What is making Hezbollah keep it going? It is the spirit of that martyrdom. So they celebrate that martyrdom of their leaders, and they say, oh, now new leaders would take his position. For example, Hassan Nasrallah, their leader and ideologue, everything, he was killed. He didn't actually, yes, it is much weaker than what it used to be. But over the last 40 days, what we have seen, they have the still capacity to use cruise missiles. They have the huge stockpiles of the rockets, which they are firing at Israel and North Israel. So it is a militia which is much more strong. It has underground bases, and it's not necessarily that they would be just operating from these houses. They have much more underground base, particularly in the south of Lebanon, where real fight is going on, military fight. Not this fight when you bomb the, from 30,000 you will bomb the residential areas and helpless people have nothing but to just carry the bodies of their dear ones.
Nazir, just stay with me. I also have Vishal from the newsroom. Vishal, the man we're talking about, Qasim, is known to be very close in terms of his loyalty to Iran and his ability to maintain Hezbollah's cohesion during periods of intense conflict. What could this then mean, Vishal, for the talks that are expected to start tomorrow?
Well, Vedika, Iran had already made its intentions clear that if the talks are to go through, Israel needs to stop the attacks against Lebanon. And the fact that Israel has taken out the leader of Hezbollah will be the biggest escalation. And Iran will definitely respond to this. Iran has so far held off on attacks on Israeli soil ever since the ceasefire was announced. That could change now because, as you mentioned, he had long-time allies with Iran. So we'll have to see how that unfolds.
All right, Vishal, thanks for joining me live there. That's the latest that we have for you. We are hearing from Israel through a Reuters article, and this is a report by Reuters that the Hezbollah chief has been killed in Lebanon, but the Hezbollah has not come out with a confirmation yet. But if this is true, like we've been saying, then this could have significant repercussions, not only within Lebanon, but even on the talks that are to start tomorrow. Now, even after the 2-week ceasefire was agreed to between the US and Iran, strikes continue to pound several parts of Lebanon, including Beirut and the Bekaa Valley. Strikes continue in Lebanon. As per reports, Israeli forces have killed at least 254 people across Lebanon in the country's most devastating day of conflict after the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Reports are suggesting Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreed-upon ceasefire and unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks in Pakistan if the Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end. In his first address after the truce, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said the strikes on Lebanon and Hezbollah would not stop, as Lebanon was not part of the agreed-upon truce. White House also said that the same thing, that all parties involved were aware that Lebanon was not part of the truce deal and that the next round of talks will be in Pakistan, which would be key. But Hezbollah maintains that Lebanon part of US-Iran agreement, that Lebanon is rather part of the US-Iran agreement, and warns that any ceasefire must apply across all fronts.
The President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
يحترم الإسرائيلي هذا الأمر أم لا يحترمه هذا شيء آخر، ولكن بالوثائق اللي تم التوصل إلى بالإعلان اللي حكي رئيس الوزراء الباكستاني، لبنان هو جزء من هذا الاتفاق، وبالتالي وقف إطلاق النار يجب أن يسري على لبنان كما يسري في أي مكان آخر. هذا كلام لا لبس فيه أبدا. وأضيف إلى هذا الكلام أن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عرقشي عندما اتصل بالرئيس بيري هو أكد له أنه نحن أي اتفاق سيكون، يعني هذا موقف معلن ليس فيه اجتهاد ولا تأويل ولا أي شيء، أنه إيران لن تقبل بأن تذهب إلى وقف إطلاق نار على الجبهة مع الآخرين دون أن تكون مشمولة كل الجبهات الأخرى اللي عم تتعرض لهذا العدوان المفروض من أمريكا وإسرائيل.
A 13-year-old girl on Snapchat captured the moment Israel began its assault on Beirut. In the video posted on her mother's social media, she is seen running with her father to hide from the blast. Now, despite a declared ceasefire, the region remains on edge with strikes continuing across multiple fronts. Let's take you through those strikes. In Lebanon, explosions have been reported from different areas, the outskirts of Beirut and also parts of the Bekaa Valley, raising fears the truce is close to unraveling. Further south in the Gulf, heightened alerts are in place in the UAE, including Abu Dhabi, the Zayed port and the Al Minhad air base. In Kuwait, security and the Al Ahmadi refinery, which Bahrain remains on guard, particularly in Manama and around Sitra Island. Authorities across the region say they are monitoring the situation closely as diplomatic efforts continue to contain the escalation. There are apocalyptic scenes in Beirut as Israeli forces unleashed the largest ever airstrikes after outbreak of war in Lebanon. The Israeli army said they have carried out 100 strikes on Hezbollah sites in Lebanon yesterday, and massive bombing continued through the night. NDTV's Nasir Masoudi brings you this report from one of the worst hit areas.
Lebanon is facing massive death and destruction, and here is the aftermath of Israel's latest attacks here in Beirut. Everything, buildings have collapsed, large number of people have been killed, hospitals are overwhelmed with casualties, more than 1,100 people were injured. This is one of the sites which has been targeted. This is one of the sites which was targeted, and it is still on the basement, still on the fire. Look at this. It is still on the fire. Again, as rescuers are working very hard to find any survivors, but it doesn't appear there will be any survivors given the magnitude of massive destruction of this place in Israeli bombing. So imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes. And then through the night, bombing was taking place at multiple places. Innocent people have been killed, men, women, and children. And these are the congested neighborhoods of Beirut City. Normally, this area was not coming under attack, but look at these things. Even the basement of this building is destroyed, and look at all multi-story buildings, residential apartments being targeted, and from all sides you can see this destruction visible everywhere. And Lebanon is mourning these deaths today. As you see here, look, from all sides is tall buildings reduced to rubble and innocent people bearing the brunt, while Israelis saying they are targeting Hezbollah, and Hezbollah operatives are going to the north of Lebanon, this Beirut, and mixing with the civilian population. But it is the common people, civilians, children and women also, who bear the brunt, who are getting killed. President of Lebanon has termed these attacks as barbaric, and France and several other countries, they have strongly condemned these attacks. But on the ground we see all these attacks continue, and there's no end to it. Despite ceasefire with Iran, Lebanon continued to bear the brunt of this massive bombing, and large number of people have been killed. Only yesterday in one day, 54 people were killed, and many people are reportedly trapped in the rubble. As you can again see, removing all this rubble is not just easy. It is removing it, basements here, and still on fire, this earth movers trying to move it. As you can see, rescuers find inside these completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. So complete destruction here seen from all sides. While Israel said Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, so is the United States, but the mediator Pakistan saying, no, it has been part of the ceasefire deal. But on the ground, it is Lebanon which bear the brunt, and people are getting killed, more and more people are getting killed, and there's no end in sight when this bombing, when this destruction, when the death of innocent people will stop.
Slipping to a short break, news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned. New message from US President Donald Trump says Strait of Hormuz must reopen.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
After 39 days of war, Donald Trump announced a ceasefire. This came just hours before his deadline was about to end.
Bomb the hell out of him, we can knock him out for a loop.
Even as war rhetoric peaked, diplomacy was quietly accelerating. US forces were preparing for strikes, while Iran weighed a final call. For the first time since the war began, Mujtaba Khamenei signaled openness to a deal. As the world watched Trump's next move, Iran shared a 10-point proposal with the US. Sources say US envoy Steve Witkoff rejected it, calling it a catastrophe. But negotiations continued, with mediators shuttling revised drafts between Washington and Tehran. After hours of back and forth, a 2-week ceasefire proposal secured US approval. But the final clearance rested with Mujtaba Khamenei, who gave the green light. Amid suspense over his well-being, Khamenei communicated through handwritten notes. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi played a key role, pushing both negotiators and military leadership towards a deal. By Tuesday morning, progress was visible, but rhetoric intensified. Trump issued a stark warning, saying whole civilization will die tonight, leaving world anticipating about his next move. While Vice President J.D. Vance worked the phones from Hungary, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stayed in constant touch with Washington. By midday, both sides were converging on ceasefire terms. Pakistan then publicly pushed the 2-week ceasefire proposal forward. Trump faced pressure from hawkish allies to reject the deal, and uncertainty lingered, even among his closest aides. Then came the decisive moment. Trump first secured Netanyahu's commitment to comply. He then spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Asif Munir to finalize the agreement. Trump accepted the ceasefire, ending hours of uncertainty. Within minutes, US forces were ordered to stand down. Soon after, Iran confirmed compliance and signaled reopening of the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Now all eyes are on the next 14 days to see how things will take shape. NDTV Bureau Report.
Welcome back. For nearly 6 weeks, the US and Iran were locked in a direct and dangerous confrontation, missiles, drones, and a region on edge. Now there is a ceasefire on paper, but on the ground, tensions are far from over. Iran is signaling pressure through the Strait of Hormuz. Israel is intensifying strikes in Lebanon, and high-stakes diplomacy is set to begin in Pakistan, but that also is now under question, and whether that will go through. The big question: is this peace or just a pause before the next phase of conflict? Joining me now is Major General Randy Manner, retired U.S. Army officer and former Deputy Commanding General of the U.S. 3rd Army. General, thank you so much for joining us here on Breaking Ground. Now, let me take you through some of the questions that I have for you at this hour. The first being that when it comes to this confrontation and then the ceasefire, do you think this is a tactical pause, sir, or do you think there will be another round of escalation, and both Iran and the US are gearing up for that at this point?
I believe this is something where the President of the United States found an opportunity to take a pause because it seems like his back was up against the wall. Unfortunately, this is a conflict where the number of priorities or the objectives seem to be ever changing, which is very unfortunate. And because they were ever changing, he had not sold this war to the Congress or to the American people. And so there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty about how do we really know if the objectives have been obtained or not. So at this point, I think this is truly whether it's a ceasefire that leads to more conflict or it's a ceasefire which I hope leads to negotiation, it's very uncertain at this time.
So on ground reality, let's talk about that. With Lebanon burning and Hormuz under pressure, has the ceasefire already begun to unravel then, General?
So it's never been clear to me in the media or through the United States administration what exactly were the limitations in this. It seemed that originally Lebanon and Israel were included in the ceasefire. Then the president most recently stated that Israel was in Lebanon was not included in the ceasefire. So there's a great deal of uncertainty. I was under the impression, personally, professionally, that there was a ceasefire across the entire Middle East. So unfortunately, it's just not clear even here in the United States.
All right, so let's talk about it from a military lens as well, because that's where your expertise lie. What does a successful ceasefire even look like in a multi-front conflict like this?
It is a very complex situation to be able to put into action. Whenever you have state players, then generally speaking, you can actually get all sides to be able to cease operations within 24 hours, sometimes within hours. In this particular case, where you have mixed communications with various militia groups, you have to coordinate across all of them. And sometimes that very decentralized type of command and control leads to not everyone, quite frankly, getting the word at the same time. So I would certainly hope that all parties would, if the arrangement was for all parties to cease fire, then we should be able to have that done within a 24-hour period, I would hope.
General, let me ask you this then bluntly. Who has the edge according to you right now? Is it the US? Is it Iran? Is it Israel? Both Washington and Tehran are claiming victory, but is this a war where in reality no one is really winning?
That's a great question. I think this is something where the United States has absolutely diminished the ability of the Iranians to, by a significant amount in terms of their ability to have offensive operations. At the same time, the Iranians absolutely retain the ability to be able to cause havoc within their own airspace, as well as, of course, to continue to launch missiles across the Middle East. So right now, I think there is no upper hand by anyone at this point. Yes, there are some pluses and minuses for all of those parties concerned. It seems like the Israelis have benefited the most because they got the United States apparently to be able to expend billions of dollars worth of armaments into destroying targets into Iran. So right now, I think it is still not clear who's coming out on top.
Has Iran then, despite military damage that you just pointed out, to retain strategic leverage, General, through proxies and the Strait of Hormuz, which they have closed yet again?
In my opinion, the Iranians still retain tremendous strategic leverage relative to the Strait. Depending on which group that you listen to, whether it's a 10-point plan, a 15-point plan, there are components of whatever has been put on the table that seem to be not acceptable to the United States. For example, one of the plans says that Iran can continue its uranium enrichment program, which that was never part of any kind of an arrangement that I'm aware of. Again, I think it's still unclear right now.
I want to talk for a moment about the US president as well. Now, Donald Trump, just a few days back, had suggested that the US could effectively obliterate Iran overnight. Now, from a military standpoint, is that even realistic?
No, that's not realistic whatsoever. This is rhetoric, it's propaganda. It's unfortunate that we have the President of the United States saying such bizarre comments, quite frankly. Militarily, it is not possible. And heaven forbid, even with nuclear weapons, it's not possible. And it basically raises the question, what was his desired outcome or his intent? I cannot speak for the president. I do not know.
Right. Well, let's talk about Lebanon now. There have been unprecedented strikes there. Israel continues striking in Lebanon despite the ceasefire. Would you say, General, this is the biggest risk to the deal collapsing?
It's uncertain. It's absolutely clear to me that the American president and the Israeli prime minister must be linked together the same way they were at the start of this war to be able to end this war. And I certainly hope that they work together to make that happen. I don't know how successful they will be in terms of the timing of that.
But now with J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States of America, heading to Pakistan for talks, and we don't know if those talks will take place given what's been happening in Lebanon, do you see diplomacy holding, sir, or is this just buying time in a way?
I believe that the administration wants to see this wrapped up. The president's support continues to drop in the United States and around the world. We are losing our allies. We are losing the trust of our trading partners. And so he wants to see the price of oil drop. He wants to see the stock markets go back up. So I believe that he's trying to get this thing negotiated towards some objective.
All right, Major General Manna, thank you so much. We appreciate your insights on what remains a very fluid, a very volatile situation. And like you said, the ceasefire may be holding for now, but as you and I have just discussed, the risks of escalation remain very real. Thank you again for being here on Breaking Ground. On that note, we're slipping to short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV 24/7. Thank you for watching Breaking Ground.
Well, there are many ways we can say that this is a fragile ceasefire and it's on a shaky ground. We'll look at a list of items that prove that this is far from, at the end of war. The first one is that Israel-Lebanon front is still active. US and Israel have collectively said Lebanon is not part of the deal. But what is interesting here is that Iran clearly says Lebanon must be included, and also the fact that Pakistan had said in the beginning when the fragile ceasefire was announced that ceasefire covers Lebanon. So this is a crucial point. There seems to be a big debate on this. And this other one is that strategic tensions still continue. Iran has closed Hormuz after the attacks on Lebanon. So this is another contentious point. And US had clearly stated that Hormuz will reopen as soon as the ceasefire deal kicks in. That has not happened. And there are inconsistencies as far as uranium is concerned, because Trump had claimed that Iran won't be enriching uranium. That is not the case. Iran has clearly stated in the proposal that it seeks acceptance of uranium enrichment. That is one of the key proposals that Iran has given out. And there are also ongoing strikes going on. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, they've all reported attacks in the wake of the announcement of ceasefire. So these are some of the biggest highlights that seem to indicate that it is far from, the peace and calm in the area, and we'll have to have some more, detailings and some more talks as far as the ceasefire is concerned. It will take some time before we see the end of the war.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise
US President Donald Trump threatens Iran as the Strait of Hormuz is shut again and is saying that the military presence will remain in place until ceasefire, warning of intensified strikes. Iranian media says that the Strait of Hormuz is shut again due to the continuous strikes that have been incurred in Lebanon. These are Israeli strikes that are taking place in Lebanon, and Iran there blocking tankers once again at the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's ambassador to Pakistan has deleted a post about an upcoming delegation visit. The now removed message had said that the team would arrive in Islamabad tonight, confirming that it was the Iranian delegation that would be in Islamabad. Do remember, talks are meant to take place tomorrow, the 10th of April, in Islamabad between the US officials and the Iranian officials. Over 100 strikes in 10 minutes have taken place in Lebanon. Over 200 people have been killed. Many others have been injured. And the world leaders are pushing for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire deal. And Israel insisting Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. And then we have Prime Minister there promising 5 guarantees in West Bengal during his rally, promising that he will rid West Bengal of fear and that infiltrators will be kicked out, criminals will face the law, and also promises as far as safety for women, particularly daughters of Bengal. That is what the Prime Minister had to say. And then elections are underway in 2 states and 1 union territory since 7 o'clock this morning in Kerala, in Puducherry and in Assam. BJP eyeing Assam's hat-trick, a 3-way contest in Kerala as well. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Baldwin. Let's begin with breaking news coming in, and this is Iran there warning of a ceasefire collapse unless attacks stop. As far as sources are concerned, this is what we are picking up. This is Al Jazeera there reporting that Iran has warned of a collapse of ceasefire unless attacks stop. We have been hearing from different Iranian officials in public and from security forces. There have been warnings about the repercussions of any breach when it comes to that deal of ceasefire. Do remember there's a ceasefire deal that's in place. It's a temporary truce for the next 2 weeks. They're saying that attacks on Lebanese territories are considered from the Iranian perspective a breach of the agreement of the ceasefire. We have Pradeep Datta, my colleague, joining us from Tel Aviv, getting us the very latest. Pradeep, while Israel and the US are saying Lebanon was never part of the deal, never part of the ceasefire agreement, but it is Iran and Pakistan both saying that, Lebanon was part of that deal. Hezbollah, they're saying as well that Iran would never agree if Lebanon wasn't included on that deal.
See, right now the uncertainty seems to loom large over this conditional and temporary ceasefire, because Iran has already made its position clear. They are saying that any attack on Lebanon will be seen as an attack on Iran. So in such a situation, they are not agreeing to sit on a talking table, because that way the ceasefire agreement is definitely going to collapse. Because on the other hand, we have seen the White House has made it clear, as well as Israel has made it clear, that this was never a part of the deal, because Lebanon was never a part of the ceasefire deal. That means Israel can continue with their operations against Lebanon, and we have seen that already they have intensified their operation just minutes after the ceasefire agreement ceasefire was announced by President Donald Trump. We saw that several operations were conducted by IDF inside the Lebanon. More than 100 targets were targeted, and they were able to kill not many people there. Because of that, though the people there are saying those were civilians, but IDF is maintaining that many of them were associated with Hezbollah, and they are saying that Hezbollah fighters often mingle with the population there, so it gets very difficult for them to identify at times, because reason is that they are using locals as a human shield. That's what the IDF is maintaining. But right now, see, it will be very difficult for Jerry Vance and 2 other members of United States of
Right, questions of course, Pradeep, that are being raised is in regard to that message that has been taken down now, and this is a message which was a confirmation that the Iranian delegation would be in Pakistan tomorrow, and that is something that has now been removed, and that is now being read as perhaps many a slip between the cup and the lip. And will that talk between the US and the Iranian side really take place tomorrow in Pakistan? That is now being a question. Thank you so much, Pradeep, for getting us details. And as we talk about that stark warning that's been put out by the US President Donald Trump, because the Strait of Hormuz has now shut down. Now, he's in fact said that there will be American military presence that is going to continue unless or until all the conditions of the ceasefire are met, and those need to be reached. And that, of course, includes the major bone of contention has been the Strait of Hormuz, and that is something that Iran agreed upon. In fact, they'd come out with a 10-point plan, and that was rejected. They came back with a reasonable plan, which included opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Trump is warning that any escalation will be met with intensified strikes, raising fears of a wider conflict in West Asia. The Strait of Hormuz, that remains shut now. It was open till yesterday when the announcement was made. But today, again, after there have been strikes, particularly there have been 100 missiles that were fired in a matter of 10 minutes. It's resulted in the death of over 200 people. Many others have been injured. Now, this time, so Iran has now decided to close down that strait all over again, this time linked to the relentless strikes that have taken place in Lebanon in just under 10 minutes. Now, they've blocked oil tankers. They have tightened the grip when it comes to one of the world's most critical energy lifelines. Now, Lebanon there is declaring a national day of mourning. That is after devastating Israeli strikes have taken place. We're talking about over 250 civilians who have been killed and more than 1,100 have been injured. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble as grief and anger spills onto the streets. Now, amid the rising tensions as far as the Gulf is concerned, the Indian LPG tanker Green Asha, carrying 15,000 metric tons of fuel and 26 Indian sailors, has now safely reached the port in Mumbai. A high-stakes journey through conflict-hit waters ends without an incident, a huge relief. This marks the tanker that has reached. Do remember that there are many other tankers that continue to remain stuck. They are stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, even as the conflict rages on, India pushes ahead with energy diplomacy. We have the Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri on his way to Qatar. This is a crucial two-day visit between today and tomorrow, focusing on supply stability as global oil routes face mounting disruption. And the Strait of Hormuz that was open, now shut again. And what is going to be the fate going forward? Because there is a ceasefire in place, but will those talks take place in Pakistan? And now are coming under scrutiny and being questioned as well. A fresh war of words is threatening that fragile ceasefire. The US President Donald Trump there warning American forces will stay deployed around Iran. This is going to remain in place until a real agreement is fully honored. Trump says any violation could trigger overwhelming military action, insisting on no nuclear weapons in a fully open strait. Warning, and that is what he said, and I quote, that the shooting starts if terms are broken. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker has cast doubts as far as the talks are concerned, calling Truce talks unreasonable and accusing Washington of breaching three key conditions, which includes those strikes that have taken place from Israel and Lebanon, also claiming that Iran's framework citing continued those strikes, those Israeli strikes, and a reported drone incursion into the Iranian airspace as well. This is after the truce announcement was made and the US's refusal to accept any uranium enrichment. We have the Vice President of the United States, Vance there, pushing back, calling it just a misunderstanding and saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. He's also taken aim at Iran's uranium stance and said that having a right doesn't really mean that you can get to exercise that under a deal. In fact, he gave an example of his wife saying she wants to jump off a plane, but that doesn't mean she's exercising that right that she has of skydiving. A sharp escalation in rhetoric now threatening to derail the already fragile diplomacy. J.D. Vance on his side saying that, it gets messy as far as ceasefire agreements are concerned. That do get messy.
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon. Okay, and again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. The second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do, and I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
So that is what the White House is saying in regard to the deal. Let's also talk about that truce that could be in a limbo as far as the US-Iran truce deal is concerned. Now, it is the Israel-Lebanon side there who are, continuing to front what they are saying. Of course, those are attacks that have taken place. The US and Israel side saying that Lebanon was not part of the deal, and they've been very clear on that. It is the President of the United States saying that's a separate skirmish, and that's going to continue. Iran says Lebanon must be included. Pakistan too is saying that ceasefire there covered the deal, and that deal included Lebanon, and the ceasefire that would also be, as far as Lebanon is concerned, that it would include Lebanon as well. And now there are strategic tensions that are continuing with Iran. They're closing the strait after attacks that have taken place. We're talking about 100 missiles in a matter of 10 minutes in Lebanon. Now, the United States has said that Hormuz, the strait, would reopen, and that is their major condition, something that Iran agreed upon. Inconsistencies that we are seeing with Trump there claiming that Iran won't enrich uranium. Iran seeks acceptance of enrichment. So these are, conflicting reports that are emerging. As we can see, there are ongoing strikes and threats. There have been attacks in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain. All have reported of attacks that have continued, irrespective of the announcement that's been made by Donald Trump. Now, there's been that announcement that I have just spoken of Donald Trump there saying that there's a 2-week truce, a temporary truce that has been agreed upon between the United States and Iran. And strikes have continued to pound several parts of Lebanon, and that includes Beirut and Tyre. Now, they have strikes that have, been reported. We are talking about 254 people that have died in Lebanon. This is the country's most devastating day of conflict after that, the two sides that came to that understanding, that agreement to a 2-week ceasefire. Reports are suggesting that Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreed-upon ceasefire and unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks, which are coming about in 24 hours' time from now in Pakistan. In fact, there was a messaging that was put out that they would be in Pakistan. The Iranian delegation would be there tonight in Islamabad. That has now been removed. If the Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end, in the latest address, this is the first address since the truce, is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says the strikes in Lebanon and Hezbollah will not stop. They were not part of the agreement, and the White House has said the same, and that all parties involved were aware that Lebanon and Hezbollah were not going to be part of the truce. And that next round of talks in Pakistan would be key. Hezbollah there also maintaining that Lebanon part of the US-Iran agreement and warning that any ceasefire must apply across all fronts, and that Iran would never come to sign on that deal, never agree to that ceasefire if Lebanon wasn't included.
The President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
يحترم الإسرائيلي هذا الأمر أم لا يحترمه هذا شيء آخر، ولكن بالوثائق اللي تم التوصل إلى بالإعلان اللي حكيه رئيس الوزراء الباكستاني، لبنان هو جزء من هذا الاتفاق، وبالتالي وقف إطلاق النار يجب أن يسري على لبنان كما يسري في أي مكان آخر. هذا كلام لا لبس فيه أبدا. وأضيف إلى هذا الكلام أن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عرقشي عندما اتصل بالرئيس بيري هو أكد له أنه نحن أي اتفاق سيكون، يعني هذا موقف معلن ليس فيه اجتهاد ولا تأويل ولا أي شيء، أنه إيران لن تقبل بأن تذهب إلى وقف إطلاق نار على الجبهة مع الآخرين دون أن تكون مشمولة كل الجبهات الأخرى اللي عم تتعرض لهذا العدوان المفروض من أمريكا وإسرائيل.
Now, let's also get you a proof of the attacks that have taken place. This is a 13-year-old girl using social media platform Snapchat. She captured the moment Israel began its assault on Beirut. In the video posted on her mother's social media platform, she is now seen running with her father to hide from the blast. Take a look to that video that has been posted by this 13-year-old girl in Beirut.
Yeah. داره. یا نه Ja. Pass da der bort. Ja!
Let's get you international reactions coming about to the attacks that have continued in Lebanon and in the crossfire as far as the ceasefire agreement is concerned. We have the United Kingdom there wanting to see Lebanon included in the temporary truce of 2 weeks. We also have France there, and we have that ceasefire should apply to Lebanon is what Macron has also said on the matter. Then we have Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia. They're saying that the ceasefire must also apply to Lebanon. So whether it's UK, whether it's France, or whether it's Australia, they're all on the same page that Lebanon needs to be part of that deal. And so is what Italy is saying on the matter. Now, there are scenes as far as Beirut is concerned, as Israeli forces have unleashed the largest ever airstrike after the outbreak of the war. It's been over 40 days, and the Israeli army, they're saying that they have carried out 100 strikes, and this has taken place on Hezbollah sites in Lebanon between yesterday and today. Massive bombings that continued during the night as well. My colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is reporting from the front lines, brings you this ground report of one of the worst, the most devastated sites ever since the war that started on the 28th of February.
Lebanon is facing massive death and destruction, and here is the aftermath of Israel's latest attacks here in Beirut. Everything, buildings have collapsed, large number of people have been killed, hospitals are overwhelmed with casualties, more than 1,100 people were injured. This is one of the sites which has been targeted. This is one of the site which was targeted, and it is still on the basement, still on the fire. Look at this. It is still on the fire. Again, as rescuers are working very hard to find any survivors, but it doesn't appear there will be any survivors given the magnitude of massive destruction of this place in Israeli bombing. So imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes. And then through the night, bombing was taking place at multiple places. Innocent people have been killed, men, women, and children. And these are the congested neighborhoods of Beirut City. Normally, this area was not coming under attack, but look at these things. Even the basement of this building is destroyed, and look at all multi-story buildings, residential apartments being targeted, and from all sides you can see this destruction visible everywhere. And Lebanon is mourning these deaths today, as you see here. Look, from all sides is tall buildings reduced to rubble and innocent people bearing the brunt, while Israel is saying they are targeting Hezbollah, and Hezbollah operatives are going to the north of Lebanon, this Beirut, and mixing with the civilian population. But it is the common people, civilians, children and women also, who bear the brunt, who are getting killed. President of Lebanon has termed these attacks as barbaric, and France and several other countries, they have strongly condemned these attacks. But on the ground, we see all these attacks continue, and there's no end to it. Despite ceasefire with Iran, Lebanon continued to bear the brunt of this massive bombing, and large number of people have been killed. Only yesterday in one day, 54 people were killed, and many people are reportedly trapped in the rubble. as you can again see, removing all this rubble is not just easy. It is removing it, basements here, and still on fire. This earth movers trying to move it. As you can see, rescuers find inside these completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. So complete destruction here seen from all sides. While Israel has said Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, so is the United States, but the mediator Pakistan saying, no, it has been part of the ceasefire deal. But on the ground, it is Lebanon which bear the brunt, and people are getting killed. More and more people are getting killed, and there's no end in sight when this bombing, when this destruction, when the death of innocent people will stop. While Hezbollah is fighting back and they are targeting Israeli forces, on the ground we see here this massive destruction here has shaken everybody. Because for yesterday, day and night, we see Israeli drones and fighter jets. They are hovering over the skies and bombing the place which they say are the Hezbollah sites. And they say yesterday more than 100 sites were targeted. Now just think about it, a place being bombed, massively bombed at 100 places, more than 100 places, causing death and destruction. So that is the situation here in Lebanon. The massive residential buildings being reduced to rubble.
Right, Nazir, do stay safe. Nazir there reporting from the front lines in Lebanon. It's day 2 of that fragile ceasefire in West Asia, and all parties, including Iran and the United States, continue to remain on the edge. In the latest, the United States president has issued a stark warning to Iran, saying that military buildup would remain in and around Iran. This is going to be till an agreement is reached upon. Warning Iran, and this is Trump there saying that the U.S. military was prepping a bigger and a better attack for the next conquest. Trump's Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has also, he appears to be confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of the ceasefire as well. The Iranian response to the United States bravado has been equally strong. Mujtaba Khamenei's advisor claimed that the IRGC is at the highest levels of readiness to retaliate to any miscalculation by the United States, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Now, as we know, tensions have surged again. As per reports, Iran has closed that strait following the fresh strikes. These are the strikes that have taken place in Lebanon by Israel. Now, the U.S. president has spoken on the strait, saying that the agreement called for the strait to be open and safe despite all fake rhetoric. The president further went on to warn that the U.S. military was prepping bigger and better for the next this is going to be the next conquest, and that there has been strikes that have taken place in Lebanon. 100 missiles fired in 10 minutes alone. Meanwhile, in a new twist, Iran may impose a $1 per barrel toll. This is going to be on oil passing through Hormuz. The vessels that will be passing, possibly even demanding payments in cryptocurrency. There are also reports suggesting a potential U.S.-Iran toll arrangement and unlikely partnership after that conflict that started on the 28th of February.
Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's been very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the Straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Right, let's also get the White House there confirming that critical US and Iran talks are taking place in Islamabad, and they're going to be taking place tomorrow, the 10th of April. In a now deleted post, the Iranian ambassador to Pakistan said that the Iranian delegation would be reaching Pakistan for talks, and that's going to be happening tonight before talks that were to be held tomorrow, Friday, the 10th of April. The post, which has now been taken down, has said that Iran would be discussing the 10 points proposed by the United States press secretary. Also, they're saying that it is Trump who's sending his team to negotiate, and that includes J.D. Vance as well as Steve Witkoff and the son-in-law of Trump, Mr. Kushner, as well. The Iranian side has now, obviously, we are not sure if this is really going to take place, but reportedly it is being said that the Iranian side will be represented by the parliament speaker, but there is a catch. Iran has put Lebanon ceasefire as a condition for talks, and reports say that Iran has threatened to walk out if the talks with Israeli attacks on Lebanon, they continue. Meanwhile, both US and Israel Prime Minister have maintained that, Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire deal, and that is what Netanyahu has said in his first address since the ceasefire. With that, slipping into a short break, back with a whole lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. Look at this marketplace. This multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. It clearly, this Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive, massive destruction. Imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes, completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. In Beirut, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
US President Donald Trump threatens Iran.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
After 39 days of war, Donald Trump announced a ceasefire. This came just hours before his deadline was about to end.
Bomb the hell out of him, we can knock him out for a loop.
Even as war rhetoric peaked, diplomacy was quietly accelerating. US forces were preparing for strikes while Iran weighed a final call. For the first time since the war began, Mujtaba Khamenei signaled openness to a deal. As the world watched Trump's next move, Iran shared a 10-point proposal with the US. Sources say US envoy Steve Witkoff rejected it, calling it a catastrophe. But negotiations continued, with mediators shuttling revised drafts between Washington and Tehran. After hours of back and forth, a 2-week ceasefire proposal secured US approval. But the final clearance rested with Mujtaba Khamenei, who gave the green light. Amid suspense over his well-being, Khamenei communicated through handwritten notes. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi played a key role, pushing both negotiators and military leadership towards a deal. By Tuesday morning, progress was visible, but rhetoric intensified. Trump issued a stark warning, saying whole civilization will die tonight, leaving world anticipating about his next move. While Vice President J.D. Vance worked the phones from Hungary, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stayed in constant touch with Washington. By midday, both sides were converging on ceasefire terms. Pakistan then publicly pushed the two-week ceasefire proposal forward. Trump faced pressure from hawkish allies to reject the deal, and uncertainty lingered, even among his closest aides. Then came the decisive moment. Trump first secured Netanyahu's commitment to comply. He then spoke with Pakistan Army Chief Asif Munir to finalize the agreement. Trump accepted the ceasefire, ending hours of uncertainty. Within minutes, US forces were ordered to stand down. Soon after, Iran confirmed compliance and signaled reopening of the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Now all eyes are on the next 14 days to see how things will take shape. NDTV Bureau Report.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mujtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mujtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mujtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
It's a blockbuster day of democracy, 3 crucial battlegrounds and 1 single phase of election stakes that go well beyond state borders. From Kerala's razor edge contest, we have Assam's test and also Puducherry's unpredictable alliances. We'll be tracking the turnout, the flashpoints, the mood on the ground through the day. Our reporters are in fact getting us all those reports from key swing constituencies to urban hotspots, bringing you real-time updates and voter voices and the trends that could shape the elections and the results that will be coming out only next month. Stay with us for every twist in this electoral showdown. Let's get you the polling percentage that has now come out in Assam. Over 59% have come out to vote till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Close to that, coming close on the heels at 49.7% is Kerala, and above 56%, that's 56.83%, have voted in Puducherry. And of course, the maximum coming out as far as Assam's voter turnout is concerned till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 59.63% have voted in Assam. So it's polling day in God's own country. We're talking about in Kerala, 140 constituencies going to polls with 833 candidates in the fray, with 2.7 crore voters that will decide their fate. The 3 big questions the people of Kerala are asking is, can the LDF, led by the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, score a historic hat-trick? And can that really happen in Kerala? Or will the UDF make a comeback, and that too after 10 years of the left in power? And the last question everyone has is, can the BJP open its tally in the state of Kerala? The stage is set from the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to the Leader of Opposition to the BJP heavyweights. All have cast their vote. India's top election team is live here on NDTV. Well, let's just listen in to what Shashi Tharoor had to say. He spoke to my colleague Ramaswamy.
I'm with Dr. Shashi Tharoor. He's just cast his vote. Sir, can you show your inked finger? You just cast your vote.
There you are. There's my inked finger, and there's my thumbs up because we're going to win.
All right, so that's what I wanted to ask you. Tell us about Congress's chance this time. Is there going to be a revival of sorts? How hopeful are you?
Look, I think that the trend that I've seen during, frankly, 59 constituencies I've traveled through in 12 districts over the last 18 days is very encouraging for the UDF. And because what I've seen of people's enthusiasm has convinced me that victory is coming, I will say absolutely clearly to you that I'm expecting a UDF win. How big, I can't predict numbers, but I want it to be a comfortable enough majority that our government can fulfill all its commitments to the people without worrying about numbers in the House. Secondly, I think it's important for us to recognize that what we're seeing today is an unusual phenomenon where turnout has been rather high, rather early. If that trend continues throughout the day and we actually see a good turnout, then I think it'll mean that the people are signaling through their coming to vote that they want to take their own destiny in their hands. Low turnout means it's the political workers, cadres and so on who come out and vote. When it's a high turnout, ordinary people are saying this is our election to determine, and that means they're voting for change.
Bharatiya Janata Party State President for Kerala and NMM constituency candidate as well, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. Prime Minister just urged to come out in large numbers, in record-breaking numbers. Why are you calling these elections a decisive election?
Because for the last 70 years, it has been, the state's politics has been controlled by, and people's fate has been decided by the CPM and the Congress Jugalbandi. And today we have a situation where the highest unemployment in the country is in Kerala. Highest inflation is in Kerala. Lowest investment is in Kerala. The healthcare and the education sector are broken. Children are migrating, doubling every year in terms of migration. So therefore, a lot about Kerala's politics is broken, and it is broken because of the lazy politics of the Congress and the CPM. And therefore, people want change. People are saying enough. People are saying we want our children to have a good future. And they have seen what Narendra Modi ji has done in India for the last 12 years. They have seen other states, how they are progressing. They are seeing how children are getting more opportunities in other states. So they want the same here. And it is a legitimate ask from the people of Kerala.
Arjun joining us, and of course we're seeing this high voter turnout as far as Kerala is concerned, but also a worry as far as, you know, the non-resident Keralite is concerned, who perhaps hasn't been able to come back to Kerala to cast his or her vote, given the fact that ticket prices are on an all-time high and the Gulf War that has, led to a lot of disruptions when it comes to air traffic.
Absolutely, Divya. As per the statistics, around 2.42 lakh NRIs are eligible to vote for the Kerala elections. And a significant number were not able to vote. And that is one big change, at least an impact that will have in at least 50 to 60 constituencies is what political pundits say. Certainly, that is one worrying feature. Secondly, what we see from 1:30 onwards, it's almost touched 50%. If this trend continues, it will probably touch 80%, because last time it was around between 74% and 75%. If it touches 80%, then this entire algorithm and calculation will also likely to change. So certainly every single number that is coming up, it's certainly, when you put the crunching together, certainly the entire dynamics and prediction of the votes is likely to change. And certainly when the voter turnout is certainly high, it generally points at an anti-incumbency. Whether that is actually true or not, only time will tell. But high voter percentage. So certainly the women decide who is going to rule Kerala in the next 5 years, for sure. That is there. So the afternoon turnout is also going to be very, very impactful. And we have few more hours left for the voting time to get concluded. But till then, we have to wait and watch. But what we are seeing in all the constituencies so far is that on all the polling booths is that there is a significant number of people coming. In fact, polling booth number have also increased. In fact, from 25,000 last time to 30,000. So that has also ensured that voting is also smooth and more people are able to quickly vote and come out as soon as possible. Certainly, this would likely to increase the vote percentage to 80. And if that so be, it will be very interesting elections in Kerala.
Right, 2.5 hours to go till 5 o'clock is when voting is over in the state of Kerala. We will keep coming back to you, Ashwin, for more on that. For now, let's switch our tracks to Assam, the high-stakes poll contest in Assam that started at 7 o'clock this morning. And we also have the Chief Minister, Himanta Biswa Sarma, there aiming to make it a hat-trick for the BJP in the state. While on the other side, Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi led his team and is looking to return to power. Now, Assam is voting in this high-stakes battle with all 126 constituencies going to polls and over 2.5 crore voters deciding the future of the state. This is the first state election after the delimitation drive that took place in 2023 with 722 candidates in the fray, including 52 being women. It's a direct contest between the Congress-led alliance that's led by 3 Gogois. Then we also, of course, have the NDA combined with the BJP, and then also there are a few other regional forces in the fray as well.
Joining us now exclusively on NDTV is the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma here, who is visiting a mandir here in Guwahati before he is all set to go to vote in the Jalukbari constituency. Welcome to NDTV, sir. Sir, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप?
अच्छा है, अच्छा माहौल में चुनाव हो रहा है।
आप सुबह कामाख्या भी गए, अभी आप धौल गोविंद में आए हैं।
एक बार कामाख्या माँ का दर्शन किया और अभी हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में ये एक बहुत प्रमुख मंदिर है, डोल गोविंद बोलते हैं। डोल गोविंद में भी सेवा किया, तो कुल मिला के अच्छा माहौल है, मौसम भी अच्छा है, लोग अच्छा से वोट डाल रहे हैं, लोग अच्छा से बोल रहे हैं।
सर, इस बार अगर आप जीते तो छठी बार होगा जब आप इसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बाहर वापस आएंगे।
ठीक है, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ये कंटिन्यूटी है, ठीक ठाक है। सो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा अभी चुनाव का दिन बहुत ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, कमीशन का रूल भी है, मैं सबको बेस्ट विशेस देता हूँ चुनाव के लिए।
जी सर, काफ़ी हाई वोल्टेज कैंपेनिंग हुआ, थोड़ा ड्रामा भी हुआ है पर्सनल अटैक का।
ये 5 बजे तक मेरा नहीं लगता है कि I should engage in any debates or any what's इलेक्शन कमीशन का रूल है। 5 बजे तक हमें बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहिए, और मैं भी जो भी बोलना है 5 बजे का बाद ही बोलूँगा, अभी तो शांत रहना अच्छा है।
जी सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर एनडीटीवी के साथ जुड़ने के लिए। दिस इज बिस्मी टास्किन रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी, असम विद कैमरा पर्सन संजय चक्रवर्ती।
कंधों पर है गौरव, नतीजे तो 4 मई को आएंगे, लेकिन अपनी तैयारी से, अपने होमवर्क से आप कितने संतुष्ट हैं?
देखिए, काफ़ी हद तक हमने मेहनत की है और लोगों ने जिस प्रकार से हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके प्रति हम असम के लोगों के प्रति कृतज्ञ हैं। और आज मतदान का दिन है, मैं चाहता हूं कि सभी असम के लोग आएँ और एक नई असम की सपने को साकार करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण वोट आगे बढ़ाएं।
कितना भरोसा है, कितनी सीटों की जीत का भरोसा है? हमने बड़े बड़े दावे चुनाव में देखे, बीजेपी की तरफ से 90 पार, नतीजों से ठीक पहले, वोटिंग से ठीक पहले आपके कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने 72-73 का आंकड़ा दिया। आपका आंकड़ा क्या है?
देखिए, ये आप दलों की बात कर रहे हैं, राजनीतिक नेताओं की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं असम के लोगों ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय इस बार उठाए हैं, महिलाओं ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाए हैं, युवाओं ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाए हैं, विभिन्न हमारे जाति, जनजाति, अनुसूचित जाति, उन्होंने जो विषय उठाए हैं, आज भी मेरे लिए वही सर्वोत्तम है और उसी मंशा के साथ हम इस निर्वाचन में आए हैं। हमारा प्रथम असम फर्स्ट एक सपने के साथ हम आए हैं। तो कौन सा दल, कौन सा नेता किस वक्त पे क्या टिप्पणी दे रहा है, वो आज के तारीख में उनका मायना कम, और असम के लोग क्या चाहते हैं वो ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है।
My colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us from Kanpur. Well, you know, this election has been surrounded by allegations and counter allegations. Take us to the factors that could help perhaps tilt the vote.
Well, you know, I mean, this is an election that's seen a lot of high voltage rhetoric during the campaign. And of course, we've been speaking to everybody. In fact, NDTV's gotten a 360-degree coverage. We've spoken to the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. My colleague Janendra has spoken to Gaurav Gogoi. I myself spoke to Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, who's the other third force in the state. So it's been a day of elections, and what perhaps is best to see, even on a day when there is a drizzle, there's rain, is this long line. Just look at the size of these queues. This is in the afternoon. It's been like this since the morning, and that is perhaps what makes elections stand out. If you have a good turnout, it's always a good thing. And there are women also, equal number of women, perhaps more than the number of men who've come out to vote. And one of the things I've noticed about Assam is that, and this perhaps I haven't seen anywhere, is how, outside every polling station, there are little food stalls, where people are selling a little food. So when you talk about Festival of Democracy, it's almost also like a picnic. After voting, people are having, their little pani puri, fuchka, etc. So it is truly a celebration of not only a democracy, but also people coming out to vote, coming out in large numbers. And the turnout is very, very promising.
Right, Saurabh, thank you so much for getting us details. We will keep coming back to you. 2 hours and 15 minutes to go before the polls we are going to be covering Assam, and of course, let's switch our attention now to Puducherry. Battleground Puducherry, with voting taking place in all 30 seats in this high-stakes contest. In fact, Puducherry Chief Minister arrived to the polling booth early this morning on a bike. Remember that the contest sees a triangular fight, the ruling NDA, and then we also have the Congress-DMK alliance spearheaded. And then we have this new challenger in the fray as well. We're talking about the actor-turned-politician Vijay's party, the TVK. In his first ever electoral test, Vijay's TVK is contesting. And the party has, of course, seen there's been a total of 294 candidates that are in the fray, and with a narrow margin likely with every vote that could swing the result. Statehood and governance remain the big campaign issue as Puducherry decides its future. Results, of course, will be declared on the 4th of May.
Why Puducherry people should vote for Congress-DMK alliance?
The Puducherry people want to vote for Congress because they have seen 5 years of misrule of BJP government headed by Mr. Rangasamy. The government, which was run for 5 years, from 2021 to 2026, whatever promises they made to the people of Puducherry have not been fulfilled. In the election manifesto, whatever they said, not even 10% has been fulfilled. Statehood was the main core issue. The Chief Minister promised that if they come to power, they will get statehood. 5 years are over. Nothing has happened. Nirmala Sitaraman said special category statehood. No. And apart from that, 30% commission in all contracts. Smart city project, 30% commission. Rice purchase, egg purchase, the cattle feed purchase, in everything there is commission. The major corruption in this government is fake drug manufactured in Puducherry, distributed in 8 states. It was found out. CBI inquiry was ordered.
With the situation with the 3-corner fight, this time 3-corner fight or 2-corner fight?
I think we will, in that elections, we will form the new government. Our government will come.
Sir, but many are criticizing about double engine Sarkar.
Double engine Sarkar doing a lot of things for our Puducherry, for the Puducherry people as well as the Puducherry development. That is only one. Our government is the only government that done a lot of things for our development of Puducherry, infrastructures as well as the welfare schemes, education, health. No other government other than ours.
So this time do you think...
Vijay joining us from Puducherry to get us the latest. Vijay, the Union Territory has a total of 9.5 lakh voters spread over the Union Territory, but the women voters have outnumbered the men. Take us through how important is it to have those women come out to vote. We do know that over 56% of the voters have cast their vote already.
That's right, Divya. Till 1 p.m. the polling percentage record is around 56%. And as we speak now, the polling stations are not filled with much public. But what we heard from people here, like post-afternoon, that is between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., there will be a massive polling may happen in Puducherry. This is the trend which Puducherry is witnessing in past elections also. So as you asked about the women voters also going to play a crucial role in Puducherry. And for example, BJP also gave poll promises as free gas cylinders and even LPG gas cylinders targeting women voters. Even Congress and other parties also come up with the same election manifesto. And the main concern and main demand is statehood for the Puducherry. That is the crucial demand from both the parties. Even last time when NDA formed the government, that was given as a poll promise. But this time, asking that question, Congress and DMK questioning why statehood was not offered to the Puducherry Union Territory. So this time also, we spoke to Rangasamy, Puducherry Chief Minister. He mentioned that he is hoping for a statehood for Puducherry at least by this time. Even just before election, there were many confusion in terms of forming alliance. But finally, they alliance of both the NR Congress and BJP formed alliance. Congress, DMK formed. Third factor, there is a crucial X factor in Puducherry Union Territory also. That is Tamaraga Vetrikalaga Actor Vijay's TVK. His role is going to be very crucial in this election. How, what would be the possible dent and which party, which alliance will get affected because of TVK's role? We have to wait and see. As of now, it looks like a triangular contest in Puducherry Union Territory.
Right. Thank you so much, Vijay. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Over 2 hours to go before voting comes to an end in Puducherry, the Union Territory. And now switching tracks to West Bengal, the poll-bound state, and a rally. This was by the Prime Minister, who launched a ferocious attack when it comes to the ruling government of the TMC. In his first of the 3 rallies in Haldia, the Prime Minister urged the voters of Bengal to choose BJP and get rid of the government of the TMC. He branded the TMC government a ruthless government, saying that the party thrives on politics of fear. He declared that only a double engine can put Bengal back on the path to development. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
TMC की निर्मम सरकार में सिर्फ और सिर्फ घुसपैठियों की फैक्ट्री फली फूली है, दंगाइयों और अपराधियों की दुकानें फली फूली है। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना और पशुओं की तस्करी, यही इंडस्ट्री डेवलप की है। साथियों, ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि टीएमसी की राजनीति भय पर आधारित है। उनकी राजनीति का एक ही केंद्र बिंदु है, भय। डर दिखाओ, भय पैदा करो। टीएमसी के राज में बेटियां सड़क पर सुरक्षित नहीं, स्कूल में रैप होते हैं। डॉक्टर बने तो बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है, बेटी वकील बनने जाए तो उसके साथ अत्याचार होते हैं। ऐसा इसलिए है क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार गुंडों और अपराधियों को संरक्षण देती है, क्योंकि वही लोग टीएमसी को वोट दिलवाते हैं, वो वोट के ठेकेदार हैं। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की हर माता, बहन, बेटी से एक ही विनती करना चाहता हूं, जान और मान सम्मान से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। और ये गारंटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी दे सकती है। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए, बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही यहां 7th पे कमीशन लागू करवाएंगे, ये हमारी गारंटी है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है।
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. It is sound of massive explosions here in Nabatir amid raging war between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel wants to capture this land and turn it into a security buffer zone. But it clearly appears it's not only defeating Hezbollah or driving them out. They're destroying everything. Look at this marketplace, a flower shop. Look what has happened to this flower shop. Still some flowers there. It is the recent bombing here which has destroyed everything here. And only thing you can see here is the debris, wreckage of multi-story buildings reduced to rubble. Look at again this multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. And even these mannequins have not been spared. They are also damaged in this clothes shop. Look at this. Everywhere you see is the rubble. So it is clearly not just to, dry out Hezbollah, defeat Hezbollah, but here it is destroying Hezbollah. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. I'm at Tir in South Lebanon, and behind me the area which has been largely captured by Israel, almost 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. This area where this bombing is taking place, look at this bomb has hit this place. Bomb has hit this fresh bombing, it has hit here. It has hit here. So this is the situation here in Tir area. As we talk about this large area, we have seen it earlier in the visuals Israeli Defense Forces releasing, showing how they have destroyed villages after classifying them as enemy territories, so enemy locations. So very, very tense situation here. It continues, war continues here in Lebanon, despite a larger ceasefire announced by the United States and Iran. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. It was a busy marketplace here in Saidun, but this is what is here. So always Israel talks about they are targeting Hamas, Hezbollah here in Lebanon. But clearly it would not be Hezbollah.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We have the latest for you as far as the ceasefire deal is concerned. Will the talks take place in Pakistan tomorrow? That's the big question, given the fact that Lebanon has, reported on strikes that have been taking place through Israel, and that is over 250 people have died in Lebanon because of those strikes. Lebanon, that was supposed to be part of the deal according to Iran, according to Hezbollah, but not according to the United States and Israel. What are the options that the President of the United States has going forward? We're going to get you those details. First, the headlines. US President Donald Trump there threatens that Iran has to open that strait, and then saying that military presence will continue unless or until all terms and conditions of the ceasefire are met, warning of an intensified strike if that was not to happen. Iranian media is saying that the Strait of Hormuz has been shut again due to the continued strikes in Lebanon. Over 254 people have died. Iran blocks tankers once again at the strait. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan has deleted a post about an upcoming delegation visit in Islamabad reaching tonight. But that post has been removed, and that message had said the team would arrive in Islamabad for those talks, those peace talks that would be taking place in Pakistan, confirming the Iranian delegation was to arrive. That has been removed. Over 100 strikes in a matter of 10 minutes in Lebanon has left 254 people dead and many others injured. The world leaders are pushing for Lebanon to be included in that ceasefire deal, something that Iran says was part of the deal. So is Pakistan saying the same. Now there are other world leaders, including the UK, France, Australia and Italy, wanting Lebanon to also be part of the ceasefire deal. Prime Minister Modi promises 5 guarantees in Bengal during his rally, promising that he will rid Bengal of fear and that infiltrators will be kicked out, criminals will face the law, and also promises as far as safety is concerned for the women, the daughters of Bengal. Elections are underway in 2 states and a union territory. Well, it is elections that are taking place in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry, and BJP there eyeing a hat trick. It's a 3-way contest in Kerala as well. Well, let's get you breaking news that is coming about, and this is on day 2 of the ceasefire that's been agreed upon by 2 sides, the US and Iran. Now we have Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, there warning Hezbollah. Benjamin Netanyahu there saying that we will continue to strike Hezbollah with force and with precision and also determination. In Beirut, we eliminated Ali Yusuf Kharshi, the personal secretary of Hezbollah's terrorist organization and the Secretary General as well, and one of the people closest to him. At the same time, overnight strikes that have taken place by IDF, a series of terror infrastructure in the southern part of Lebanon. Crossings that have been used to transfer thousands of weapons, rockets and launchers, as well as weapons and depots. With those launchers, Hezbollah headquarters have also been struck. Those have been the targets, is what is being said. Our message is very clear. Whoever acts against Israeli civilians, we will strike and attack those areas. We will continue to strike Hezbollah wherever and whenever required until we restore full security to the residents of the north. That is the message that has come about by Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, we have my colleague Vishal joining us to get us the latest on this. Vishal, of course, this is a very critical time. You know, it's a very fragile ceasefire that we've been talking about all day between Iran and the US. But the role that Netanyahu's played, because there have been reports by Wall Street Journal as well that Israel wasn't part of that deal, that ceasefire deal that was struck between US and Iran. That is one reason that Netanyahu has not been very happy with what's taken place, and now also putting out, further warnings when it comes to Hezbollah.
Yes, both Israel and Hezbollah don't seem to be the part of the talks, because Israel was informed by the US authorities that at the last moment that there will be a ceasefire soon, to which the Prime Minister of Israel was taken by surprise. And also the fact that even though Hezbollah was mentioned by the mediators that they will, Hezbollah will be, Lebanon will be inside the ceasefire ambit, but that doesn't seem to be the case, because repeated attacks on many targets of Hezbollah have resulted in deaths of at least 200 people in the last 24 hours. And Israeli PM has vowed time and again in the last 24 hours that there will be, repeated attacks on many of these targets. As far as Hezbollah, as long as Hezbollah keeps firing those rockets, there will be targets that will be executed, and that is what the Israeli PM is trying to highlight here, that they won't stop unless this menace that they have at their, northern side of their border, it's totally dealt with. So that is what he's talking about.
Right, of course, there have been many casualties, and one of the persons who has also died is the personal secretary of Hezbollah.
Yes, and he seems to be the high-ranking personnel, and he was the personal secretary of the chief of Hezbollah and also the nephew of the chief of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, and certainly one of the most powerful people in the whole Hezbollah structure. Hezbollah has been, weakened in the last operation against Israel back in 2024 when that big war between both the sides happened. Hezbollah was severely struck in different ways. Most of its top leaders had already been eliminated. Naim Qassem had somehow saved himself and he had emerged at the top. But he also is on strike. He also is on target at the moment. So it's just a matter of time before he could also be targeted, because Israel's Mossad is the most powerful spy agency in the world, and it has been able to locate some of the biggest targets across, the whole West Asia region.
Right, Vishal, stay with us. We have more breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to UK's Prime Minister Starmer, who's arrived in Abu Dhabi. So, Sir Starmer, who has arrived in the UAE on the second leg of his trip to the Gulf countries, made signs of the ceasefire that is coming under strain. The Prime Minister is visiting allies in the region for talks on upholding the pause in fighting, and also what steps are needed in order to bring confidence in getting the shipping going again through that very strait, which has now again closed by Iran, and that is on account of the strikes that have taken place in Lebanon. Vishal, my colleague joining us, out of the leaders, the world leaders that we are seeing reacting to Lebanon being left out of that deal is also the United Kingdom, France, as well as Australia and Italy. They're being on the same page, echoing emotions, saying that Lebanon needs to also be part of the ceasefire deal.
Yes, and also the fact that the Starmer visit mostly highlights the part of Strait of Hormuz, that there needs to be a coalition that can, help in opening up the strait, that crucial choke point on which at least 20% of the whole global oil supply depends. And he has been leading this effort of about 35 nations that seems to be rallying around Trump, so that there could be some effort to reopen the Strait of Hormuz that opened for a little window yesterday when that ceasefire was announced, but it has been closed again ever since Israel executed those high-scale attacks last night that resulted in deaths of at least 200 people. So Iran responded to those attacks and closed the Strait of Hormuz again, and these efforts by US and its allies have been propped up so that the Strait of Hormuz can be opened again. But it remains to be seen how that puzzle can be solved, because at the moment Iran has the upper hand as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned, and US and its allies don't really have an answers as to what will happen as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned.
Right, absolutely vital to get that Strait of Hormuz reopened, and that is critical at the moment, and that is the agenda of Starmer's visit to the Gulf countries, including Abu Dhabi, where he's at the moment. He's arrived in the UAE in order to, channelize this is in regard to talks as far as upholding the pause in the fighting is concerned, and steps that are needed in order to bring confidence to getting those ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we have the US President Donald Trump there issuing a stark warning to Iran as the strait has again been shut, saying that the US presence of the American military presence that will continue until a ceasefire is reached and all the conditions are met. Trump warns that any escalation will be met with intensified strikes, raising fears of a wider Gulf conflict. And that is what Trump is warning of. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is shut once again, and this time linked to the relentless strikes that have taken place in Lebanon. Israeli strikes that have struck various areas of Lebanon, all in 10 minutes. 100 attacks have taken place, and now that is the reason why oil tankers have been blocked, tightening its grip on one of the world's most critical energy lifelines. And Lebanon declares a national day of mourning, and this has come about after devastating Israeli strikes that have killed 254 people, injuring many others. And this has taken place with 100, and this is 1,100 injured people have been reported. The entire neighborhood has been reduced to rubble as grief and anger spills onto the streets. And amid rising tensions in the Gulf, the Indian LPG tanker Green Asha, carrying 15,000 metric tons of fuel and 26 Indian soldiers, has safely reached the port in Mumbai. A high-stakes journey through the conflict-hit waters, ending without an incident. Even as conflict rages, India pushes ahead with the energy diplomacy. That is key. That is something that India has always maintained, with Petroleum Minister now Hardeep Singh Puri in Qatar on a crucial two-day visit between today and tomorrow, focusing on supply stability as global oil routes face mounting disruption. And then we have a fresh water burst that is threatening the fragile ceasefire. And that is US President Donald Trump warning American forces will stay deployed around Iran until a real agreement is fully honored. Trump says any violation would trigger overwhelming military action, insisting on no nuclear weapons and a full opening of the Strait of Hormuz, warning that the shooting will start if terms are broken. Meanwhile, Iran's parliamentary speaker has also cast doubts as far as the talks are concerned, because he's gone ahead and said that Truce talks are unreasonable and accusing Washington of breaching 3 key conditions, which basically includes the attacks we've seen in Lebanon. So Iran's framework, which basically meant there would be no strikes in Lebanon, because that is what Iran has been saying, citing continued Israeli strikes. A reported drone incursion has also taken place into the airspace of Iran after the truce agreement was announced. And the US refusal when it comes to accepting any uranium enrichment, we had JD Vance talking about and really pushing back, calling it a misunderstanding and saying Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire. Trump is saying that is a separate skirmish and wasn't part of the deal. Vance also took aim at Iran's uranium stand, saying having a right doesn't really mean it should be exercised under a deal. A sharp escalation in rhetoric, now threatening to derail already fragile diplomacy. That's basically what JD Vance has said. Let's listen in. He's given an example of his wife and him, what right that she has. I mean, if she wants to fly out of a plane, doesn't mean that she's going to exercise that right. Listen in.
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon. Okay, and again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand and we're going to play it well. The second thing Ghalibaf said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Now, there is breaking news coming in of Iran's atomic energy chief saying that enrichment won't be curtailed. Mohammad Islami says the country's uranium enrichment program will not be curtailed. He said the enemy won't succeed in restricting Iran's enrichment program, according to a report by the Iranian Students News Agency. This is breaking news coming in that the Iranian side is now making their stand very, very clear, and this is in regard to the enrichment program that won't be curtailed, is what Mohammad Islami has said. The country's uranium enrichment program will not be curtailed. Do remember, this has been a bone of contention as far as the US and Iran side is concerned, and of course the Strait of Hormuz that has now been closed, and now Iran making it very, very clear. So this really leaves a lot of room for speculation in regard to what will really happen if the talks are to happen tomorrow. Will the talks take place to begin with? And, you know, this is on a very shaky ground to begin with, because those are the conditions that are being met by both sides. Do remember Donald Trump there keeping his troops there around Iran, saying that if all the conditions aren't met, then there would be disaster, saying that there would be strikes which would be harder, and that is what the United States president has been warning of. This is all happening at the same time when strikes have continued in the Gulf countries as well, whether it's UAE, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it is Kuwait, whether it's Bahrain. There have been strikes that have been reported from these areas even after the announcement was made of the ceasefire for that holds true for the next 2 weeks. That announcement that came about by Donald Trump. So there have been attacks that have taken place in the Gulf countries. There have been attacks that have taken place in Lebanon, and there was a drone incursion that took place in the Iranian airspace as well. So this is all continued, and of course this is being looked at as a violation of the ceasefire conditions, something that Iran had not agreed upon, because Iran on its stand has said that Lebanon has to be included in the deal, something that Iran and Pakistan has been saying, something Hezbollah has been saying. But on the other side, Israel there saying that Lebanon was never part of the deal. So is the President of the United States and also the Vice President, both saying that Iran had agreed upon that ceasefire arrangement without putting Lebanon on that deal. Lebanon was excluded, and that is the bone of contention, which is why the strait has now been closed. And now Iran also making it very clear as far as their uranium enrichment program is concerned, something again that Trump is not very happy about as far as that condition is concerned as well. And now the uranium enrichment program will not be curtailed is the condition that Iran is putting out in loud and clear words, and that is according to a report by the Iranian Students News Agency. The latest that we have for you in regard to the statement that has come about from Iran, this is the atomic energy chief there saying enrichment will not be curtailed. Mohammad Islami speaking on the uranium enrichment program, saying that the enemy won't succeed in restricting Iran's enrichment program. Now, the big question that is on everyone's mind is, will this happen or not as far as Iran's contentious nuclear program is concerned after it's reached with that agreement as far as Donald Trump's administration goes? Will Tehran surrender its enriched uranium or keep maintaining strategic leverage and risk future confrontation? Now, these are details that are emerging on this, even though there are reports suggesting that Iran has made it very, very clear when it comes to its uranium enrichment program.
As the Iran-US ceasefire gets underway after a 40-day devastating war, the big question is, what happens to Iran's nuclear program? A big point of contention between the two sides. US President in a post on Wednesday claimed that there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will work with Iran to dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Trump was apparently referring to the aftermath of US strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities last year.
They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it.
While Iran has always maintained that its nuclear program is not for building weapons, it is well known that the country has stock of over 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hidden in an underground facility in Isfahan. When the US struck Iran nuclear sites in June last year, Tehran is believed to have moved its uranium stockpile to Isfahan. This 60% uranium can be quickly upgraded to 90% weapons grade level if Iran wishes so. What happens to uranium stockpile as Iran-US negotiate a long-term agreement? And this war has convinced Iran more than ever that nuclear weapons are now a question of survival for the country as no talks or negotiations stopped US from attacking it. In 1 year, Iran has been bombed twice during negotiations, June of 2025 and Feb of 2026. Plus, Trump also junked the Obama-era Iran deal of 2018, further convincing Tehran that pacts have no sanctity for this American regime, and any new administration can tear apart old agreements. Will Iran give up its nuclear ambition and surrender uranium to buy peace, or will it push ahead to gain leverage after a strategic break?
Now it's day 2 of the fragile ceasefire in West Asia war, and all parties, including Iran and the US, continue to remain on the edge. In the latest, the US president has issued that stark warning to Iran, saying that their military buildup will remain in place and it's not going anywhere until the agreement is reached upon. Warning Iran is Trump there, saying that the US military was prepping and they're prepped for a bigger and better attack for their next conquest. Trump's Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, seems very confident in ensuring that Iran upholds every term of the ceasefire. The Iranian response to the United States bravado has been equally strong. We have Mushtaba Khamenei's advisor there claiming that the RGC is at the highest levels of readiness in order to retaliate to any miscalculation by the United States, calling Iran an axis of the Islamic pole. Let's listen in to what Pete Hegseth had to say.
This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz that has now again been closed, and that is because of the ceasefire that's been brokered. Despite that, tensions have surged again. As per those reports, now following those stress strikes, we have that strait that has been shut down. Do remember that it was the US, hinting towards there could be a toll that the US and Iran could be charging, and that could be charging for that Strait of Hormuz. But all that is now literally uncertain at this particular point in time. What is going to happen in the days ahead, particularly in the next 24 hours when the talks that were to take place in Pakistan. Meanwhile, there's a new twist that Iran may impose that $1 per barrel. This is a toll on oil passing through Hormuz, possibly even demanding payments in cryptocurrency. Now, these are reports that are suggesting that there could be an arrangement between Iran and the US to charge that toll.
Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before it came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the Straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down, so I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's been very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the Straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Right, and that is because of the attacks that have taken place in Lebanon. There are several parts of Lebanon that have been pounded. This includes Beirut, the capital, and then we also have Tyre and the Bekaa Valley that has come under attack. Strikes have continued in Lebanon. As per reports, Israeli forces have killed at least 254 people across Lebanon in the country's most devastating day of conflict after the US-Iran agreed to that 2-week window, that ceasefire deal that was agreed upon. Reports are suggesting Iran is considering withdrawing from the agreement altogether upon this, basically the ceasefire agreement that has been violated, and is unwilling to participate in the next round of peace talks in Pakistan if the Israeli strikes on Lebanon do not come to an end. And then we had the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, speak on the attacks. In fact, he's gone ahead and said that the strikes on Lebanon and Hezbollah will continue. They will not stop, as Lebanon was never part of the deal. White House has also said the same, that all parties involved were aware that Lebanon was going to be left out, was going to be excluded. Now, that is what is being said. But Pakistan and Iran are saying that, Lebanon was always part of that deal. And that was why and how the agreement was reached upon in the first place.
The President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
يحترم الإسرائيلي هذا الأمر أم لا يحترمه هذا شيء آخر، ولكن بالوثائق اللي تم التوصل إلى بالإعلان اللي حكي رئيس الوزراء الباكستاني، لبنان هو جزء من هذا الاتفاق، وبالتالي وقف إطلاق النار يجب أن يسري على لبنان كما يسري في أي مكان آخر. هذا كلام لا لبس فيه أبدا. وأضيف إلى هذا الكلام أن وزير الخارجية الإيراني عرقشي عندما اتصل بالرئيس بيري هو أكد له أنه نحن أي اتفاق سيكون، يعني هذا موقف معلن ليس فيه اجتهاد ولا تأويل ولا أي شيء، أنه إيران لن تقبل بأن تذهب إلى وقف إطلاق نار على الجبهة مع الآخرين دون أن تكون مشمولة كل الجبهات الأخرى اللي عم تتعرض لهذا العدوان المفروض من أمريكا وإسرائيل.
And getting you a sense of the damage that has been sustained by Lebanon, all this was captured on the phone of a 13-year-old. She put this out on her social media platform Snapchat. This is of her mother's. In the video she posted on her mother's social media platform, she is seen running with her father in order to hide from the blast. Take a look at this report.
Yeah.
Those are the attacks that have taken place in Beirut. That 13-year-old who had shot that on her phone and posted it on her mother's social media platform. Here now, let's get you a ground report with my colleague Nazir, who is reporting from the front lines. In fact, he's getting you this report from one of the most devastated sites that has suffered the maximum damage we've seen in the last 24 hours.
Lebanon is facing massive death and destruction, and here is the aftermath of Israel's latest attacks here in Beirut. Everything, buildings have collapsed, large number of people have been killed, hospitals are overwhelmed with casualties, more than 1,100 people were injured. This is one of the sites which has been targeted. This is one of the sites which was targeted, and it is still on the basement, still on the fire. Look at this, it is still on the fire. Again, as rescuers are working very hard to find any survivors, but it doesn't appear there will be any survivors given the magnitude of massive destruction of this place in Israeli bombing. So imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes. and then through the night, bombing was taking place at multiple places. Innocent people have been killed, men, women, and children. And these are the congested neighborhoods of Beirut City. Normally, this area was not coming under attack, but look at these things. Even the basement of this building is destroyed, and look at all multi-story buildings, residential apartments being targeted, and from all sides you can see this destruction visible everywhere. And Lebanon is mourning these deaths today. As you see here, look, from all sides is tall buildings reduced to rubble and innocent people bearing the brunt, while Israel is saying they are targeting Hezbollah, and Hezbollah operatives are going to the north of Lebanon, this Beirut, and mixing with the civilian population. But it is the common people, civilians, children and women also, who bear the brunt, who are getting killed. President of Lebanon has termed these attacks as barbaric, and France and several other countries, they have strongly condemned these attacks. But on the ground we see all these attacks continue, and there's no end to it. Despite ceasefire with Iran, Lebanon continued to bear the brunt of this massive bombing, and large number of people have been killed. Only yesterday in one day, 54 people were killed, and many people are reportedly trapped in the rubble. As you can again see, removing all this rubble is not just easy. It is removing it, basements here, and still on fire, this earth movers trying to move it. As you can see, rescuers find inside these completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. So complete destruction here seen from all sides. While Israel has said Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, so is the United States, but the mediator Pakistan saying, no, it has been part of the ceasefire deal. But on the ground, it is Lebanon which bear the brunt, and people are getting killed, more and more people are getting killed, and there's no end in sight when this bombing, when this destruction, when the death of innocent people will stop. While Hezbollah is fighting back and they are targeting Israeli forces, on the ground we see here this massive destruction here has shaken everybody. Because for yesterday day and night, we see Israeli drones and fighter jets. They are hovering over the skies and bombing the place which they say are the Hezbollah sites. And they say yesterday more than 100 sites were targeted. Now just think about it, a place being bombed, massively bombed at 100 places, more than 100 places, causing death and destruction. So that is the situation here in Lebanon. The city, massive residential buildings being reduced to rubble.
Right, and Nazir, Saif, thank you so much for reporting for us from the front lines in Lebanon. Now, the White House has confirmed that critical US and Iran talks will take place in Islamabad. In a now deleted post, Iranian ambassador to Pakistan said that the Iranian delegation would be reaching Islamabad, and that too tonight. The post, which has now been taken down. Basically, Iran would be discussing their 10 points proposed by it to the White House press secretary there, saying that the president is sending their side, which includes J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and the son-in-law of Donald Trump, Mr. Kushner, there as well. The Iranian side, of course, will be represented by the parliament speaker. But now many asking and wondering if the meeting is going to be taking place because of that post that has been removed. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. To stay with us.
Bombings continue here. fresh bombing, it has hit here. Look at this marketplace. This multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. Imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes, completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. In Beirut, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. Look at this marketplace. This multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. Imagine 100 places were bombed here within a period of 10 minutes, completely destroyed buildings here in central Beirut. In Beirut, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Bombings continue here. Fresh bombing, it has hit here. It is sound of massive explosions here in Nabatir amid raging war between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel wants to capture this land and turn it into a security buffer zone. But it clearly appears it's not only defeating Hezbollah or driving them out. They're destroying everything. Look at this marketplace, a flower shop. Look what has happened to this flower shop. Still some flowers there. It is the recent bombing here which has destroyed everything here. And only thing you can see here is the debris, wreckage of multi-story buildings reduced to rubble. Look at again this multi-story shopping complex completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. and even these mannequins have not been spared. They are also damaged in this clothes shop. Look at this. Everywhere you see is the rubble. So it is clearly not just to, dry out Hezbollah, defeat Hezbollah, but here it is destroying Hezbollah. It clearly, the Israeli bombing is destroying everything here to make this place uninhabitable. I'm at Tyr in South Lebanon, and behind me the area which has been largely captured by Israel, almost 8 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory. This area where this bombing is taking place, look at this bomb has hit this place. Bomb has hit this fresh bomb.
Now it's a blockbuster day of democracy with 3 crucial battlegrounds in one single voting phase, and stakes that go well beyond the borders from Kerala to Assam and also to Puducherry. Well, now we're tracking all the turnouts, the flashpoints, the mood on the ground through the day. Well, there is still 1 hour 20 minutes to go because voting ends at about 5 o'clock in the evening, started at about 7 o'clock this morning, and we are getting you all the twists in this electoral showdown of the 2 states and 1 union territory. The high-stakes poll contest in Assam kick-started today as sitting Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma there aims to make it a hat-trick for the BJP in the state. While Gaurav Gogoi, led by the Congress team, is looking to return to power, Assam voted today in the high-stakes battle with 126 constituencies going to the polls with over 2.5 crore voters that are deciding the fate of the state. This is the first state elections after delimitation that took place in 2023 with 722 candidates in the fray, including 52 women. It's a direct contest between the Congress-led alliance. We have 3 Gogois there, and also this is in regard to the NDA, combine this with the BJP and the Assam Gana Parishad, also with other few regional forces in the fray as well.
Joining us now exclusively on NDTV is the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma here, who is visiting a mandir here in Guwahati before he is all set to go to vote in the Jalukbari constituency. Welcome to NDTV, sir. Sir, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप?
अच्छा माहौल में चुनाव हो रहा है।
आप सुबह कामाख्या भी गए, अभी आप धौल गोविंद में आए हैं।
एक बार कामाख्या माँ का दर्शन किया और अभी हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में ये एक बहुत प्रमुख मंदिर है, डोल गोविंद बोलते हैं। डोल गोविंद में भी सेवा किया, तो कुल मिला के अच्छा माहौल है, मौसम भी अच्छा है, लोग अच्छा से वोट डाल रहे हैं, लोग अच्छा से बोल रहे हैं।
सर, इस बार अगर आप जीते तो छठी बार होगा जब आप इसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बाहर वापस आएंगे।
ठीक है, तो ये मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ये कंटिन्यूटी है, ठीक ठाक है। सो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा अभी चुनाव का दिन बहुत ज़्यादा बोल नहीं चाहता हूँ, कमीशन का रूल भी है, मैं सबको बेस्ट विशेस देता हूँ चुनाव के लिए।
जी सर, काफ़ी हाई वोल्टेज कैंपेनिंग हुआ, थोड़ा ड्रामा भी हुआ है पर्सनल अटैक का।
ये 5 बजे तक मेरा नहीं लगता है कि I should engage in any debates or any व्हाट्स इलेक्शन कमीशन का रूल है। 5 बजे तक हमें बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहिए, और मैं भी जो भी बोलना है 5 बजे का बाद ही बोलूँगा, अभी तो शांत रहना अच्छा है।
जी सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर एनडीटीवी के साथ जुड़ने के लिए। दिस इज बिस्मी टास्किन रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी, असम विद कैमरा पर्सन संजय चक्रवर्ती।
जिम्मेदारी आपके कंधों पर है गौरव। नतीजे तो 4 मई को आएंगे, लेकिन अपनी तैयारी से, अपने होमवर्क से आप कितने संतुष्ट हैं?
देखिए, काफ़ी हद तक हमने मेहनत की है और लोगों ने जिस प्रकार से हमें आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके प्रति हम असम के लोगों के प्रति कृतज्ञ हैं। और आज मतदान का दिन है, मैं चाहता हूं कि सभी असम के लोग आएं और एक नई असम की सपने को साकार करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण वोट आगे बढ़ाएं।
कितना भरोसा है, कितनी सीटों की जीत का भरोसा है? हमने बड़े बड़े दावे चुनाव में देखे, बीजेपी की तरफ से 90 पार, नतीजों से ठीक पहले, वोटिंग से ठीक पहले आपके कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने 72-73 का आंकड़ा दिया। आपका आंकड़ा क्या है?
देखिए, ये आप दलों की बात कर रहे हैं, राजनीतिक नेताओं की बात कर रहे हैं, में असम के लोगों ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय इस बार उठाए हैं, महिलाओं ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाए हैं, युवाओं ने जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय उठाए हैं,